right. Hello, everyone. Waiting for Twitch. Oh, Tasachi's here. Hello, Tasachi. And J-Dog is also here. Hello, J-Dog. How are you two doing today? Min here. How are you today? I'm doing good, Tasachi. What about you? How do I sound on stream? Let me see. Audio check. Not bad. Yeah, you can still hear the fans, but it's harder to do that. Sorry if there was some loud sounds right there. So, Tasachi helped me balance out the audio level for my microphone when streaming directly from PlayStation 4 this past Tuesday. And hopefully this also sounds good. I'm trying a little something different tonight. But let me get into saying hello to everyone popping into Stream Chat, and then I'll tell you about the audio tweaks, and then we'll get into some opening announcements, and then we'll jump into the game. Alright, got my water mix going. Let's see here. Creepy has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Hey, Creepy, welcome on in for the very first time. Again. Hope you're doing good. I saw on Flip's Discord, looks like you're going to be working quite a bit tonight. Hope that goes well. Creepy says, muffled, check mic. Uh-oh. Oh, that might be because I took it out. And Creepy has redeemed. Hydrate. Very well. Tasachi says, well, was about to go to sleep. It's pretty late here. Understandable, Tasachi. Cheers, Creepy. Let me have a look at the mic, though. Where is the... Okay, no, it's right there. Just couldn't resist tapping that notification. Well, thank you, Tasachi. But if you have to sleep, I will understand. Creepy says it's a bit muffled, like you're facing away from the mic. Is he under your lapel? It is not. Does it still sound muffled? Before it was because I'm wearing earbuds right now, and it was actually attached to one of my earbuds, and I took it off, and so it scraped against my shirt. But now, since I put my earbud back in, it's up. Let me see if I can... Let me take the other one out so I don't pop out the earbud. Or pop out the mic. Audio check. It sounds like a bad microphone, but yeah, it's audible. Okay, if it sounds bad, let me switch to the other one then. Just a moment. Now you should be able to hear me like normal, which is through the microphone built into the webcam. But now the sound might be way off because we readjusted the audio levels. So let me get my headset. It's just behind me, but I do have to stand up to plug it into the console. It sounds not just like a bad headset mic. Okay. Now, the mic you were hearing was this one here. So these are my old earbuds. I have the new orange and gray earbuds that I use typically listen to all my my game stuff. These are the pair that I used to have, and they're kind of they're not bad. They're not bad to like just hear audio through, which is what I use them for. But they were getting a bit old, and so I wanted to replace them. That's why I got the orange set. But then I thought, you know what? These still work. I'm not going to throw them away. I'll keep these as a backup. But again, I don't keep them as a backup for the microphone. I keep them as a backup to hear game audio should something bad go, happen with the new orange ones. So I always like to have backups just in case. But the issue with the audio, and I know you can still hear me, I haven't plugged this in yet though, is that Tasachi told me that you can hear the fans in the background. Which is you can hear either my desktop fans, my desktop computer fans, or the fans from the PlayStation 4, maybe both. And, yeah, Tasachi, I haven't plugged this in yet. And, I saw a video online that told me basically two things. The first thing is that PlayStation 4 does not have any built-in audio filters in its software. So no noise gate, no noise suppression. The Xbox One does, so that works, but not the PlayStation 4. But the video suggested if you want to limit what people can hear, what you can do is you can go into your audio settings and you can adjust the sort of sensitivity or volume of your microphone. But the reason why that doesn't work with the camera or the microphone that's built into the webcam now is because when I look at it, it is about equidistant from the mic built into the webcam to my face as about from the microphone to my desktop and my PS4. So if you can hear my voice, you can hear the fans. Granted, I'm talking louder than the fans are making noise, but you should still be able to hear them. So what Tasachi did with me Tuesday is I found, oh, I don't use USB. I just plug in this. Okay, never mind. Where's my controller? All right. Audio check. Is that better? Creepy says, you can, but it's negligible. Tasachi says, oh yeah, I was kind of afraid I gave you some really bad advice. Creepy says, I just use a sound isolating mic. Yes, I need to get one of those. Creepy says, I can hear the fans, but it's low enough to ignore. Yeah, so if I adjust the microphone input to the point where I just use this headset, and this is actually my old headset. Well, actually, I'll get to that in a moment. But I got this where the microphone is literally right here, and so I can adjust the microphone volume down a bit more. And this is supposed to be a noise canceling microphone, but it's kind of a cheaper headset. So I guess the noise filtration isn't as good as it could be. But since it's right in front of my face, it's a lot closer than the PlayStation 4, and it's a lot closer than the fans from the desktop. So hopefully I can tweak or tune down the sensitivity of the microphone. You'll still be able to hear me, and you'll probably still be able to hear the fans in the background as well, but it won't be as bad as it was. Kirby says, I mean, I can't say much about microphones because I have a whole room set up for recording audio. Just don't use it for streaming because I don't want to stand in my closet to play video games. Alright. So let's get into... And I think the audio level is the same. Let me check. I'm going to blue screen for a moment. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to pop back like that. Alright, is that any better? My voice might be a bit lower, but can you still hear me? It's good? Let me see. Audio check. Audio check. Yeah, doesn't sound bad. Okay. But let me know if it sounds off or if it sounds weird, and I will try to make further adjustments. Check Shadow Bryce. How are you, Shadow Bryce? I haven't seen you in a bit. How you been? Tasachi says, I mean, the quality of this microphone may sound slightly less good than on the webcam, but with an all-around, not voice-optimized equalizer, it sounds way better than the webcam one, in your opinion? I don't know what that last part means, Tasachi. With an all-around, not voice-optimized equalizer. You can always go with an XLR mic. How much are those? That's what Tasachi uses. They're pretty expensive? So what sounds better then? The headset mic or the webcam mic? And I can just tweak the audio. Shadow Bryce has been hella busy with work, but it slowed down, so just waiting to go to work. Okay. Well, more work equals more money. So, good for you on making that money, Shadow Bryce. We are just getting underway here. We're about to hop into some Borderlands 3. I'm going to make the opening announcements, and then we're going to jump into the game. We might tweak some audio with the microphone. We've been working on that. And, yeah, we might just beat the game today. I'm not sure. That's how much this headset costs. It costs $30. The purpose of this headset originally, and you can see it's orange. It's my favorite color. The purpose of this headset was when I had my PlayStation 3 in the other room. So that was before Tasachi's time. I had my PlayStation 3 in like the living area, and I used it mainly as a multimedia player, like just DVDs and Blu-rays and whatever. And I relocated it into this room, into my streaming room. And but when it was out in the other room, in order to stream, I had to run a really long USB 3.0 cable from the capture card in the other room, from one room all the way in here, and hook everything up. And I also sat quite far away from the TV, and I needed something that I could that had quite a long cable to it. And so I had this long, huge cable set up from the PlayStation 3 all the way to this headset. And so if you go to the YouTube channel and you listen to or you watch Fairy Legends of Avalon, which is our stream from RPG Afternoons, all the audio you hear is from this headset. But after I moved the PlayStation 3 in here, I retired the headset. I don't really use it anymore. It was just kind of here, kind of collecting dust on the side. But yeah, if this sounds better than the microphone that's built into the webcam, then we'll just use this one. Ah, Shaggy is back. Hello, Shaggy. Welcome back. How are you doing, Shaggy? So, opening announcements. So, hello, everyone, and welcome. I am your host, Lord Orfeo. I stream 5 days a week, and I stream a little something different each and every day of the week. I know that not every person likes every game or game genre, so I try to appeal to a wider range of people by hosting a wider array of content. Also, Doing so helps me from getting burnt out on any one game or game genre, and I like to look forward to things. I like to be excited to dive into a game, not be burnt out. So it works for you and it works for me. And yes, so to that end, I have created various stream themes throughout the week. On Mondays, we have what I call Monday Marvels. We can stream any game from any genre, but no horror, no role-playing games. Those game genres have their own days set aside specifically for them. Also, the game we stream on Monday must not be part of a series. It has to be unique, it has to be a one-off. That usually means they're indie games, but not always. Tuesdays, I take off. That's like a personal me day. Wednesdays, in the Discord, we have anime afternoons, and we watch 2 episodes from a given series. After that, on Twitch, we have community chat and gaming news, which is our weekly Just Chatting stream. We go through community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Then on Thursdays, we have RPG afternoons. So if you like role-playing games, that's the day for you. Fridays, we have Franchise Fridays, which is what we're doing now. Similar to Mondays, we can stream any game from any genre. But again, no horror, no role-playing games. But unlike Mondays, the game must be part of a larger series. Hence the name, Franchise Fridays. Because of this, usually we stream AAA games on Fridays. So if you're into the big blockbuster titles, this is probably going to be the day for you. Saturdays, there are Spooky Saturdays. So if you look the horror games, the creepy stuff, that's the day for you. And then Sundays I take off. That's more of a friends and family day. So if any of those stream themes are of interest to you, then I encourage you to drop me a follow, and I hope to see you sometime during the week. And with our opening announcements now out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day. Again, we are here for Franchise Fridays, and this is Borderlands 3 from Gearbox Software. We are continuing from where we left off. The last thing we did in this game, at least as far as the main story is concerned, is we saved Tannis from a huge tank-like thing rolling around in the desert called the Carnivora. And we discover that Tannis is actually a siren. She wasn't always a siren. Apparently, when Angel died in the original Borderlands game... Was it the original Borderlands game? No, I'm sorry. When Angel died in Borderlands 2, her siren powers passed on to Tannis. How that happened, I have no idea. That was never explained. Maybe it will be explained as we continue playing. But Tannis has the ability to phase shift items. Right now, she's in a bit of a weakened state, having helped to free herself from Carnivora. And we have to go to, I think it's an abandoned doll facility, wherein Tannis has a secret laboratory. And within the secret laboratory is an iridium amplifier. If we bring her that amplifier, and she's able to use it to help absorb some iridium, she can regain her full power, and then use that to phase shift some turrets away from our path, so we can get into the Calypso stronghold, and I guess potentially beat the game. So, we'll see. Now let me scroll up to catch up with chat here. Oh, Creepy does narration and audiobooks. Very cool, Creepy, very cool. Shaggy says, waiting for Apex tournament. Are you in the tournament, Shaggy, or are you just watching the tournament? He says, I sent you a link to a video about Initial D, by the way, Orphe. Okay, Creepy. I'll check that out.
Shaggy says, plot. They both have powers of machines. It seems that way. Or it seemed that way with Carnivora and Tannis. To some degree. Ah, Shaggy is in the tournament. Good luck, Shaggy. When does the tournament start? Oh, and Phoenix is here. Hello, Phoenix. How are you doing? Why am I still awake? You are awake to bring us the pleasure of your company, Phoenix. That is why you are still awake. Alright, let's load into the Borderlands. I have to say these are quite comfortable headsets. Which is a little weird to me. Because the headsets I wore after this, my newer headsets, which also had a built-in mic, that Creepy told me sounded like I was speaking into a tin can, was the gold wireless PlayStation 4 virtual surround sound headset, which for audio, just to listen to audio, was really, really good. And it still works, but the headband snapped in the middle. But the earmuffs weren't that comfortable for me. I could probably wear them for maybe like, I don't know, 3 to 4-ish hours, and they already had a bit of pressure on them, but after that they really started to get uncomfortable. But this feels fine. Hold on, I have to blue screen again. I need to turn up the volume to the headphones. Okay, we're back. There's a separate volume control for the headphones, and there's a separate volume control I have here on the headset itself. So I can always turn it down if I feel it's too loud. Okay. Continue. Now, something else I forgot is I've been getting mails from these companies for weapons, so I'm going to check those out before we jump into any side quests or any new main quests. Phoenix says, I'm good. How are you? I'm doing alright, Phoenix. Yesterday was RPG afternoons, and we had a really nice, long, lengthy stream. It was like, I think it was like 9.5 hours. And good time. Let me turn down the lighting here. It looks a bit too bright. There we go. Yeah, and had a lot of fun. And then I hopped off and I did some minor editing to transfer a video, the Borderlands video from last Friday over to the YouTube channel. And then I kind of just stayed up. I couldn't sleep. I was watching some other streams and stuff. And then I finally got to sleep, woke up, had a meal, and now I'm here to enjoy the wonderful Borderlands with all of you. Tasachi says, are those Logitech? I'm asking because they look like my old ones. Are you asking me, Tasachi, if this is a Logitech headset? Or are you talking to Creepy? Oh, me. No, mine is the... I can't see the box from here. I keep all my boxes with the instruction manuals and everything. Oh, mine is the Bengu 9000. So, I think that's it. So, when I got these headsets, well, not these headsets, this headset, I was looking primarily for two things. One, a good cost, and two, that it was orange. And this fit. That's the link to them right there. Oh, Creepy's headphones are made by that company. Never heard of Bengu? Are they generic brand? They are generic brand, yes. They also light up orange, which I thought was really cool. I just can't have that here because the cable isn't really that long. I mean, I guess it is if you're plugging into a computer, but the way the lights work is it's powered off this USB, and as you can see, the cable length between the audio plug and the USB to power the lights on the headset isn't really that long. So I can't just have this in the controller and then this go out to something else to make the earbuds glow. In Switzerland, it's way less easy to get generic brands. Well, you get higher quality, though, if you, I guess, in Switzerland. Ooh, cryo grenade mod. What does this do? Taxing longbow. Heals shields for 30% of shield damage dealt. 101% cryo efficiency. Enemies drop some cash when damaged. Longbow grenades teleport to their destination. It's not bad, but it's not as good as what I have now. Well, sometimes generics are better than originals for cheaper price. Sometimes. It could also sometimes be argued that while what you get with non-generic headsets is a better quality, you have to decide if it's good enough to justify the increased price. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. What is that? Oh, it's just a little plant there. I thought that was a bug or a turtle or something. Alright, let me check these emails I've been getting. Social. Oh, we got a lot of emails. I haven't been paying attention. Alright. From Doll, level 39. Arctic Disciplined Jackal. Ooh, that sounds awesome. I'm not going to use it, though. I love the fact it's cryo, but it's a machine gun, and I don't use submachine guns, so no. But I'll sell it. From Vladov, level 38. Rapid. I was looking, what is Tovarishi? But I guess that's the person's name who sent it to me. Level 38 Vladov Rapid Grupa Rocket Launcher. It looks cool. Gonna sell it. From Zero. Level 37 Hyperion Powerhouse Power Play Submachine Gun. Sell that. Moxie. Ooh, you've been good. Or at least good at being bad. Here's your reward. Moxie. Queen of Hearts Weapon Trinket. I'll check that out. That I'll use. From Doll. Level 36 Zeroed Jackal Submachine Gun. Why do they keep giving me submachine guns? From Antelope. Level 36 Jacob's Breakneck Clipper. Thanks to you, I now have a rare and coveted antlered spider ant head for my wall of trophies. Much appreciated, Vault Hunter. Oh, that's from Sir Hammerlock. An assault rifle. I'll sell that. From Malawan, level 36 Peerless Melter, Radiation and Incendiary Handgun. I'll check that out. The damage looks high. And also from Malawan, level 34 Hazardous Atomizer, Incendiary and Radiation. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Well, first let's sell everything I know we're not going to use.
Firearms in every flavor at Marcus Munitions.
It's 74.90, 151,
Don't spend it all in one
155,
place, except right here.
158, 162. Is that everything? That's everything.
Tell
Okay.
your friends and your enemies.
And now let's use Moxie's weapon trinket. If I can find it. There we go. Alright. Let's do some comparisons here. Creepy says, Tovarish is Russian for comrade. I see. Means literally partner. By the way, Tasachi says, if anyone in chat asks themselves, CH means Confederatio Helvetica, which is official Switzerland name. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's cool. Alright, so what do we got? We're not going to replace our incendiary gun. That's going to stay as the sellout. That's just way too good to replace. So radiation-wise, what does this have? 415 radiation damage per second, 35% chance to irradiate, and 284 weapon damage. Compare that against the Malawan. 397 damage, that's a lot higher damage. 475 radiation damage, that's way higher radiation. So we're definitely selling the Malawan atomizer.
They might look small, but they're actually just far away. Lining your pockets won't make them bulletproof, you know.
Alright. We have one more comparison here. Radiation incendiary, we're not replacing the sellout, so radiation is 397 gun damage. That's 148. This is only a 2-level difference. That's a massive difference in terms of damage. 148 to 397. This is also 183 radiation damage per second. This is 475 radiation damage per second. Oh my gosh. That's weird. It's only 2 levels. I mean, there are also different gun manufacturers, but still. Plus 10% critical hit damage, and consumes 2 ammo per shot. Plus 60% melee damage, 2.2 times and 4 times weapon zoom. Projectiles explode shortly after impact. Peerless Melter. Charging increases the projectile's damage, speed, and splash radius. Plus 27% weapon fire rate. Plus 60 splash damage radius. Yeah, we're going to keep this one. Maybe that one. No, probably that one. Alright. Let's mark that. Sell that. And then I also, at least temporarily, want to put that here so I can make sure that when I bring this out... Okay, good. It's already set to radiation. Perfect. Let me try it. Oh, you can hold it down! Or just tap it. Oh, okay. That's kind of neat. I like that. Wait. Fire rate 6.83 rounds per second. 4.8 rounds per second. I think this might be better DPS. No, actually, I can't even necessarily say that. Because it's not that much faster, and the damage between these two is so... Oh, I'm looking at these two. Fire rate, 5.07 rounds per second. Yeah, that has to outdamage the Wyvern. That said, I never really got to use the Wyvern that much. Oh well.
Guns for every occasion. Any item, anywhere. Sell to me, and I'll find a buyer.
Alright. Let me get this ready again. Alright, we got ourselves a new gun. A new main, radiation gun. So, nice, nice. I wish you well in your pursuit of 100%ing the Binding of Isaac Repentance to Sachi. Many people do seem to like that game. There's an achievement for getting 3 separate save files to 100%. That is crazy. Creepy needs... Oh, Creepy speedran Far Cry 5. Only took 20 minutes. That's crazy. The last game I kind of tried to speedrun was... What was it? It was, ICO. ICO. There is a special achievement or trophy for beating the game. I think if you beat the game in like 2 hours or less. And I wasn't really trying for it the first part of the game. I was just kind of enjoying it and having fun. But I realized as I was playing through it that I was kind of coming close to achieving it, and I didn't achieve it. I kind of got close. I think it was, when I finished it, it was like 4 hours, so it was like double the time. And I thought about what I could do to cut time, and it's like that it would be really hard. Maybe if I had a second person to help me, because you can get some multiplayer going on, it would be easier, but only in maybe like 1 or 2 scenes. I'm not sure how much of a dramatic impact it would have on the game overall. Late start, I is here, yes. Bit of a late start today, Fusion. How are you doing? Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. Cheers to you, Fusion. And Fusion has redeemed hello. I am new to stream. Well, welcome to our stream, Fusion, for the very first time. How are you doing? Again. Yes, we're literally just starting. We talked about some audio stuff. We hopped into Borderlands. We went through some opening announcements. I'm going the wrong way. Using a headset now for when streaming directly from PlayStation 4. Hoping that improves the mic quality a bit. And we checked out some mails that we just got from gun manufacturers in our game. And we have ourselves a better radiation handgun now. Let's check our quests. Are there any more here? Dynasty Dash, Devil's Razor. We did that one actually off stream. What's here? Why is that hidden from us? I wonder if that's something... And what's here? I mean, there's a few areas like that on the map. These are things that I would probably go back later on and look into. Some of these might be claptrap parts. Some of these might be specially spawning mobs. Maybe some of these areas we're going to have to come back to later for story events or for different side quest objectives that unlock as we continue to play through the game. I really don't know how far through the game we are. I feel like because of the way the main story is going that we're definitely over halfway, maybe even more than 3/4 of the way through. I don't know. Conrad's Hold. Tasachi redeemed Congo Rats. I was wondering what this did. That's like just saying or wishing me congratulations for a deed well done in whatever game I happen to be playing Tasachi. It's a play on the word congratulations. Well, Congo Rats on being that far in Borderlands 3 then. Thank you, Tasachi. I hate the rack. So they're not that bad in Borderlands 2. Oh. Yeah. A bandit war between the rack and, well, the bandits. I'm good. I'll just hang here. Oh, the bandits won. Alright, happened quicker than I thought it was going to. Please, friends, kill those things. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Have another look at the map. What is this? Wildlife conservation. So side quest, main quest, find Tannis' hidden lab. That looks like it goes to a different zone altogether. But if it's right here, something's going to happen like, oh no, Vault Hunter, the door is locked. Apparently it needs a key or a power source of some kind to open, or a special code. Go tour all the way around the entire map, collect those things, and then come back. It's like, that's the Borderlands formula. Not always. Sometimes they will just throw you for a loop and just let you right in, but it's rare. What's over here? The Demon in the Dock. Ooh. This kind of sounds exciting. I feel like this is like a vampire quest, and it looks like the entrance leads you all the way around here. Maybe you have to go into some crazy battle here, then backtrack, go here, maybe collect a reward after another boss fight, and then drop off back here and get out of there. That's neat. But we're going to go over here first, since it's closest. What is this? Wildlife conservation. That's up and to the left. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to get full ammo. Alright. Now we're good. And now all the rack are gone. Very nice. Oh, and I have to go towards the rack to log the mission. Huh. Oh, is it this guy? I guess it is this guy. I didn't kill him. Aww. What does that say? Laser? Well, this is the exclamation mark. Maybe I have to go up to where he died. There's a weapon chest. Maybe the side quest takes you all the way around and that's a reward up there. But there's nothing here to log. I can't talk to the guy. He's dead. Oh, what was that? What was that? I was walking down. It looked like I could click something. It looked like a button prompt came up. Huh. Sounds like you're a game designer. How so? Maybe spoilers. Was it in Borderlands 3 that there was a side quest where you basically just have to hit someone in the face? Yes. I think Creepy told me about that. He's like, this is the hardest, longest quest in the entire game. Go shoot him in the face. And the guy's like, thank you. And then he falls over and dies, and that's the whole quest. That was funny. Oh, game designer, like, you have to go a roundabout to get into the lab? Yeah. What's that? Devil's Razor. Oh, that's just the name of the zone that's through there. That's funny. The words are still there even though you can't see the zone door. All right. Now why can't I? What's there to click here? What am I missing? I don't think the rat killed him, because if the rat killed him, his body would have already vanished. And there wouldn't be this blood stain on the rocks. I feel like there has to be something here that I'm supposed to click. But I'm just not seeing... Oh, there it is. There it is. What was it? Inspect. There we go. That was kind of tough. Wildlife conservation. Talon is missing. You've got to find her, while Brick keeps Mordecai distracted.
Looks like Talon's having a guts party.
Hey, Vault Hunter. Vaughn just contacted me, said he saw some COV chasing a bird through the mines. Must have been Talon. Go track her down while I keep Mordecai busy. Mordecai already lost one bird. My dude can't lose another one. His heart will break. He's real sensitive, you know.
Alright. Okay. Wildlife conservation. Oh, hold on. Where are they at? They're down there. Okay, so they're on the way to that other side quest. And where's this at? Oh, that's right there. Okay, so that's also really close. We'll do that one first. Wildlife conservation. Brick noticed Talon wasn't in her usual spot, and he wants you to find her before Mordecai notices and freaks out. Don't worry. He'll keep Mordecai busy with very important work in the meantime. Follow the blood trail and look for Talon. Alright?
Just keep following the trail, Vault Hunter.
Brick, do we really need 50 of these shock crystals?
Well, you get a lot of them at a time, so it ain't so bad.
What are you doing over there?
Oh, just talking to myself. You know how I do. Keep looking.
Aw. It would have been fun if you got to have like a little like a little cart ride here for the mine. Oh, I'm trapped. I was sinking into the cart right there. I couldn't get out. Ooh. You get to explore the mines. The mines! Ooh. Unused escape tunnel. He didn't escape. Oh, what's that? Ah, Varkids. Bloody Varkids. Get him!
Maybe I'll take a breather. Are you seeing this? Open your bloody eyes! Brilliant!
I have my own Varkid. My mechanical Varkid. Ooh! Ooh. Ooh. There's something up there. I have to remember that for when I get up there. Because this whole thing probably goes that way and then around. So, okay. It looks like I can jump in here, shoot this thing, and then it'll... Oh, no, I know what I'm supposed to do. At least I think I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm probably supposed to go down, try the button, it doesn't work, so then I come back up here, shoot this thing, and it crashes into the gate and breaks it open. I'm gonna love Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I bet. You know, I didn't really care for Tiny Tina's Wonderlands at first. I mean, not Wonderlands. Tiny Tina in this game at first, because I thought it was kind of weird. Like, I'm always used to seeing Tina as a child. And so when I saw her here and she's kind of grown up and she's talking like a little more mature-ish, I'm like, this feels weird. It feels like, I don't know how to feel about this. I'm not sure I like this. But as the game has continued to go on and I've had more interactions with her, she's still the same old Tina. Oh, what's this? Ooh. What have we here? Oh, I guess there's going to be like a quest to go find the dynamite. Did I just make a circle? I think so. Yeah, I did.
Dead end from the looks of it, Brick.
Come on, it's a mine. There's gotta be some explosives you can use.
Here we go. 1 of 5. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing a game.
Okay, I got all the stupid shock crystals. Who needed these again?
Oh, they're for some bounty board dude. Oh, Brendan. But like with an O. Yeah.
Okay, what's really going on, Brick?
Nothing. Crystals. Nothing. Shut up. Leave me alone.
But I look forward to playing through a game where Tina is the dungeon master. That's gotta be wild. Uh-huh.
Go on, little bud.
No! Bad Birdie! Go away!
What's black and blue and red and full of bullets? It's you. Didn't anyone teach you how to fight?
Damn it! Someone take down that friggin' bird already!
I mean, you don't change a disturbed child, right? Yeah, I guess that's true.
Did we get it? Ah! We still didn't get it!
Hater
Get
punk.
that bird!
One more. Wait, is that what that is? Is that dynamite? I thought that was No! Oh. I thought that was an audio log. I can't climb up there, can I? No. Is it back here? Where's the final bundle of dynamite? I feel like that can't be it. There's no way up there. We went everywhere else, though. Let's do another sweep. It's not behind here. Oops. Not in there. Not behind here. Not behind here. Got one from here. Drop down. We got one that was under here. There's none around this thing. There's none in there. I'll take that, though. Is it hidden in a box? None here. None in here. There was one back here that we got. So good to see other completionists at work. Well, I'm not sure if I'm a true completionist. I don't try to collect everything. But I do want to complete every main quest and every side quest. That's what I typically do in all the Borderlands games. Unless it's just like a really, really hard raid boss or something that I can't solo. No, not here. And this just brought me in a circle. So I don't know. This makes me think that it is that up there. But I don't know how to get there. Nothing on the ceiling. Let me see here. And I can't tell what that is, just a blue light. That could be the final bundle of dynamite, or that could be just an audio log. But it looks like the only way to get there is to come down through there And I can't even get up there. If you feel like it, you're surely one. Huh. Let me go break those barrels. I doubt another bundle would be in here. Could be, but... no. Any ideas? Let me look at the map. Alright. So let's assume, that's right in front of me, that maybe the dynamite is right there, because that's where the blue light is. I can't go any further this way, because this is the door that's locking us out. If I go back this way, which is what I tried, that doesn't work because the level of elevation is too great to jump. So I feel like that has to be an audio log, not just dynamite. But I don't know where else I could explore that I haven't explored already. That would have been my advice. Look at the map. Huh. Do I just shoot the rock and let it fall off? I like the sound of the sniper rifle. It sounds strong. It's not, but it sounds that way. Nope. That's not usually how it works in Borderlands, but I couldn't really think of anything else. I figured I'd try something unique. Can I climb up here? Nope. Now, if I could climb this and then jump from there to there, that would make sense. But I can't do that. To be frank, the only Borderlands drawback are those area missions that you don't really know where to go to finish them. I don't recall any of those. Maybe they scarred me so badly that I just blocked them out from my memory. Alright, I gotta be missing something here. Let me go back through the area backwards. Maybe there was just something I missed as I was exiting. This would have been a good spot to hide one. Oh, there it is! It was behind this metal beam.
That'll do her. Time to load up the cart.
Alright, load explosives into the cart.
Give her a little pushy push, Zane boy.
Yay! And now the door is magically open.
Found your girl Talon. Legging it after her.
Oh man, that's a relief. I gotta keep Morty busy. But you keep after her.
Huh? Keep keep after who now? I already wasted all these bandits and collected all these rifle parts.
Oh, the metaphorical her. The mission. Keep after her, man. The mission, yeah.
Okay. Will do, buddy. Will do.
Children of the Vault. I wonder where the storyline of Borderlands is going to go from here after Borderlands 3. Ooh, what's this? Oh, just audio log. Cave. Krieg gets to know himself. Krieg is here? Or was here?
It took years of work, but I can finally express myself, even if it's only in the silence of this cave.
Quiet can suck a railroad spike through my skull!
Lovely imagery, but of course you don't like it. There's no faces to slice open with a buzz axe. But trust me, it's for our own good that we...
Touchy-touch with a whip crack on my own backside!
If we ever want to see her again, you're gonna have to learn to let me take over.
Never with the blood scream, will we?
Well, that's up to you, I guess. Can you keep it to yourself?
Blast off!
Yeah, we'll keep working on it.
He's actually able to express himself somewhat sanely now. Very cool. Sachi says, well, I kind of know, or I kind of hope they don't go further into this timeline, at least. It would probably be feeling like milking the franchise. What do you mean by further into this timeline? Alright. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is a spin-off, and it is probably way better than any Borderlands 4. Interesting.
Don't lose her. Morty's getting suspicious.
You got a death wish?
Okay, I fetched all these boxes of cigars for some reason.
Good
Ooh,
work,
cigars.
Morty. We're doing important work out here.
Wait, were you just talking to someone?
No, you were.
I mean, I guess I was talking to you.
Thanks for proving my point. Now, let's finish up this mission.
Ah! It burns us! It burns us! Oh, am I not supposed to go this way? No. 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 Huh. 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 Haha! And Tales from the Borderlands are not, in my opinion, really the same timeline. Huh.
Go on then. Got any more for the meat grinder?
I love how I don't really have to fight. It makes me feel so powerful. It's like I just have my own bodyguards. It's great. I mean, to some degree it has to be legit, because that's where Scooter dies.
Bullets with your name on them. Well, wait, that came out wrong. Have some money. Now, why not spend it? No questions asked. Always a pleasure, Vault Hunter.
Oh wait, I want to see that weapon trinket we got from Moxie. The Queen of Hearts. That's it. I can't see the image on the card. It might be Moxie. That's cute though. Nah. Often there is franchise that just surfs on the vibe and gets to a point where it just feels like milking the franchise. Yes. In my opinion, that's kind of like Assassin's Creed. But with Tales and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, it gives me hope. I should be precise that by same timeline, I also mean the same playstyle. Oh, okay. You should have played the Necromancer in Borderlands too. I was just invoking him and looting the arenas before going further. Such power. I really enjoyed Krieg from Borderlands 2. He was definitely my favorite character in that game. I mean, the Necromancer looked really cool too, though. The Necromancer probably would have been my third character. After Krieg, I probably would have tried Zero, just because he's another melee character. Ooh, what is that?
If you want the skills to get the kills, you need a class mod.
Transformer. There's more than your eye can see. Converts 100% of shock damage into shields. 40% chance to absorb bullets, adding them to your ammo count. Riposte Impaler. Fires homing spikes to attackers when taking bullet damage. Interesting. Returns 1,057 damage if meleeed while shielded. That sounds really strong, but the capacity is probably really low. It's a far more offensive shield. Now, if this were cryo instead of corrosive, I would definitely take it. But not the way it is. What shield am I using? Hypercharge Recharger. Instantly begins recharging shield when broken. So it's just a really good defensive shield. Yeah. Was Krieg the pistolier sniper? No. Krieg was the crazy person. He was the psycho. He was a DLC character. He was the guy who was just speaking in the recorder that we picked up.
Now, I don't show the smirch to just everybody. Thanks. I like to keep these handy in case I run out of anesthetic.
I don't recall much from Borderlands 3's Vault Hunters. I should be playing it again. Oh, 2, you meant 2. Oh, the Psycho, alright, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to play him but didn't have the DLC up at that time. He's really fun. Okay. we made it outside. Go! Get him!
Out and about!
I just like watching these guys work. Huh? Zane, you're up. Aw, everyone's dead already. Oh well.
Guess I'll give it a whack. Talon's heading home to roost.
Damn, that's good to hear. Talon's coming home.
What was that?
Oh, I said Fallon's coming home.
You're being weird, Rick.
No, I'm not. You are.
You remember playing Salvador in press pre-release at Gamescom and having a blast with it as well, though. With him, shall I say. You went to Gamescom? I feel like this is a side quest, too. Like, why is his body here? I mean, I guess Talon killed him? Oh. Oh, you're supposed to be on the roof. That's what it is. Hmm. That was a really easy quest. We basically just followed the bird thing, and that was it. There are some VAR kids, but there weren't that many. And they were really easy to kill. Not that I'm complaining, it was just... It felt like a... Usually when a quest is easy, it's easy because it's short, not because it's legitimately easy. He once went to Gamescom for EA Community, with press access and everything. That's awesome. That was in itself a blast. And a lot of work as well, but hey, still was awesome. Can't have only the good parts, right? You even crossed paths with Exhibit, doing his intro for whatever media. Very neat. Were you pressed? Did you work for a blog? Or like a magazine at the time. Aw, swing. So I guess this was Krieg's home for a little while.
Time to break through.
He says, I just spent an hour talking to a random stranger. I am proud of myself. Congratulations, Creepy. Was it just all small talk? Sasachi says, I worked as a vid east at the time, and I was mandated by the EA community. So the EA's community forum was EUW. Ah. Cool. Some years back, I volunteered. Actually, I volunteered for 2 different blogs. And members from both blogs that I volunteered, I got to go to E3. And I was like, that is so cool. I would love to have gone to something like that. I think so far the biggest gaming event I've been to was probably I forget what it's called, Guardian Con, which takes place in my city, or at least it used to, every year. It's dedicated to the Destiny game series. That's pretty neat. Okay, so I can drop from here, and that's the end. But here we go. This is where that audio log was. Stuck. Krieg gets to know himself.
I don't know how long I have until it happens again, but I need to remember her. I need to remember her face. Maybe if I can just hold on to that, someday I'll see her again, and I'll tell her. Ripping jawbones off the torture meat! No, damn it. Can't believe I'm still stuck with you after all this time. Never settling until the dead bloat writhes inside my carcass. Till death do us part, huh? Terrific. Maybe we can work out some kind of shared custody situation with the... Spinax is always thirsty for the meat juice! Great. Well, at least I can finally speak a little bit. Even if it's only in here. Alone. Or at least as alone as I can get. Ugh, friends forever. Now shut up!
Mostly small talk, some stories and some jokes. My hands are numb because it's 31 degrees outside. Ooh, that's cold. No gloves? Sachi says, I live in 1 cave meter, 3,280 foot altitude. Inside my house, with no external heat system, it's 53 degrees in my flat. Ooh. Cold, cold. I got you, Creepy. You're just not big on small talk. It's not that you dislike necessarily people or anything, it's just that talking serves the purpose of transmitting ideas, meaningful ideas. And if there's no meaningful ideas to discuss, then why talk about anything?
Jealous the rest of you get to see this all the time.
Get him, Zane. Good job, Zane. What was that? What's that? That was weird. Oh, that's hilarious. That's right, I forgot about that. That's a new grenade mod that I have. He throws a grenade, and the grenade itself acts like a sentinel drone. That is so cool. Alright, so we picked up. Okay. Let's see what's next. Ooh. There we go. What, it's still happening? Oh, go to Devil's Razor. Oh, I thought we were done. I thought the mission was over. Alright. I was gonna say, I thought that mission was kind of easy. Actually, I did say that. You've been trying to talk more, even about nothing? That works. Hello, Aqua. Welcome. Day 2, asking to get adopted. How are you doing, Aqua? Just a moment. I'm not going anywhere. Just need to clean my nose a bit. That's a useful feature. This mic has a mute button on it, so when I blow my nose, no one has to hear me. Though hopefully I won't have to continue to do that for much longer. Alright, so where am I going now? Oh, he's all the way back there. Oh, he's back at Roland's Rest. That kind of makes sense. Okay, well, let's just fast travel there.
Talon flew right past us, and Mordecai followed her. Let's go!
Oh, we're not done yet. Okay. Not coming, Tina? Alright.
You're a good mama, Talon. I'm a proud Uncle Mordecai.
Wait. You knew she was gone the whole time?
Yeah, man. She's been going off by herself and setting up this nest for a while now. Looks like the Vault Hunter helped her get ready to feed the baby with that juicy brain. Hey, thanks for that. Looks like Brick had us both running all over the place today, huh? It's all good, 'cause the baby will have some food when he finally hatches. Thanks for looking after my girl. I think Talon says thanks, too.
Rare sniper rifle and monies. Oh, so I guess that's what Talon was killing. I guess Talon's pregnant. Took all their brains, left it for the baby to eat. That's kind of gross, but kind of cool. Alright, what's the sniper rifle look like? Level 38, Jacobs the Hunter. So big. Ah, it's a unique. Plus 10% critical hit damage. Plus 44% weapon damage. 175% increased damage against creatures. That's probably its only real perk. Like double the damage. Not quite as accurate. Better handling. Faster reload. Faster fire rate. Smaller mag size. I'm going to have to use it. I don't want to. I really don't want to. Because I really want to have all my main stuff be cryo. But it's like, that's so much better. That's almost double the damage. Wait, does that not have a sight on it? Let me see. That's the wrong gun. It does not have a sight. So this is the elephant gun from Borderlands 2 in the pre-sequel, basically. It hits super hard, but only really against, or it's only really from mid-range, is what I'm trying to say. Sights are for rich people. Let me see what it looks like. Oh yeah, that is only iron sight. It's tempting though. Like, it looks like a really nice gun. It seems very steady, which is nice. I mean, if I can see an enemy, I could probably hit him with this, though it may not be a headshot. And I like the fact that it does even more damage against creatures. Against creatures, this gun probably does double damage of what my Ice Queen sniper rifle does. Against non-creatures, it probably... Well, it doesn't probably. It still hits hard as hell. I don't know, though. I don't know if I'm going to use it. Probably not. Alright. Let's go back to Sanctuary, drop off this unique sniper rifle, and then we're going to go on to our next mission. You use them for long range. It's a bad iron sight. It's 175%. That's almost triple damage versus creatures. Most of the time I don't use snipers against creatures. I get in close. Now, maybe if I were fighting a boss that was stationary, that couldn't move, that was a creature, then I might. But even then, I would use other guns first. Unless I could, like, be really, really cheap and, like, hit it from long range. Which I feel like you haven't really been able to do with bosses in Borderlands since Borderlands 1. In Borderlands 1, you could kill some bosses really, really cheaply. In Borderlands 1, sometimes you fought against enemies that were just, like, humanoid enemies. Or they were, like... I forgot what they're called. Those strong, like, dog-like enemies. And, you could just hop in a vehicle and just run them over and you'd kill them in, like, 1 or 2 hits. And they were bosses. Borderlands had a lot of really Skags, yes, thank you, Skags. Borderlands 1 had a lot of very creative ways to take out bosses. I feel like they probably designed the encounters a certain way, but you could always approach them from a different angle, at least usually. And, tilt things in your favor very unfairly. In that way, Borderlands 1 kind of felt broken, but in a good way. Alright. Oh, we got plenty of room left. I didn't realize how high we were in terms of level. We're level 40. I thought we were like level 23. That also leads me to believe that we're almost through the game. The fact that we're at such a high level. Where's my map? There we go. Pandora. Conrad's Hold. In this world, there's two kinds of people. Those with loaded guns and those who dig. Then there's Doll. I think that's a movie quote, aside from the doll part. Tasachi says, I used the elephant way too much in Borderlands 1, I think. Heavy damage sniper with no scope. I'm not sure I ever got the elephant in Borderlands 1 unless it was a unique, and if it was, maybe I used it, but I don't remember. I know I used the equivalent of that in Borderlands 2 for a little bit. I used it a lot in the pre-sequel. In the pre-sequel, that was my main sniper rifle for a very long time because it was just so hard-hitting. And most of the time I use snipers in the pre-sequel for mid-range combat, not for long-range combat. And the closer you get to your enemy, the better the elephant gun is because it's easier to aim. Kirby says, the Roid Rage Psycho, by the way, the boss you had issues with in Borderlands 1, you could cheese the crap out of him. I beat him without even getting touched. How do you do that? Borderlands no-hit marathon incoming. Space it out. I only beat him because he glitched. Alright. Let's go check this out. Find Tannis' hidden lab. Angels and speed demons. But even if we can get in, we're not going to get in. I'm going to go do...
Route blocked, Tannis.
Well, you won't get in that way. I hope you don't mind hoofing it, as they say. Do you have hooves? Honestly, most people are just a senseless collection of shapes and colors to me. When my powers first manifested, it felt like a city's worth of electricity was coursing through my entire body. I laid my hand on a washing machine for balance, and it instantly exploded. We were still finding loose socks weeks later. I realized I had no control over these new abilities, and I needed to find someplace where the only person I might accidentally kill was myself.
Okay, so I missed a good chunk of that because I was trying not to die. Something about the path is blocked, and something about her needing to get away because she couldn't control her powers when she first got them. And she wanted to make sure that if her powers went haywire, the only person that she could hurt was herself, and so that's why she came out here. Ah, Indy's here. Hello, Indy. Lurking while I play Fortnite? Alright, Indy. Enjoy the lurk. Tasachi says, depending if the boss, I had no hit run of them as well. There is many you can no-hit quite easily in Borderlands 1. Creepy says, the spot where the bridge lowers right before you get in, stay in there and wait for him to reload. Ah. I think I tried to use that strat as well. But I feel like the stuff he uses, like, it has a... like, he fires rockets at you or something. And I feel like it has a blast radius. And depending on how he stands or how he shoots at you, sometimes he can still hit you. Where's the... oh, there it is. I almost rage quit Borderlands 1 because of that. But up until that boss, I'm like, this game is fun, and it's fun because it's easy. And then I hit that boss, and I was like, oh, never mind. This game does have some challenge to it. Well, we're already through a good little chunk of the map. Let's keep going. Go the long way around. Okay, well, we're not going to do that yet. Let me go through... Kill Captain Thunk and Sloth. Please kill Captain Thunk and Sloth. Who are where? Down there. Okay. I'm just going to try to run through.
This way is also blocked. I suppose it is my responsibility to walk you through each and every step. You must find a way to open those transport doors.
Oh boy. Get him! Go! Got him! Yes! Get her!
What you got, little bud?
Where you going?
Need some cover!
Oh, there's more? Ooh, a blue gun. Nah. Where are you at? Oh. I heard a squish. Also, she said you're going to have to hoof it, as they say. Ask if people had hooves, then said people are just shapes and colors. Oh, okay. Sachi says, for example, Sledge can be killed from the outside of the door in Borderlands 1. I think I tried to do that, and it didn't work. When I tried it. Like, the door opened, I shot him, and then it's like he started to walk backwards, and he wouldn't come all the way through the door anymore. Like, I think he did it twice. And then after I kept shooting him, like, he pulled back into the room, he just wouldn't do it anymore. And I was like, oh man, I can't do the strat. Kirby says, then she said she felt like she had a whole city's worth of electricity running through her when she first got her power, and then she leaned on a washing machine to steady herself and exploded. Finally got on the Sentinel drone? Yes. Sancho says, why shooting bullets when you got a drone? Exactly. Yeah, I thought I would give the drone a try, and I rebalanced some of my action skills. So I got rid of the shield. And I did that because, while I like the shield is really good. It's the most defensive option that Zane has. The reason I passed it on by is because I realized what I enjoyed using a lot more than the shield was Zane, was his Digiclone. Because that's both offensive and defensive. It's defensive because it draws aggro. It's offensive because he shoots. And I thought maybe the drone could kind of do the same thing. And so I gave it a try. And the drone is really nice. I mean, it has its drawbacks, but I would say it's very comparable, at least in normal mode. I understand in like Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, it loses a lot of its effectiveness, but at least in normal mode, is that a gun? That is a gun. That looks cool. Anyway, from playtesting it, it's about as useful as the Digiclone. It's not as strong as the Digiclone, but the Digiclone, once you spawn it, stays in one place, unless you like run around and switch places with the Digiclone. Whereas the drone can fly around freely, so that's pretty neat. Both the drone and the Digiclone can use your grenade mod, so that's pretty cool. What else was there? You can also have the drone home in on a specific enemy. That's also pretty neat. And as you get further down the drone's skill tree, the drone can do some pretty awesome stuff. Also, what makes the drone sort of balance out in terms of damage output, the Digiclone, is that the Digiclone, or not the Digiclone, the drone lasts a lot longer. I think the Digiclone stays out for like maybe 20 seconds, whereas the drone stays out for like a full minute. So it can wreak all manner of crazy destruction. You're not going to tell me anything, Tannis?
Success! Ah, this remote domination is proving oddly satisfying. Oh, right. Lilith usually offers some affirmation. One moment. Kudos. Yes, that will do nicely.
Remote domination. Ah. The door closes, and you can get on the other side before it does. Then shooting at the corner of it still hurts the boss. Interesting. Not a gun, a ballista. The drone also fires rockets, yeah. A barista? I could use some coffee at the moment. I do love my coffees. Ballista is a siege weapon. Oh, I love puns as well. Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm not sure I'm going to get all the way down the skill tree, or at least down far enough down the skill tree to gain access to those rockets with the drone. But it looks like they get pretty strong. So right now I'm using Winter's drone, which I think is not the strongest ability here, but I have to use it because I want to use it because it's cryo and I want to be cryo. So convert Sentinel's primary ones to cryo damage. Which can still be helpful because even if it doesn't kill someone with cryo, it at least slows them down and freezes them. And it also seems like it doesn't weaken the drone's guns, which is very important. From finding just weapons in the environment, it seems like cryo guns are weaker than other types of guns. And I get why. It's because as you shoot the enemy with the cryo guns, again, it slows them down, it freezes them, it stops them from moving. So you can escape, or you can try to circle around and shoot them from behind, or whatever you want to do. And if they're frozen, they're also they also take more damage from melee attacks. So cryo definitely has its advantages, but that's why they shoot softer bullets, basically. But with Sentinel, it seems like when you add cryo, it doesn't weaken the damage of the Sentinel guns at all. It just turns it into cryo guns, or to ice bullets, basically. So I like that. And then I'm also using Static Field. Sentinel emits a static field that sends a shock beam to nearby enemies, draining shields and replenishing Zane's. So, again, offensive and defensive at the same time. It deals damage, and it gives Zane back his shields. So, that's pretty cool. Now, granted, this effect isn't always good, because in order to get my shields back, it has to drain the enemy shield, and not all enemies have shields. In fact, most enemies, it seems, in the Borderlands do not have shields. But I would also guess that maybe the further in terms of difficulty you get in Borderlands 3, like True Vault Hunter mode and Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, to some degree, that's how the drone gains more of its usefulness. Because as you go through the game, probably more and more enemies are going to start using shields as you get higher up in difficulty levels. And I would guess like that's how the drone becomes more useful, not so much for defense, or not so much for offense as it is kind of for defense. The other abilities it has: Bad Dose. Sentinel occasionally shoots out a beam of radiation that weakens enemies and buffs Zane. That sounds kind of cool. What I don't like about that is it occasionally does it. Whereas Static Field always does it. Like, it happens as soon as I summon it, and it's going on the entire time. Now, they're both not useful 100% of the time, because, again, enemies don't always have shields, and so when they don't, Static Field does nothing. Bad Dose will always work against all enemies, because it doesn't require them to have a shield. But it's these two down here that are really good. Boomsday. Sentinel adds a rocket pod to its primary weapons, allowing it to shoot rockets as well as machine guns. Rocket damage 2,048. That's pretty cool. But what's really, really good, and what I'm thinking about changing, I'm not sure yet if I get that far down, swapping out Static Field for Almighty Ordnance. That sounds kind of broken. Hold down L2 or R2 while Sentinel is deployed to paint a target area. Sentinel fires a missile barrage at that area. And if an enemy is killed, Sentinel's duration is reset. This can only be used once per action skill use. And then you look at it, the missile damage is 3,640 damage, which I can see why this has less use the higher up in difficulties you get if the damage doesn't scale. But 3,640 damage is a lot. And that's for one missile, and it's a barrage of 4 missiles. So that's almost 4,000 damage times 4. I mean, that's, I don't know, I can't do the math that quickly, but it's, what is that, like 1,400, 1,500 damage? Something like that? That's pretty, well, no it isn't. That's not that high. 3 times 4 is 12. A little bit more. Like, maybe, what, 1,300, 1,400 damage? Like, that's pretty nice. Considering if you use it against, like, your standard run-of-the-mill enemy. They're definitely going to die from that, and then it basically resets the timer on the drone, and just then you can just let the drone do whatever it wants to the second time around. So that's pretty nice. I like that. And that's not bad to use against a boss either. But yeah, we'll see. I also forget what I'm going to put my next upgrade point into, my next skill point. I would like to get further down the blue skill tree. It would be kind of nice if I could gain access to Good Misfortune and Death Follows Close. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I remember now. I'm bouncing back and forth between upgrading Borrow Time and Adrenaline. But actually, no. What I'm doing now is, yeah, I'm maxing out Borrow Time. That's what I'm doing. Then I'm going to finish maxing out Adrenaline. So Borrow Time, Zane gains increased action skill duration for every active action skill. So my action skills just last longer. And then once that maxes out, Adrenaline, Zane gains increased action skill cooldown rate. This bonus is based on the amount of shields he has. The more percent full, the greater the bonus. And that kind of helps with Static Field to get my shield back even faster if I'm using it. And once I max this out. I think I'll have access to these 3 abilities. Is there anything here I want? Pocket full of grenades, kill skill. After killing an enemy, Zane gains grenade regeneration for a few seconds. This effect stacks twice. That's only really helpful for this skill. Old U, press L2 or R2 during Fight for Your Life if Digiclone is active to destroy the clone and immediately gain a second one with full health. That I would like. Supersonic Man, whenever one or more of Zane's action skills are active, he gains increased movement speed for each active action skill now. So, once I max out Borrow Time, I probably will unlock Old U. I think that's a single use, or a single point thing. And then from there, I'll go back to maxing out Adrenaline. 3 more points, and I'll probably unlock these 3 abilities. But I mean, I want almost everything in this green skill tree. It's awesome. It's purely defense, but almost all the skills in it are really good. Alright, Borrow Time it is. Let me scroll up here. Radiation is an option. Radiation is an option for what? Is radiation the corrosive element? No, it is not. Radiation is different, yes. The damage scales from the Brutus counter. I can't remember the name in English, but talking about the achievements that gets you buffs. Yeah, radiation is kind of a broken element in a good way. Oh, it's a carousel. That's nice. Corrosive just destroys machines well. Radiation deals damage over time, similar to fire. And when the person who is irradiated, if they're next to other enemies, those other enemies might also become irradiated and start taking damage over time. And if an enemy dies to radiation, they explode, creating a radiation AoE explosion, which deals damage to other enemies in the area and may also irradiate them. Radiation is incredible. Is the radiation the violet thing? No, it's yellow. What is that? Is that a gun? That is a big gun. Oh, this is where Captain Thunk and Sloth are. Let's go say hello.
Get the pretty boy!
Get him! Get the Sloth. Go, Zane. Yes! Oh, Digiclone wore off. Alright, now it's just me. Go! Captain Thunk. Where you going? Come here. Yes. Haha. I guess he thunk twice about that, didn't he? Ho ho! Get him, Zane. Whoop. Yes! 2 legendaries. Oh, and there's my little turret gun. My grenade mod. That was awesome. Ah. Poke your head out again. That's radiation. Alright, so we got here. A Vladov Dobby Sickle Assault Rifle. Now. Vladov Scathing Mongol Rocket Launcher. Consumes reduced ammo per shot. Just kidding, no it doesn't. Plus 15% weapon fire rate. Plus 302 splash damage radius. Consumes 2 ammo per shot. 1.5 times weapon zoom. No. Alright. What's our next side quest? Angels and demons. We'll do that one along the way, but there's another one we have to do. You've rescued Tanis. No time for celebrating, though. The Calypsos are planning something at their stronghold. It's time to rally your allies and bring the fight to them. Go the long way around to find Tanis' hidden lab. But where is... There it is. So we have to go here, get through, go down, go around, I guess somehow get across this bridge. Or not. Maybe somehow jump from here down here? And then we can enter the Demon in the Dark side quest. And then continue on through for the actual mission. The story mission. Okay. I feel like I'm missing stuff. This seems like a very big area. And I did a lot of fights here, but... it doesn't seem there's a lot of stuff here. Unless... oh, wait, what's that? Oh, that's just light. Unless I'm missing something. No, nothing there. Lots of ammo. I guess there's lots of ammo here because they anticipated you running around shooting a lot. Whereas I didn't really do that. I just let my bodyguards do everything. What's that? Huh. Am I supposed to get up there? I'm not supposed to get up there, but... Is there stuff up there? Huh. Hmm. Oh. Ha-ha. Oh. There's nothing up here. Ah, well. This would have been a decent place to fight from, though. Tricky to get up here during all the chaos, but if you could pull it off, would have been a good spot to fight. Mantling is a thing, yes. Now I'm just trying to get out of here. I was up there before. Oh. Oh, they're the stairs. Oh, wait, money. Okay.
You know, these derelict remains of my old employer's mine fill me with nostalgia. Ah, the good old days when I was an ambitious researcher, led only by limitless creativity and unbound by archaic concepts like ethics.
Getting closer. Oh, there's machines over here. Awesome. I can sell all my stuff. Fallback tracks. Ooh. Nagata. I don't know what that does. Lower damage, though. Go!
Get him! For the Calypso!
Ha!
Let's have us a Donnybrook then! Having a blast!
I feel unstoppable. Ooh, I want to see the view. This reminds me of Borderlands 1. All the broken highways and the desert that you had to drive around in your buggy. I feel like Borderlands 3 should have had some DLC where you got to go explore the crashed Hyperion space station.
run.
Ooh, he did a backflip. Oh! I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Did that one have a bounty? No. You sure?
This game really does a good job of making you feel overpowered to some extent. And I like that. I like feeling overpowered. It's a good power fantasy. I want to sell this stuff off real quick.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, mate, that came out wrong. You know where to find me.
When you need a dose of the red stuff, come find me. This here's my favorite, for the next few minutes at least. Come back soon if you still kick it.
These maps are so big in Borderlands 3 too. Ah, there's another radio we can hack for Moxie. And there's a claptrap part. How do I get over there without dying? Looks like I have to go through here, jump across, and then I can drop down there and go explore. That's probably where the other side quest is too. And the main stories you probably stay up top here. Oh, you probably go up the conveyor belt. That's probably how you get in. Oh, you could just go through there. That's probably another option. Oh, wait. Oh, another claptrap part. There's multiple claptrap parts here.
Looks like that guy died of excitement. Listen up, kids. Sometimes thrills can kill. A functioning pair of CO-class arm units? Maybe I'll finally know what a hug feels like.
Aww. Oh, well, that was a nice way to bypass all the gunfighting. Too late. Got away. Oh, or not. Get him, Zane.
Pop it off!
The elevator switch is right in the way.
Now cross that sky bridge. We must obtain my iridium amplifier if we are to stand a chance against those turrets.
Reloading! Now that's a thing of beauty. You think you're better than me?
Yes. The combat is fun in Borderlands 3. But I don't know, I feel like the map sizes are off. Like, they're big, and it's okay, but like if you really want to explore, but I feel like I don't know, I feel like in older Borderlands games I would walk into an area, I'd kill some enemies, and I'd move on to the next. And it was kind of okay, but the reason it was okay is because the maps felt smaller. Even if there might have been the same number of enemies. Because it seems like here the enemies are more spread out. I would still kill all the enemies generally in a given area when I enter it. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. And then continue forward, but here the maps feel so big, it actually makes me not want to explore. It's like there's just too much. And part of that's probably also because I like being really thorough when I explore. And if I were to do it on these larger maps, I just feel like it would take forever. So the result is I just don't really explore that much at all. I mean, I'm doing it now, but this is more out of curiosity than to be a completionist. Ah. Old life. Krieg gets to know himself.
I kinda miss the thrill of the hunt. We used to hunt down those fugitives and mercs for the highest bidder, stalking and sneaking and tracking. We were a highly trained predator. Yowling madness at the midday moon. And now we're this. A ranting, rambling lunatic who can't go 5 minutes without screaming the word blood. Can too! Oh, you're actually listening? I thought you were just tuning me out. Blood nightmare! There it is. Well, it looks like I'm stuck with you. For now, at least. You will not rip the meat man from the small man. Apparently not.
Another one. Another ballista. Boy, I almost fell right down there. That would have been bad. More monies.
On my way.
Yay, more vending machines. I do love the...
Double kudos! My lab isn't far now. As my professors often said, you're making progress. Now please put down the blowtorch.
Chapel of Unheard Prayers. I do like the fact that there's so many vending machines here. That, I think, is very, very nice. In Borderlands 1, it felt like vending machines were kind of rare. Like, they were traditionally around where you spawned in, and then maybe you had some more around the middle of the level, and then more kind of around the end of the level. But it felt like that was about it. And it feels like there's more vending machines in the Borderlands 3 maps. And that could just be because the maps are bigger in Borderlands 3, but I don't know. I feel like they did a kind of a, I don't know if you'd say a better job at that, but a more preferable job with that. Because I'm not sure it was really a problem in Borderlands 1. Okay, so I gotta go from here. There's Claptrap part. And I saw something else. Oh, that's right, and there's a radio right there that we can adjust. And I think the side quest is that way. Around where those boards are, maybe. Let me look at the map again. Yep. So we can go up and go this way to her lab. That will take us here. That'll take us downstairs, through here, and that's probably where we get her amplifier. And then we can go from there back to Devil's Razor. Let's see, I'm going to jump down here. Go!
You throwing ships? Let me know. That was all me.
Alright, how do I get up there? Oh, jump from there to there. Last Stand Yard. Nope. We'll explore that later. Oh no! Oh, I almost missed that one.
Taking that COV filth off the radio is important. Now we can replace it with my kind of filth.
Level 41! Level up! Alright, borrow time. Tier 4. Zane gains increased action skill duration for every active action skill. Action skill duration plus 24% per active action skill. Nice.
A head without a body. Probably my best night started this way.
The demon in the dark. A bot head without a body? Surely this indicates some deeper mystery in the dark, just waiting to be uncovered.
Damn Barkins! I'm alright. What fortunate you came along, adventurer. I am Ren, scion of Alkanost, the most legendary explorer in all the galaxy. Surely you've heard of her.
Not really, no.
Well, no matter. I am on a quest to reunite with Alkanost, but my head was riven from my frame by those nasty Barkids. It's just inside those doors. There's a lever around here somewhere, but until I am reunited with my frame, you will have to be my arms.
Find and pull nearby switch. Okay. Help an adventurer bot find the lost expedition of Alkanost and the famed Iridian city of Azamak Murl. Find and pull nearby switch. An Iridium city? That sounds good. Sounds like there'd be a lot of Iridium bricks around. Alright, lever, who's got the lever? Ah, lever.
Excellent work, adventurer. Now, come pick me up.
You can only hope to be as chipper as Ren after being decapitated by Varkids. Ren's head.
My thanks. Now, after you find my frame, I will regale you with tales of Alkanost's adventures and the treasure she sought.
Find Ren's body. These are no mines. Reattach Ren's head. Oh, wait. I see Iridium.
Reveal your secrets.
Much better. Now, adventurer, heed the call and aid me in finding Alkanost, defender of Basarod. Alkanost the Unfragmented? Nothing? Truly? Why, she is the Typhon de Leon of robotic explorers! In fact, the two led this very expedition together, a rare partnership of bot and human. Long ago, Alkanost sought the ancient Iridian city of Azamak Mur, although it has been decades since we received her last transmission. I am confident she has noted our presence and is preparing a wondrous celebration of my arrival. Strange. No welcoming party. And the door is locked. Well, Alkanost the Reclaimer can't just let anyone into Azamak Mur. A moment, adventurer. Drat. looks like those nasty bar kids begunked my hover jets. Go on ahead, adventurer. Seek out Alkanost and the expedition.
Where are you gonna go? Oh, I guess you're just gonna roam around there. Okay. Search for Alkanost.
I cannot wait to reunite with Alkanost and her expedition. Lark, Roguebot with legendary stealth protocols. Shrike, the Bruiserbot with unrivaled torque and expanded RAM. Saying nothing of Carapaeus of the Silver Sense and Horatio the Bold, whose songs I downloaded as a fledgling bot.
Brilliant! Itching for a fight. Look! It's the real Zane! There!
Looks pretty cool down there. Looks like some kind of portal down there. It's off the map, though. Guardians. The entrance to Azamak Moor. Interesting. I didn't know they would hide audio logs inside ammo chests.
We have reached the entrance of Azamak Moor. De Leon seeks coordinates to the Iridian home world, but the treasure I desire is Azamak Moor itself, for I feel a kinship to the Iridians, and dream of a home for my people.
Well, now I kind of wonder if there's any audio logs in here. No, I guess not. I guess maybe because you had to like look for that one, it was kind of tucked away. Whereas those are just out in the open. Maybe that's what it was. Nice lighting shining through here. Oh, I thought that was iridium. I was like, that's so much iridium. Ah, more buggies. No, that's just ammo.
is nearby. Lark? Lark, do you hear me? Beep if you're injured. Where are you, Lark?
Thinking I can crack it now.
Hmm. Hmm. Lark doesn't look so good.
Lark, torn asunder by Varkids. Nasty wretches.
Pone. Well, Pone says. Oh, talk.
Lark is gone. One moment. I will try to power Lark remotely to glean what I may of his death and the expedition's fate. Lark, slain. But the party presses on towards Azamak Moor to rekindle the flame of this forgotten Iridian city. Today we reached an odd door whose runes would only alight when struck by fire through rings thrice. Typhon de Leon and his Iridian expert later have proven useful companions. And so, we press on, tiny lights into the dark. Open the door, adventurer. The reclaimed city of Azamak Moor awaits.
Activate 3 Iridian runes. What? What's over here?
Heed Alkanost's words. Line up 3 rings and shoot, friend.
Oh, maybe that's what this is for. These things tell you where to stand. Does it have to be a fire-based weapon, or can it be any based weapon? Any weapon, okay. Alright, well there's one. There's another one right there.
Do as Leda did, and find 3 rings.
There we go. Alright, one more. Ooh, what are all these? Ooh, so many. Alrighty. Where's the last one?
Shoot wisely. 3 rings. Yes, yes, line them up. You must shoot the runes through the rings. Well met. Now to Alkanost, who at this moment has surely noticed our presence and is sending her personal retinue to welcome us to Azamak Moor. And tell Alkanost to send her best medic bots to me, for I am truly begunked.
I like how much ammo they give you here, like... Do they really expect you to just go crazy and just shoot up everything in this room? Maybe they expect you to get frustrated and just run around firing crazy. I guess. How much bigger is this map? Oh, wrong way. How close am I? We're almost to the next level. We're almost halfway through, it looks like. This area, this side quest.
Oh, this is a riot! I live for this! What you hiding? Give him what for? Come on, come on, come on! Don't say I didn't warn. I call this a successful operation.
Ow. Look how quickly I regenerate health now. Because of all the health regen bonuses I have. Uh-oh. Hmm.
that room.
Oh, this is a reference to The Lord of the Rings. That's the bucket and the well. And the guy with the dead axe and all the papers lying around. That's cool. I like that.
Our party is in peril. Typhon has barred the doors and Leda searches for an alternate path out of this place. But their stomachs empty and our process is dim. In despair, the two agree to forever bond and seek a ring, so they may be joined at least in death.
Alkanost! There is another signal, adventurer!
Find and retrieve the second signal.
What's with all this gobbledygook?
This even looks like the room where the hobbits made their stand. That is really cool. Whatever has the other one should be considered armed and dangerous.
The Varkids scatter as it comes. The demon of the deep, Lagramar, left to fester in the shadows of this cursed place. Now we are trapped. A mistranslated ruin is the culprit. This isn't an Iridian city, but a necropolis.
Did you hear that? The Varkids fly, awakened by a stirring in the deep. I sense activity in the Great Hall. Quickly, adventurer! Alkanost will protect you!
Get him, Zane.
I'm on fire! But not literally. Let's have a chat, shall we?
Get him.
Lagramar, defeat that foul demon and avenge my ancestor!
Oh, that was funny. He looked like he was going to be some sort of huge enemy.
Get that attractive bastard right there!
He's resisting ice. I guess fire would resist ice. Let's try... Oh no, that's still ice. Let's try radiation. He resists radiation? Huh.
Choose wisely, suckers!
Better run from me!
Drones out!
Get him!
I'm a giver! Yeah.
Begging for a burial.
Alkanost's head! Recover it, adventurer!
Got them all. Oh, and 2 more legendaries. Hey, Lorelei, how you doing? You have a Nagata legendary grenade mod. Oh, it's a handgun. The Flood, Jacobs. Take us. Plus 73% weapon damage. Critical hits ricochet 1 bullet at the nearest enemy. Damage 799. No element though. Very quick fire rate. 12 bullets in the mag. Let's see what this does. How you doing, Lorelei? The Flood. The Flood is a legendary pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by the Jacobs Corporation. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance to drop from Lagrimar, located in Conrad's Hold on Pandora. That's where we are. Special effect, fully automatic. Increased fire rate, reduced accuracy and damage. Huh. The Flood should be used as a close-quarters, low-capacity submachine gun, due to its stats making it excel up close. While it has lower damage than Jacob's pistols of purple quality, its sheer fire rate allows it to shred through enemies. Hip fire in close quarters is recommended to properly handle its massive recoil. The Flood's critical ricochets can also put a lot of area of effect damage, though the player will find difficulty achieving this consistently due to the gun's high recoil. Reloads will be frequent. Interesting. The Flood reuses the animations from typical Jacobs pistols despite being fully automatic. Hence, the user will fan the hammer at an absurdly fast rate when firing. The Flood skin is animated and resembles rushing water, echoing with the name of the weapon. Ooh, that's neat. Let's take a look at it. Oh, we have a hider over there. What are you doing back there? Frigid Bad Ave Orchid. Ooh. Now it sees me. Where are you going? Gotcha. Lorelei says, I'm doing good. Just about to get some sleep. Alright, Lorelei. Well, thanks for stopping in. I hope you get some good sleep. And I'll see you again soon. Unless, you know, you want to hang out for a bit, that's okay too. You're always welcome here. Let's see, fully automatic, huh? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm keeping this. Wait. How accurately can I aim this? Okay, so it does have iron sights. That's not bad. It's very steady. If I want to just single shot, it's very, very accurate. Oh, I think I found my new gun for now. Let me go back into the menu. Wrong way. Where's... There it is. Yeah, I'm not changing the skin. This thing looks sweet. It even looks kind of cryo-y because of the water design on it. The only thing that would have made this better is if it were a cryo elemental weapon. Alkanost's head.
The party is undone. I held the door as Typhon and Leda made their escape. Forever bonded. Married, using the ring from my own power coil for Leda, and my exhaust pipe ring for Typhon. Now I expire, so that they may enkindle a light in the dark. It is done. Alkanost has fallen. A moment, adventurer. I believe I have found you a way out.
This was such a good side quest. This gun is an amazing gun. This was totally worth it.
Return to me. I have something for you.
Sounds good. You'll keep me tabbed up? Alright, Lorelei. Appreciate it.
Time to break through.
What's up there? There's a light up there. It looks like it's going to open. Return head and arm to Ren. Arm? You picked up an arm somewhere? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's what started the invasion by that little guy.
Iridium. I had hoped it to be an offering to Alkanost and Azamak Moor, but both are lost. What sorrow, what sorrow! All that's left to me now is to seek out the fabled city of Iktok Gofeldod Maroon. Surely you've heard of it? No? What sorrow!
A singular iridium brick? That's it? Okay, we got some money. We got some, we got a shotgun. What is this, though? Why is this the only door we never opened? And why is there light coming out of it? Can I get up here? No. Kind of looks like you can. That door is sus up there. But I mean, there's nothing on the map. Unless, maybe we have to come back here and that takes you to another zone at a later time. Am I going the wrong way? I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Alright, bye, Ren. I wish you well in your pursuit. of your the next city there. Oh yeah, I want to get back to the machines if I can. I mean, that's kind of far, but this is a lot of stuff to hold on to. Oh, it's not that. They're not that far away. They're just right through the church area. Wait, what did I just sell? That is a cool handgun. Look how long that barrel is. Okay. I thought I sold a unique for a moment. Oh, I think I just sold a unique right there. The shotgun that I got for the as the quest reward. That one. Torg Burning Chomper. Shotgunna Dentata. Torg Shotgun. Burning Chomper. That makes me think it has a cryo variant. Wish I would have got that one. Chomper. Chomper is a unique shotgun in Borderlands 3 manufactured by the Torg Corporation. It is obtained randomly. Oh, it is obtained from the mission The Demon in the Dark. Special weapon effect. Fires 2 horizontal lines of 3 projectiles and 1 in the center. The 2 lines will separate after firing, with one arcing up and the other arcing down. The lines will then converge, much like a jaw opening and closing. When the projectiles converge, an explosion is created. This effect will occur twice before the projectiles despawn. Oh, interesting. Due to the fact that the projectiles will disappear after the second bite, the chomper is only effective at close range. The special effect is similar to the Teeth of Terramorphous from Borderlands 2, which I never got. Huh. It sounds cool. This is something else I'll save. I want to see what it looks like. That looks like fun. Let me shoot it outside. That does look pretty cool. Maybe a little impractical, but it looks really cool. Well, actually, it might perform pretty well against like a group of enemies. But no. We're just going to keep our cryo shotgun for now. Alright, let's keep going.
Nobody does bullets better than Marcus Munitions. You
Alright, back to the main story. So we have to get over there. Angels and speed demons. What's in here, though? Hmm. Oh. Lala says, so for the Layers of Fear, when I played it, it took me little 5 hours because I did one-shot Orfeo. Alright, thank you, Lorelei. I've been thinking more about that. Like, we're definitely going to do it this Saturday. But yeah, I have been wondering whether or not we'd get through it in a single sitting. We're going to... That's the goal. The goal is to one-shot it. But I'm also not sure what's going to come after. I'm thinking probably after that we will start Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles. Though I would have preferred a horror game that we could get through in, like, 2 sittings. And Dark Side Chronicles is probably going to be 4, so that's going to already put us halfway through the month of February when we start our Valentine's game. So that's what I'm kind of iffy on that. I think maybe over this weekend I will, probably on Sunday when I have my day off, I'll look into another game to play after Layers of Fear.
I used to have one just like that. Shoot more, sharp markers.
Alright.
This'll be just for the crack.
Beware the manrock. Additionally, kill the manrock.
What? Manvark. Oh, that Manvark. He's almost dead, it seems. Oh, that's what they call him, Manvark. No, he's Tinkvark. Nuggies. Get him! Get him, Zane! Gotcha. Jacob's mail. I need a shotgun. There we go. Is the Manvark still alive? Did we kill him? We did not kill him. Go, Zane. Yes. Oh, I got used to how to do this now. I just aim a little bit beneath the enemy, and the recoil kicks it up. Nice. Brookie is here! Hello, Brookie! How are you doing? Kazu crew rolling through. I saw you started Bloodborne tonight. How did that go? Thank you for shouting out, Brookie Creepy. Hello, Krogoth. How are you doing? Doing good? That's good, Brookie. We are just making more progress in Borderlands 3. Have you played Bloodborne before? Or was this your first time? Bloodborne was great. Decided to play it for Friday the 13th. I didn't even know it was Friday the 13th until I saw you post about that.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, wait, that came out wrong. No questions asked. Support local business. Sell to Marcus. You know where to find me.
You played it a couple of times and you really enjoy it. That's cool. Well, hello everyone from Brookie's stream. You may know me. Sometimes I hang out in Brookie's stream. I've watched her play some of the Souls games, as well as Animal Crossing and a few other Nintendo favorites. I'm Orfeo. Is that a weapon? What is that? Oh, it is a weapon. And, ooh, the slaughter shaft. And I stream a little something different pretty much every stream. I am a variety streamer, and every Friday we have ourselves Franchise Fridays, where we can stream any game, bleed out Smithy, from any genre, but no horror, no role-playing games. Those have their own stream days. And they are... Let's check out what this place is. The Slaughter Shaft. But yes, any game from any genre, no horror, no RPGs. And the game must be part of a larger series. Hence the name, Franchise Fridays. And so right now we are working our way through the Borderlands franchise, which one day, I do look forward to seeing Brookie stream through. And so far we've gone through Borderlands 1, 2, the pre-sequel, Tales from the Borderlands, and now as you can see we're on Borderlands 3. Creepy has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Creepy. Thank you for the hydration redemption. Sip sips. Bricky says, I know you play Demon Souls. Do you think you'll try out another Souls game at some point? Definitely. I'm planning to bounce on Thursdays for RPG afternoons. I'm planning to bounce back and forth between the Souls series and the Xeno series. So right now I'm playing through Xenogears, which is a JRPG released on Sony's original PlayStation, the PS1. And it's going pretty well. I'm liking it. It's supposed to be one of like the best RPGs ever. I haven't got too far into it now. Some people say I'm about 35% of the way through the game. And yeah, it's going well. After we beat that, then we're going to move back to the Souls series with Dark Souls Remastered. And I'm quite excited for that. In Demon Souls, I played as a magician. So very much a ranged fighter. And in Dark Souls, I plan to play as a knight. And Tekken some Faith, sort of go for a Temple Knight build. And so that's going to be a totally different play style. More of a tanky sword fighter. and I think that's going to be fun. Bricka says, I love the art style of these games so much. I need to give them a try. Yes. They are good. I was just going to ask you that question, like, where do you think you'll begin? Bricky asks, would you recommend starting with Borderlands 1 or the pre-sequel? Good question. One moment. I have the sniffles. Hopefully I'll recover soon. But I'm just going to tend to that for a moment. Okay. Where do I recommend you starting? Borderlands 1 or the pre-sequel? I would start with Borderlands 1. I'm trying to play through all of the games in roughly chronological order. And so if you want to follow the characters and the story through from, well, chronologically, then yes, it would be Borderlands 1, then the pre-sequel, then Borderlands 2, then Tales from the Borderlands, and then Borderland... What? No, wait, sorry. I have to adjust something. It would be Borderlands 1, then the pre-sequel, then Borderlands 2, then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, then Tales from the Borderlands, then Borderlands 3. But I'm doing Borderlands 3 and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands out of order. I started this one first, I'm just going to continue with it. Now, I will say, every Borderlands game does get better than the last as well. I played Borderlands 1, first impression, C-. It was okay. After I beat it and all the DLC, I pulled that C- up to like a B-. It's not it's an okay game. The pre-sequel I totally fell in love with. I played that game and almost nothing but that game for a year. Actually, a little over a year. And amazing experience. I really, really loved it. That's my...
Once you've killed everyone in the room.
That's my favorite game in the series so far. Then we jumped into Borderlands 2, and not as good as the pre-sequel to me, but still pretty good. Tales from the Borderlands is a very different game. It's not a first-person shooter, but the characters are enjoyable. The story is really good. There's a moment where I almost had to turn off the camera because I started to tear up because it got so emotional. It was a really, really unexpectedly good experience. And Borderlands 3 feels a lot like Borderlands 1. I feel like the developer tried to sort of bring the formula back to the OG. And it's in good ways and bad ways. The weapons definitely play a bigger role in Borderlands 3. In the pre-sequel, your characters just really felt overpowered. And if you like the power fantasy, that's really awesome. But it's in some ways, it also made the game feel kind of easy. One, then pre-sequel, then 2, then Tales, then 3. No problem, yeah. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is more like a side story. You could kind of play it in any order, but technically she runs the campaign when she's a kid, so it takes place before Borderlands 3. But it's Tiny Tina who makes her own D&D campaign, and you go on the D&D campaign. It's not really part of like the whole canonized Borderlands storyline, but it's still pretty neat. Burb, alright, creepy.
There's really not that much to do but stand around. Unless you're in a pub, I suppose. Is there a pub round here? Is this what regular people do for fun?
The Slaughter Shaft. Head into the battle arena and take on wave after wave of the baddest A's the COV has to throw at you. Nah, I don't really like these kinds of missions. This is just a side quest. I don't have to do it. I'm going to skip it. Or at least skip it for now. Probably permanently, because I'm probably not going to... Oh, there's a fast travel point here. Well, maybe one day I will come back and try this. Who knows? But we're going to continue on to the main mission here. The point of the story we're at now, there is a woman who is called a Siren. She's very powerful. Think of her like a sorceress. And she's going to help us defeat some evil baddies. But in order to do that, we have to bring her a device that can amplify her power so that she can move away some gun turrets so that we can make it through to the stronghold of the big baddies to fight them. And we are about to enter her secret laboratory now in order to gain access to that device. Which I think is through here. Is it through here or am I going backwards? I think it's through here. It's through here. Okay. Yeah, we're almost there. We go here. We go downstairs. We go this way, and we should probably pick it up somewhere around here. Bleed out Smithy. I have to get it. I have to get in there. Up there. Okay. But yes, the graphics are interesting in Borderlands. The characters are interesting. The story is interesting. I like their sense of humor. Not everyone does.
You're nearly there. But like everything and everyone on Pandora, it seems the elevator to my lab is irrevocably broken. You will need to find another way underground.
And you're dead! Fancy that! Come on, come on, come on!
Ow! Go! Trying to get up here. Alright. See if I can make that jump. Oh! Nope. We are playing as Zane the Operative. Oh! And the neat thing about Zane is that, there we go. He sort of has bodyguards you can call out. He has a drone that can fly around and shoot stuff. He has a, I thought I still had my drone out. I have a holographic clone that can come out and shoot for me as well. It's kind of neat to have those buddies you can call on. I do play this game in single player. You can play it multiplayer, but I've always been more of a single player gamer. I just like to take my time and look around and sort of enjoy taking in the story at my own pace. And I also like to take in the challenge as well. Oh, it looks like maybe I can break through the floor here. Oh, that's why you destroy this. I got you.
Guess I'll give it a whack.
Let's go with the sniper.
The lab entrance is in the large cavern. I'm not sure I can be more descriptive than that. It's a cavern, and it happens to be large.
And that is the sorceress we are helping. But it looks like there's a radio symbol around here. It was green on my map. There it is. It's up there. If I can... No. It's... Where is it? It can't be on the roof, can it? I mean, there's like a little bridge right there. It could be. But it looks like maybe it's up there. So I gotta figure out, or I want to figure out how to get up there. Looks like if I'm there, I can jump on the crates and maybe jump onto the roof. So how do I get up there? Looks like maybe I can hop here on the fence. And then from here, maybe jump up and climb. There we go. Not all the Borderlands games have this, by the way. Borderlands 3, I think, is the first Borderlands game that lets you climb this way. There it is.
I was sweet on Leda, and she knew it. Together we started looking for clues to the long-lost Iridian homeworld, Necro de Feo. It was her dream to find it, and pretty soon, it became my dream too.
Alright. Let's wander around if we can find another 2 more of those in this zone somewhere. We can unlock a gun stash, and who knows what goodies that will bring us. But I like the Soul series too. Or at least I think I do. I say I think I do. Because I've only beaten one Souls game so far. But I did enjoy it. And I do look forward to diving into the rest. Bloodborne is probably not going to happen for a while. Just because I do want to kind of play through the games somewhat in release order. The Crawling Dungeons. And so it's going to be Dark Souls 1 through 3 next. $600,000 already. I forget exactly how much we need to level up our handgun. I think it's over 1 million though. I think it's over 2 million. That's fine though. Well, we found it.
Up? Slumming it in an abandoned mine. Alright, I gotcha. Well, just wanted to let you know that we're working on it.
I've got a big surprise for you. Huge reveal. You're gonna love it.
Troy, come on, we talked about this.
Anyway, the Great Vault beckons. Later, superfan.
Spend it all. Don't need to save it. Money is for rich people. You sound like creepy. We may blow it all. That's the intention anyway. Just how to spend it. We could try to save it and buy an extra upgrade for our handgun's ammo capacity, but that is quite expensive. Like I said, I think that's over either $1 or $2 million. So, yeah. Or we can spend it to up the capacity on something else, like our shotgun or a sniper rifle or a backpack or something. That's not quite as expensive. Oh, there's a second one right there. A second machine that we can listen to. Sweet.
Necro de Feo. The first time I ever heard the name of the Iridian homeworld was from Leda's own lips. We were driving across the desert in my dirt buggy when we came across some ruins. The bot scattered out, chirping and beeping. I keep an eye out for the racks while Leda starts digging in the sand. Then she looks up at the moon and says, Necro de Feo. As if she could already see it. Necro de Feo. Ha! That's a funny name.
Indy asks, can you gamble it? You can. You can actually gamble now with, I think, all of your, what are they called? All of your currencies. You can gamble with money, you can gamble with iridium bricks. And you can get different rewards, you can get different... Can I go in here? Ooh, oh, this is the same elevator I dropped down into. You can win money, you can win other iridium bricks, you can win guns. Go! Get them, my pretties!
Give me an assist. Ha!
My bot is so cool. See, this is why I decided to keep the Sentinel. I can just send him out and he'll just fly around and just blow everything to pieces. Very fun. What is that noise? Oh, that's what that noise is. Zane, you're up.
You're looking for a saucy little minecart called Kate. She will show you the way. The brief and tumultuous affair that ended when our tracks went separate ways, as they say. Some clothes. Now, caress the minecart. Just trust me on this one. Oh, shut up, Kate.
She had an affair with a minecart. That's Tannis for you. She's a little out there. Oh, I think that's Kate. I see. Hello, Segway. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Oh, thank you for the peaceful raid, Segway. And Jamera is here. Hello, Jamera. How are you doing? Jamera has redeemed Hydrate. Cheers, Jamera. The last of my water. At least for now. Jamera says, I'm doing good. That's good. Jamera, for those who don't know, excuse me, is... Oh dear. Get him, Zane. Yes!
A new chapter in the saga.
Wipe them out. All of them. Jamera is our resident Borderlands expert. And he's been a great help to us through Borderlands 2. And has also been quite useful helping us through Borderlands 3. You're up. And I do appreciate that. And hello, Ash Blossoms. Welcome, welcome. Let's see what you were playing, Segway. There we are. Shout out to Segway, last casting Borderlands 2. Ah. How's that going for you? Is it your first playthrough? Or are you grinding away for something in particular? Like farming for legendaries or pearlescence? Are there pearlescence in 2? I don't remember. I know Jamero is farming for pearlescence in 1. Yeah, I don't know why I did it again, Segway. It gave you two raid announcements. Oh, Ash is playing your favorite character. Yeah, I do like Zane. This is my first playthrough of Borderlands 3. And I looked through the characters for 3. And I just like the way Zane looks. Like, he has the jacket with the popped collar, and he's an assassin, and he just looks really cool. So I'm like, that's my dude. I'm picking him. Segway says, I am just that important. I get it. Yep. You're so important, Segway, that your raids get announced twice. People need an encore of that announcement. Two has pearls, yeah? Okay. Oh, Segway's been playing Borderlands since the OG's release date of 1. Wow. They're not Gura Pearls, mind you, but still. So for over 13 years, wow. I think I've only been into Borderlands now for maybe 3 years. I think this is year 3. I've been trying to... Well, I guess I can date myself here by saying that before Borderlands 1 came out, I thought it looked cool. And you might remember that before it had this look to it, this kind of cel-shaded look, and I know it's not cel-shaded, it's something else, but the closest thing I know to compare it to is cel shading. Before it had this kind of graphic style, it looked normal, it looked 3D. It looked kind of like Rage, that game series. And I thought it looked really cool. And then it changed over to this art style, and I was like, nah, I'm not really feeling this as much. So I'm probably just going to hold off on it. But I had a friend, well, I still have a friend, named Radio, and she would just go on and on and on about how awesome Borderlands 2 is. About how she loved it, she played it, she beat it multiple times with multiple characters, and about how it's a great series. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. And so I picked up Borderlands 1. I played as Mordecai the Hunter, and I really enjoyed it. Initially, I would have said like C- score. That was my first impression, just because like the art style kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It did grow on me over time, and I started to like it, and I got really into the DLCs. And for the longest time, my favorite DLC in all of Borderlands was a DLC from Borderlands 1. It's the Zombie Island of Dr. Ned. I thought that was really cool. It was very inventive. There's a lot of verticality to it, which I like because it's like the island itself is kind of small, but it spirals up in several places, and so you can do more stuff there. And you fought like vampires and werewolves and zombies, and I'm like, this is so cool. It's not canonized, but it's just fun to play. And I like the fact that the series is willing to sort of have fun with itself. Like, that's very appealing to me. And I have no idea what I'm doing right. Oh, the minecart. Right. Melee minecart.
Kids, destroy them! If those things get into my lab, they could damage my precious equipment.
Oh, that's bad. Go! Fly, my pretties, fly!
Death wish? Right.
Ooh! Oh! Uh-oh. Go! Zane! Yes! Get him! Get him!
Pesky things. Now
Stroke her ex. Anyway, get back to what I was saying. One is very humorous and you love it. Then Suto lost that humor charm that one had that you loved, but it's still there. Suto? What's Suto? Let me scroll up here. So it's an amazing series, and it's cool to see you on your first playthrough. 2 is definitely probably the best game in the series and aged very well. Really? Not the Claptrap Rev DLC? No, not really. I hear so many people loving that. Or for Loot Knox. That is a good take, though. Ned's DLC is super fun, yeah. I think the reason why I didn't really like the Knox DLC, like, it was cool. It was neat getting some backstory. Is that a handgun? It looks like a handgun. It is a handgun. Deluxe Baby Maker Plus Plus. More damage, more accurate, more handling, or better handling. Faster reload, bigger mag size, slower fire rate, safety off, plus 118% weapon damage, 4.5 times weapon zoom. Thrown weapon sticks to surfaces and will merve into 4 projectiles. That sounds kind of cool. Let me give that a try. And it's a handgun? Wasn't this a submachine gun in other games? Oh, I like the scope. That's pretty cool. What? They're turrets? They're spider turrets? Oh, I'm keeping this. This is, yeah. We'll lock that. I feel like Zane, like, my theme with Zane so far is just, like, having stuff that fights for me. For a while I had a shotgun that I would use. It would also do that. It would spawn into a turret, and it would walk around and shoot people. But, I mean, I had to eventually replace it. It just got old. If I found another one, I would use it. But this is so cool that it does that. Heck yeah. So now I have a gun turret. The grenade... Oh. The grenade that Zane throws, or at least that his Digiclone throws, and sometimes the drone drops, is itself a drone. It turns into a drone. It flies around shooting. And then, of course, I have my drone and I have my Digiclone. So, like, Zane has kind of his own army thing going on. I'm loving it. Let me see what the gun looks like real quick, though. Should I skin it? I do like it. I do think it looks really cool. Let me see what it looks like with skins. I generally like my stuff to look icy, because I want his thing to be cryo. That's not bad. That's shiny. The red makes it look fiery, but it is all iced up with the silver. That looks nice. I'll just leave it like that way. I like the paint scheme. Okay. Oh, but the reason I think I wasn't really that fond of the Nox DLC is because I sort of cheated in Borderlands 1. And when I say I cheated, is I discovered that once you beat the Destroyer in Borderlands 1, if you fast traveled out to a DLC area and then you fast traveled back to the Destroyer area, you could open all the chests again. And so I did that, and the legendaries, the Gearbox legendaries, always leveled up to whatever level you were. And so I was using the Gearbox legendary explosive handgun, the sniper rifle, I think the shotgun, and I think I had the rocket launcher too, but I wasn't really using it that often. And so I just kept upgrading everything as I went through the DLCs. And so by the time I got to Nox, it was like, it was a non-event for me. Because while that place, the loot place, had a whole bunch of cool stuff in the end, it's like I didn't really feel compelled to explore or really open much, because I had all the guns and I really loved all the legendaries, and those are the guns I just used for the rest of all the DLCs. So for me, it was more about the story and more about the character interactions, and I just had more fun with the imaginative horror-esque environment of the Zombie Island of Dr. Ned. So it says, one is very humorous. Oh, that's right, yeah. Means semi, half, and auto. Meaning of Suto, how I use. Oh, okay. In Borderlands 2, yes, it was a submachine gun. I thought so. In this game, as you've just seen, it's now little minions turrets. TDR got a massive buffs in terms of guns in 3. You like them more than the others in previous series. Yeah, typically I play Borderlands game like very... I'm not sure what you'd call it exactly. I try to ground myself into, or my character, into a certain gun style, into a certain manufacturer, and into a certain element, or at least elemental preference. My preference with Zane is cryo. The main gun I like him to use is handgun, so you'll never catch me using like a submachine gun or an assault rifle on Zane. I only ever use handguns as his main. Aside from that, I do use sniper rifles for long range, I use shotguns for close range, but that's it. Those 3 weapon types, nothing else. The one exception I'm making to that right now, though, is this legendary assault rifle, but that's because it's broken, apparently. Only the shotgun attachment works, and so I'm just using the cryo shotgun attachment for that. But it's fun because it sort of forces you to play a certain way, and it makes the game a bit more challenging for me. Melee minecart again? Alright.
Thank you, Kate. We'll catch up soon. Now, Vault Hunter, the entrance is just down that corridor. You are nearly there.
Bye, Kate. I used to use, or my favorite brand, that was Jacobs. I'm a Jacobs guy. I just am. I love Jacobs. They hit hard, and they deal with if you're accurate with them, they're awesome guns. And typically they fire as fast as you can pull the trigger. So they got small mag sizes, but they kind of make up for it if you can hit your target. Humble Hoof, hello Humble Hoof, welcome, welcome. Hoof says the only TDR I like is the Anarchy. What's the Anarchy? Segway says, taking it into a D&D type roleplay where you get into a character and make lore for them based on what you want. If it takes more than one shot, then you aren't using a Jacobs. That's right. But I feel like for Zane, he wouldn't really use a Jacobs. I feel like he'd want to use more of like a fast-firing handgun, like a fully auto handgun, and so that's why I'm not really using many Jacobs guns for him. I think I'd prefer a Vladov or a Children of the Vault handgun for him. Though I mean, this is TDR and it's pretty wild, so we're gonna keep on using this. What's over here though? And yeah, I am trying to play through the Borderlands franchise in roughly chronological order. So after 1, I played through Borderlands, the pre-sequel. And first impressions of the pre-sequel, well, like I said, with Borderlands 1, first impression C-. After I beat it in all the DLC, I pulled that C- up to a B-. Good game. Solid game. With the pre-sequel, I played through, or first impressions, D-. I really hated the game. And I almost quit the game multiple times. The only reason I didn't quit the game is because I said I just really wanted to play through the whole series in chronological order, and I would just push through it and beat it and then move on. And so I just kind of did it, but something happened while I was playing the pre-sequel, and that is I totally fell in love with the game. Like, I understand why people dislike the pre-sequel. I do. It has low gravity throughout most of the game, and so you have floatier jumps. Some people don't like that because you can jump higher. The game tends to focus more on verticality. Some people don't like that. You also have to learn to manage your oxygen. Some people don't like that. Like, there's a lot of differences between Borderlands, the pre-sequel, and the other Borderlands games. Also, if you are in space, if you're not in an atmosphere, and you hit someone with a fire gun, they're not going to catch on fire because there's no oxygen for the fire to consume. So they're going to take fire damage, but they're not going to take damage over time from that. So there's a lot of different reasons why not to like the pre-sequel. And it was for all of those reasons that I didn't like the pre-sequel. But the more I played it, the more I enjoyed it. And like I said, I totally fell in love with it once I got used to all those things and adapted. And yeah, it's kind of like driving a car. You know, when you start driving a car, there's a lot of stuff that you have to pay attention to, like don't swerve into someone else's lane, pay attention to traffic signs and stoplights, learn how to tune the radio without, you know, losing track of traffic around you and smacking into somebody. But after you do it for a while, you adapt, you get used to it, it becomes second nature, you kind of even forget that you're doing it. And it's like that in the pre-sequel. You play it enough, you kind of forget you're doing it. And I beat the pre-sequel with every single Vault Hunter, except for Athena. She was my last, but I stopped playing because at that point I had played the pre-sequel, and only the pre-sequel, for hours a day, every day, for over a year straight. And I'm like, I just kind of got burnt out, and I kind of walked away and never came back. But Nisha the Lawbringer, favorite Vault Hunter in the entire Borderlands franchise. Aurelia the Baroness, third favorite Vault Hunter in the entire Borderlands franchise. And those are my two favorite Vault Hunters in that game. I absolutely loved the characters. The Vault Hunters in pre-sequel felt totally overpowered. The skills were really fun. They were really cool. I love the storyline. I loved how it was very unepic. Granted, you were saving the moon, but it felt like all the other Borderlands games kind of felt like serious games, and then there was kind of humor sort of attached to it or thrown in. The pre-sequel to me felt the opposite. It felt the flip-flop. It felt like the entire game was a comedy, and along the way there were serious bits that were in it, and I liked that. So yeah, I totally fell in love with it, and really, really great game. So far, it's still my favorite Borderlands in the entire series. From there, I went to Borderlands 2. I played as Krieg the Psycho, and he was a ton of fun. Krieg is my second favorite Vault Hunter in the entire Borderlands franchise. And I played as a melee Krieg, and that's when Jamera came across me, and ton of fun building him up and getting him to go psycho when he regains all his health back, and he just starts killing some more people and gaining his health back that way. It's so wild, and he had a whole bunch of crazy lines, and I loved it. I thought it lasted I thought the game was a bit long, and so that's why I kind of deducted some points off it. I thought that the pre-sequel was kind of just the perfect length, though I would have liked more DLC for the pre-sequel. But again, really good game. And then from there, we streamed Tales from the Borderlands. And I almost skipped it. I was kind of hesitant to do it because I'm like, really? I mean, it's not a real Borderlands game. You know, it's not a first-person shooter, looter shooter like the other games are.
Here it is, my iridium amplifier. We'll need to bring it back to Roland's Rest. Disable those couplings to begin preparing it for transport.
Angel's Light.
For the record, I never let anyone inside my lab. But for you, I will make an exception this time.
Oh, that's it. Okay. So yeah, I almost skipped it. But I'm like, no. Technically, Tales from the Borderlands, it is part of the canonized story. And so I guess for that reason, we will go on ahead and stream it. But I had low expectations for it. Oh, poor fellow. But, yeah. Going in, not really high expectations. But we beat it, and a vehicle. There's a vehicle here? Can we drive out of here? Maybe. But I enjoyed the characters. I enjoyed the storyline. I thought it was well done. And the further in we got, the better the game got, the more I enjoyed it. And there was one point in the game where, and you can go to the YouTube channel, you can see this because I transfer all our gameplay sessions to the YouTube channel, where I almost had to, like, a few times you'll see me, like, reach up because I'm thinking about, like, turning off the camera because I was almost getting ready to cry at the scene where Scooter dies. I'm like, this is so emotional, like, this is heart-wrenching. Like, I had no idea I cared about Scooter this much because he's always just been a side character. But it was such, it was done so well. And Tales from the Borderlands made me laugh. It almost made me cry. It pulled me through quite the range of emotions, and that's what good art does. It gives you those emotional rushes. And yeah, I was really, really impressed. And so now we're here. We're in Borderlands 3, playing as Zane the Operative. And I'm liking it so far. His accent threw me a little off at first. I thought he was going to have like a British accent, the same way that Hammerlock and Aurelia do, but it's not. It's like this Irish accent. But aside from that, and it's not a bad thing, it just wasn't my expectations. This has been a really enjoyable experience. It feels closer to Borderlands 1 in terms of the balance between gun skills and like character skills. Like in Borderlands 1, it felt like the star was really the guns. And then in 2, it felt like the character skills were getting more powerful than they were in 1. And then in the pre-sequel, it felt like the character skills were just totally OP. Like the guns were almost irrelevant. Like if you built your character the right way with your skills, then you could just annihilate everything in your path. You felt like a demigod. It was awesome. And then Borderlands 3, it's kind of like, maybe we went a little too far. Maybe we need to dial that back a little bit. And so now it feels more like, yes, the skills you have are useful, but they're not as powerful in terms of like raw power, in terms of just like dealing damage or regaining as much health as quickly. And it feels like there's more of a balance between character skills and gun skills again, which is fine. But I'm liking it. Let me scroll back up and read some text here in chat. Hoof says, it's in DLC 2, referring to Anarchy. It's a shotgun that gives a damage stack on each kill. That's fun. So you just run around shooting stuff, blowing stuff away, and every time you do it, it gets a damage bonus, and you can just roll that bonus on to the next bonus, just running around blowing stuff up with your shotgun. That sounds awesome. 1 pre 2 3 TT, yeah. I think Tiny Tina's Wonderlands actually takes place between 2 and 3, because I think that she's still a kid when she's doing the D&D campaign. We haven't played Tiny Tina's Wonderlands yet. We're going to play it after this one, but that's just because I started playing 3 before I really looked into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I'm like, well, we already started playing this. We're not going to stop and go to Tiny Tina's and then come back. We'll just finish this and then move on to Tiny Tina. Pre-sequel is not good, sadly, but it does have a good story for 2 and Jack's character arc, so it gets a pass for me. Yeah, not everyone likes it. I get that. I loved it, but I also think that I'm in the minority when it comes to the fan base for the Borderlands series in that regard. Wait till Tiny Tina. You'll love it then. Pre-sequel in itself is a DLC. It was going to be a DLC for 2, but they ran out of room to add more into the game, so they were forced to make a new game out of it, which it shows, and sucks they did. In 2, I feel it could have been so much better. Pre was very rushed. When you get into more of knowing how trash the code is, skills don't work as intended, and drop tables for loot don't even exist unless you do grinding, and even then, a lot of the legendaries suck so bad. Yeah, you can see that it was rushed. I remember reading on a fan site, I forget where it was, that the pre-sequel was actually supposed to have one more DLC, and it didn't. It got scrapped. And I think someone asked, I forget his name, but he's like the CEO of Gearbox.
Let's move.
All right, hold on. Someone asked the CEO of Gearbox, like, when they were remastering Borderlands, the pre-sequel, like, are you going to add the last DLC into the game? And he's like, no, we're not going to do it. We're done with the pre-sequel. And the last DLC that got canceled was supposed to be the Vault Hunters from the pre-sequel, and they were all going on vacation. Jack basically sent them all on a cruise, like a space cruise. And when they were on the space cruise, they got attacked by pirates, and then the pirates not only invaded and killed most of the people on the space cruise ship, but then they also brought some sort of alien fungus with them, and the alien fungus started mutating everyone on board the space cruise ship. And then you had to not only fight like bandits or space pirates, but you had to fight like alien plants on top of that. And you can see what they did there. They basically took that concept, and that years later became the Fight for Sanctuary DLC in Borderlands 2. Because that's basically the story. Only you're not in a space cruise, it's kind of the cruise comes to you. This is after the events of the main story of Borderlands 2, and pirates or bandits kind of enter the environment and they destroy stuff. And then they also bring this like alien plant fungus type thing, and that starts mutating people, and so it's basically that. So you still kind of got a taste of the DLC that way. But yeah, they canceled it just because pre-sequel had low sales. People didn't really care for it. And so they're like, well, then we're not going to use it. We're not going to keep developing for it. And that's sad because I really loved it. Segway says, once you're done the story, there is no reason to keep playing, no endgame content, and a pain to hit max level for endgame gear farming, which, again, no real reason to do. I beat the game with Nisha the Lawbringer, again, my favorite Vault Hunter in all of Borderlands. I beat the game with her 3 times. Normal mode, True Vault Hunter, Ultimate Vault Hunter. Then I got her to max level. And I was going to play it again on Ultimate Vault Hunter just to get all level 70 gear. But I was going to beat the game with Athena first, and then I was going to go back to her and do that. But I'm like, I got burnt out. I'd played it for hours a day, just about every day for over a year. And I'm like, I got to move on. I got to do something else for a while. And I just never went back to it. But I really enjoyed it. Must have the community patch for Pre to even make it acceptable to play normally. Oh. Amara's phase flare does almost 1 billion damage sometimes. That sounds insane. It is good, though, that you're enjoying this series. That's what's important. Yes, I am. Yeah, Pre was planned to have the normal 4 DLCs, but after it performed so poorly, they ended it after 1, which is so sad, because Claptrap DLC is by far the best DLC ever made before 3. I thought the Claptrap DLC was very interesting because it gave a lot of insight into Claptrap's character, and it also answered the question of why there's, like, basically why is there only Claptrap? Why is he the only bot that exists like that in Borderlands 2? And that's the answer. It's Jack eliminated his product line in the pre-sequel, in that DLC. I will say, though, my new favorite DLC, the one that replaced the Zombie Island of Dr. Ned, is not in the pre-sequel. It's actually in Borderlands 2. And that is how Marcus saved Mercenary Day. That, to me, was just super cool. And I don't mean that in like a pun-like way, because I know it's like a wintry environment. But it was so neat. Like, it had the line, the witch in the wardrobe thing, where you literally walk through a wardrobe when you're in Marcus's gun shop, and it opens up into this outside snowy environment, and it's a forest, and you walk through the path, and then it opens up, and there's toys and presents and snowmen you have to fight. I'm like, this is so cool. This is so imaginative. I love this. So that's my number 1 now. That's my favorite DLC in Borderlands. So it says, with 3, I say Bounty of Blood is the best ever made DLC in Borderlands history. Interesting. I look forward to it then. Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. There's not really much water here. But I will step away now and refill the bottle and be right back in a bit. Segway says it's labeled as a Headhunter pack because it's so short compared to a DLC. but some people I heard rarely call them DLCs. Okay. To my knowledge, like the Headhunter packs, like all together was like a DLC. And like how Marcus Saved Mercenary was part of that. What is this? Is this another side quest? It looks like it. Let me check the map. What is this? Childhood's End. Huh. It is on the same plane as I am. It's to my right. Yeah, it's right through here. Huh. Maybe once I free this thing, that'll open and I'll be able to log the side quest. I hope I don't have to come all the way back here to log the side quest. This is a long trip. Alright.
Amplifier. I believe one of those switches is more than up to the task.
Alright. Ah, I can do it. Inspect. Childhood's End. Some broken things never get fixed. Help fix the water purifier for Vaughn, which will take you on a long, strange trip down memory lane. Open the storage room. Let me look at the map again. Okay, so it looks like we're just going to go in a circle and then just come back. And then we can complete the story, so we'll do that. I always like trying to do the side quests first before the main quests, if I get a chance to. Segway says it's labeled as a... Okay, I read that, yeah. Jamira says, inspect the button next to the door? Yes. Segway says, alrighty. I should head out near 3 a.m. Got work on the weekend. Nice talking to you and rating you. Enjoy the series. Thanks, Segway. Maybe I'll see you again. Sleep well, and I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. Jamira says, alright, Segway. See you probably Wednesday. Don't forget about that highlight. Shall not. Alrighty. Now, before we dive into the side quest, let us go and honor Fusion's Hydration Redemption, and welcome back, Creepy. I'm going to head out, and, well, not head out, but I'm just going to go refill this water bottle, and then I will be back. All right, we are back. Hello, everyone. Fusion, cheers. Thank you for giving me an excuse to get up and get more water. I was starting to get thirsty. And thank you for shouting out Jamera, Creepy. Got off a little early. Congratulations, Creepy. Gonna go home and sleep now? Also, my wife thinks I'm insane for wanting a popsicle when it's 29 degrees out. Well, I mean, it's fruity, it's sweet, it's tasty. Rocket Pop. Oh. Rocket Pumps. Those are the 3 flavor popsicles, red, white, and blue. The patriotic pops. Alright. Yes?
That's a portrait of Handsome Jack, before he became the torturing, mass-murdering CEO of Hyperion. Back when he was just a coder, a husband, and soon-to-be father of the aforementioned Angel. There's a hidden chamber behind that portrait. You'll have to move it out of the way. Don't worry, that button is perfectly disinfected. I never even touch it with my hands. From our findings in the vault, I believe sirens are able to imbue memories into physical objects. It may not even be a conscious effort. I recovered one of Angel's childhood toys. Start there. You're looking for a stuffed toy Thracian Tetra Bear. Just as cuddly as the real thing, minus the neurotoxic claws.
Aww. I wonder why she put her head in a box. And I feel like I can hear something alive. Oh! There it is. Touch the bear.
Captain Bear, who is a bear? He is a bear, Captain Bear.
Hey, Angel. Who is this guy?
Captain Bear, he eats crime.
Whoa, he must be eating a lot with that big belly, huh? Hey, Angel, darling, what's that on your arm? Did you do that?
Blue. I don't know where it came from. Do you think it's pretty?
Yeah, sweetheart, it's real pretty. Hey, honey, can you get in here for a minute?
I was correct. That was a memory from when Angel's powers first manifested. There are other items she might have interacted with. Look for an old vending machine.
I'm so curious how Tana's got Angel's powers. Wait a second. Before I leave here. Ah! Maybe I have to do that later. Touch vending machine. Ooh, a gun vending machine. Nice.
Stupid! Goddamn! Piece of crap asshole!
What's an asshole?
Oh, Angel, sweetheart, I'm sorry I didn't see you standing there. Don't say any of those words that Daddy said, okay?
Okay. Is the machine broken?
Yeah, looks like no candy for us. Hey, why don't you go back into the waiting room with Mommy, darling? The doctor's gonna be here any minute, okay?
I think I can fix it.
What the hell did you just do, Angel?
Like most sirens, it seems using her powers became instinctual soon after acquiring them. She had no concept of what a phase shift even was, only that she could talk to machines, and more importantly, that they listened to her. There should be a turret somewhere in the room. Find that next.
Power fuse. This must fit a fuse box somewhere. Find Hyperion RKT Sentry. Yes, cherry, lemon, and blue flavor. Cherry, lemon, and blue raspberry? I don't know. I just know it's blue. It tastes like blue. See, I knew I heard bugs in there. Level 38 VAR kids. Mega Electro. I forget how good a scope this thing has. This thing's awesome. Oh my goodness. And it has such steady fire too. This thing is awesome. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, missed. It's pretty strong too. What's back here? Oh, just ammo? Okay. I can use some ammo. Not that kind of ammo, though. The Baby Maker was initially a gun I was going to suggest for you way back when, but I decided against it since you don't really chuck partial mags all too often. Yeah, I don't. But even when you run out of ammo and you go to reload the gun, it still spawns multiple miniguns. I just wish this were cryo, but yeah, you can't have everything.
There it is. Simply touch it to trigger the memory.
Oh, I already flipped the switches without even realizing what I was doing. Oh, that's cool. Nothing else up here? Nope, okay. This looks like a gun. Aww. New friends. Aw, that's from Borderlands 1. Aww.
give us back our daughter, okay?
Are you kidding? She's a freaking siren. I'm gonna be a trillionaire. You and your wife get out of here before I stick my turrets on you. Forget the kid. Go make another one.
No, I want to go home.
Shut up, kid, or I'll... Hey, what the...
I want to go home.
Get down! No! No!
Oh. So that's what happened to Angel's mother.
Mommy?
No! Angel! What did you do? What did you do?
Angel's pain was so great that it was enough to repower that turret. That terrified girl's scars run deep. There's one more artifact. Look for a Hyperion communication satellite.
You were always left to wonder what happened. I thought maybe, like, she just freaked out and made her mom's head go pop like a balloon. But, that was more understandable there. Triggering the turrets to try to save herself. She was just... She could activate the turrets, but I guess she was too young to be able to properly focus the turrets. Find a satellite.
Daddy, please, let me out.
No can do, my sweet little angel. You're in that chair for your own good, okay?
You're such an asshole.
Language. Look, sweetheart, I can't let you out because of what you did to your mother, okay? I just couldn't bear it if something else happened to you.
I didn't mean to.
Shh, I know, darling. That's why you need to stay in that chair. But I got you something. That chair is connected to the entire Hyperion network. Now you can see through every satellite we own around every planet in the sky. You've got the best view in the whole universe from that chair. We're gonna work together. You and me, kiddo. Sound good?
Yeah, okay.
I love you, Angel.
I love you too, Dad.
Aww.
Angel spent most of her life chained to Hyperion technology. With those memories, I think I have enough to fix the water purifier now. Go to Roland's Rest, and I will attempt to interface with it.
Wait, go to Roland's Rest for what? To interface with what? We're not going to do that yet. Back to Angels and Speed Demons. Before we head back, let's get her thingy. Load reactor. Roland's Rest to interface with the water purifier. Oh, that's right. We never, like, heard anything about water purification in that whole side quest. The description said something about water purification in Vaughn, but Nothing involving the quest had like anything to do with that. Oh. Is this a puzzle? Oh, it is a puzzle. Hmm. We gotta make them all green. I see. Nope. Ah. Alright, but that just moves it by 1. I'm gonna save you lots of time fiddling around with that and say that that ain't it. That's not how you load the purifier. And I'm convinced at that point that that's just there to mess with people on their first playthroughs. I don't think so. I think this does something. But this is part of the main quest. We have to load the reactor. So it looks like that travels over there and then it drops onto the truck. I'm guessing that's what these buttons are for. But that's interesting, though, because I've never seen a puzzle like that for a main quest. There's only puzzles like that for side quests. Or, I mean, I guess I could just use the lever here.
Well done! I see why Lilith always sends you to do, well, everything. For now, we can install the amplifier in Roland's Rest. I've already instructed that human sculpture Vaughn to assist you in its transport. You can meet him in the garage downstairs.
Hey, Vault Hunter. So, my head ghost told me to help you drive an Iridium whatever Neely back to Roland's Rest for safekeeping. Still into it. Waiting for you outside. No rush. I got some sweet tunes. Oh yeah, Digby Vermouth. Classic.
If that does something, I have yet to figure it out, and I'm too lazy to figure it out. Well, there's side quests in other Borderlands games where a special door opens sometimes if you can get everything to light up. But I don't know what this would cause to light, or to open, I should say. It's not that. It could be this. I don't know. We came from that direction. Maybe something could rise out of the water. That's another possibility. Or it could be something in there, in the tunnels. Where does this take you? Sandblast Scar. Now for the Vaughn's technical segment. I do want to see if we can get all these green. Okay, so we push this one. That lights up, and that lights up, but that turns off. If I press this, that turns off, that turns off, that turns on. If I press this one, that turns on, but that turns off. I feel like once you get to this point, it's either that one, or that one that might work. No, that can't be right, because whatever button you push is going to turn off. Where are we? What is this place called? Conrad's Hold. But specifically, what is it called? We are in... Tannis Lab. Vaughn's Technical has a unique horn, and it plays 5 different tunes when you honk it. All 5 play in a specific order, so don't worry about missing one. Well, 4 or 5, I forget. Okay. I'm gonna look this up real quick. 4 lights in Tannis Lab. Conrad Hold. It is a puzzle. No, it looks that way anyway. Hold on. That's not... It looks like I skipped this puzzle. Hmm. The Tannis Lab puzzles are a set of puzzles you have to do during the Angels and Speed Demons quest. These can be especially frustrating in the later stages, so difficult to complete that you might want to let the Calypso twins win. Never. Here's how you solve the Tannis Lab puzzles and prevent that from happening.
Look at me scheduled for kill blokes, check, take their stuff, check.
Solving the Tannis Lab puzzles.
Big old check. Looks like I'm ahead of schedule. Guess I can take a short break. But then we're back to killing.
All right. Here we go. It says solving the... Okay. Now comes the part you've been waiting and shooting for. To begin the Tannis Lab puzzles, shoot the 4 couplings on the reactors to cause them to spark. That's what we did. That was shooting the thing that was mounted here, which signals the beginning of the puzzles. Once inside, you'll notice 2 consoles, one larger and another smaller one. The large console presents a puzzle where you have to turn the 4 lights from red to green by pressing the red buttons. That's not true. You can't press the red buttons. They're locked. However, This is a trap, and there is no way to activate this console. Trying every conceivable order to the buttons will wield you nothing. You're supposed to do this on a different console to the right, which is that one over there, where you'll be able to solve the puzzle so you can open a drawbridge. Now head to the small panel on the other side of the bridge. Follow the path until you reach a large lever marked by 2 bright yellow arrows, and pull it to have the reactor teleport across the room. You must wait a bit for the teleportation to happen, but once it does, you have solved the Tannis puzzles in Borderlands 3. What? 2 bright yellow arrows? Pull it... Oh, that thing. In order for it to... It doesn't teleport, it just goes over there and drops. Kind of looks like it teleports, though. So it does just mislead you. Like, it only, I guess, looks like a puzzle, but it's just there to mess with you. You're right. Okay. That was a cool area, though. I enjoyed that. I'm glad we did that side quest. The puzzle is just loading up the reactor? Yeah. Alright. Go to garage. Sandblast Scar. I've seen Sandblast Scar. Well, I've seen the portal to go to it, but I wasn't able to do it before. It's, I think it's in Roland's Rest, so... I guess if we can get this car with the Iridium Amplifier back to Roland's Rest, once we're there, we can also talk to Vaughn for the other side quest. And, restore the water purifier.
You ready, bro? Let's
Ready.
do this.
Let's do it. Yeah, Sandblast Scar will spit you out at Roland's Rest if you get through it. If you get through it.
Come on, let's ride, bro.
Alright, alright. I do really like the fact that there's a fast travel point here. Which is probably designed if you die, you just respawn here and just start over again. But what I like about this more than anything is that you can just turn around and come right back into Conrad's Hold from here, so that you're right next to the lore room. So if you ever just want to go back in there and just walk around and look at stuff again, you can. There's collectibles in Sandblast Scar. Okay. There's at least a claptrap. Ah! You have some vending machines here. Nope. Alright. Is that? Oh. That's purple paint. I thought that was some iridium over there. Vaughn's technical. Oh, he's on it. Vaughn. Cape wafting in the wind. And he still has no pants on. I like the tires. That's funny. Oh, wait. Before I leave... Oh, there's stuff over there on the left, too. I didn't see that. Can I digitize this? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay.
Hey, bro, where you going?
I saw some stuff over here. Oh, there's ammo crates over here. Alright, I'm coming back. There's nothing over here, is there? No? Okay. You get Vaughn's paint job as a reward for the mission. Nice, nice. That also makes me think this mission isn't very hard. If the only thing they really give you, other than maybe experience points, is the paint job. Which is fine. So now you have his horn on your technical all the time. That's cool too. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're supposed to go down there. Okay, that freaked me out. I just saw that path over there at the bridge, and I thought maybe I had to, like, drive over here and then go all the way around. I thought that was off the map, like, literally, and I was just gonna, like, explode and die. Okay.
Oh, fudge pants! The bandits found us! Drive, bro, drive!
Alright, here we go. Hold on to your keister. Hold on to your underwear. We're doing this.
Oh boy, spider ants. Hey, you're gonna want to keep your distance. Those things are even uglier on the inside. Long story. Also, smashed spider ants are a bandit delicacy. Just saying. COV! Let's mess them up!
I would.
The danger zone, punks.
We have a delivery to make.
We got blasted.
Yes, we did. Ah!
Pedal to the metal. Just step on the thing with your foot. Just don't stop.
Don't stop believing. Ah! Whee! That'd be a good spot for a claptrap unit right there.
We got more company! Keep our cargo safe!
Up there. Are they attacking us from here? We seem kind of safe here. BRB, bro.
Hey, my Vault Hunter bro.
Uh-huh.
We're sort of in the middle of something, you know?
We'll be fine. I just want to scout around. This seems sus. It looks like you can get up there. Also, you don't need to drive the technical all the way there. If the car dies, you can just drive a cyclone up the winding path to the end and spawn it up there. That's cheating. No, if it explodes, we have to go all the way back to the beginning of the zone and then respawn it. I'm not doing that. If it's not here, because I guess you can't get up there, it kind of looks like you. Actually, maybe you can. Mission vehicle stuck? You can respawn the mission vehicle at some catch-a-ride stations. That does sound like it cheats, though. I mean, I know it's probably just doing that just to, like, help you. But I know that's not canon. It's like, oh, you need the iridium thingy from her lab? And it gets blown up? You can just redigitize it, even though you never scanned it into the Digistruct system, or whatever it's called. There's stairs that way. See, now they told me there's collectibles here, I kind of want to, like, look around a bit. Because this would be a good spot to hide some of them. Oh. Get him.
Go on then.
Can he not die? He's taking damage. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Good job, little guy. Good job. No, I don't think he's here. If Claptrap were here, or if a Claptrap part were here, I think it would pop up on the radar or the map. Let's get back to the vehicle. No, you don't. There's catcher rides placed along the path for those who suck at driving and for those who suck at driving and shooting. You're fine. I'm coming, Vaughn. Just like the challenge tab of the local map. I know this is the wrong way, but I guess, okay, never mind. Maybe in the future that opens up and it leads you someplace else. That will tell you if there's anything here. Okay. Challenges. No, there's nothing here. It says there are no challenges. Oh, we're almost through the entire area, too. What is that? I guess that's the next talking point. Drive reactor to safety. Yeah, we're like halfway through. Oh, then it gets really narrow. I like his taste in music. I used to listen to a lot of classical music when I was younger. Go up here. Go through this crazy war zone. It's probably going to be a war zone. And that's it. And I think that right there, I feel like that's the bridge that goes up to Roland's Rest. Yeah, it figures the area is super linear and only exists for this one part of the game. But you can always come back to this part again via the fast travel point, which is kind of cool. Like if you just want to drive up and down for some reason. Uh-oh.
We're hit! Got a couple of new tails. Let's chop them off. More rigs incoming. Danger zone!
Danger zone.
Shooting at us.
We got this. Oh, oh, no. Not that way.
Blood feud!
Oh, no, we're gonna die! Go! Go! Yes! Yes! No!
Taking some lumps here, Vault Hunter.
I know!
Whew, nice work.
Thank you.
I think we're in the clear.
Oh, good. Let's hang out a while. Let our armor regenerate. Alright. No point in coming back, though? Nah, not really. Just for funsies, if you want. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Watch out!
We're going. Not stopping.
Turrets! Turrets make me sad. Ever since Troy Calypso phase snatched mine. Let's give them hell!
We're doing it. Ah! 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 What's that? Oh, it's a turret.
All their vehicles must die. So says I. Vaughn!
Oh! One moment. Sorry. My controller died. You're probably hearing me now through the webcam and the mic and the webcam. Let me switch controllers here. What? Hold on. Oh no! One moment. Apparently my second controller never charged because it wasn't plugged in. I mean, it was plugged in, but maybe the other part of the USB cable wasn't plugged in somehow and the controller wasn't charging? Hold on. Okay, well it's charging now, the red one, the one that I was just using. The gold one here, though, is completely dead. Let me try something. I guess we can just stay with the... Well, no. I'd rather swap. Okay. Now, I wonder what would happen if I try to sync it while it's plugged into my computer.
Rip battery and the good mic. Well, we're back for now. I turned on the controller, and then I plugged in the power cable. So I don't know if it's charging right now, but let me blue screen for a moment and see. We're golden. We're back. Alright. We got the good mic back. So I turned on the controller, I plugged into the PC, and right now it's charging off the PC as we play. So we're fine, we now have unlimited battery. Alright, let's do this!
Destroy them! Let no vehicle escape our wrath!
He's a very vengeful guy, isn't he? Ah! No! Oh my goodness.
Almost there!
Ah!
Blood feud!
Ah!
Uh-oh, way's blocked.
What?
Ball Hunter, shoot that tank! This bunker needs more boost. Drive, bro, drive! Warpath!
Unlimited power! But what's back this way? can see some people wanting to come back this way. Even though there's no challenges to complete, like there's ammo lockers up there and there's other stuff around here. Like, I can see people wanting to come back here just to explore. Oh, oh no, there's a cycle coming after us. On to victory! Oops.
We made it! My blood is pumping! I love this planet! Go Sun Smashers! I mean, Crimson Raiders! Woohoo!
Meet Vaughn and Roland's Rest. Back to the Devil's Razor. Is that a fast travel point? No, it's a vehicle thing. That's nice too. The vehicles that were here just left. We did it! We made it all the way through in one go. Yay! Oh. No. We made it back. Doing this in one go in normal mode, Mayhem 0 isn't the challenge. True Vault Hunter mode, Mayhem 10 is the challenge. Meet Vaughn in Roland's Rest.
Home crap home.
Speak to Vaughn. Also, touch water purify. Help fix the water purifier for Vaughn, which will take you on a long, strange trip down memory lane. Touch water purifier. Let's do that first. Then we'll backtrack, sell some stuff, and then we'll go see Vaughn.
Executing phase shift. All this makes much more sense now. Angel's memories did indeed contain the information I required. It seems the Hyperion water purifier had a planned obsolescence chip inside it. I'll simply override it and we can be done with this water chip nonsense. We did it, Vault Hunter, and all it took was reliving the traumatic childhood of a fallen angel. Let Vaughn know his water purifier is working once again.
Talk to Vaughn. It had a planned obsolescence chip in it. That's messed up. Ooh, legendary gun. Vladov engulfing Shreddifier. That sounds fun. Oh, I didn't pick up anything new. Okay, never mind then. I'm hoping to find a better mod. I haven't picked it up in a while. Alright, let's go talk to Vaughn. Shredder Fire sounds fun, but it's ultimately crap. Fine. What did that say on the front? Oh, I thought I had a license plate on the front. Where is he going? Hello. Ooh. Hello, hello.
Guess I'll give it a whack.
Wait! Come back!
Vault Hunter, bro. I gotta say, I've been on a lot of crazy road trips, but your driving skills, they're tasty, bro. They're tasty! So,
tasty.
You wanna ride sometime, you just let me know, bro. Road trip! Whoa, sorry. I got a little carried away there. Anyway, we'll guard the Iridium flippity-flu and rally the troops. When Lilith gives the word, it's go time. Oh, can you ask the Lady Ghost head friend to stay out of my head from 8 to 11? That's where I keep the special thoughts.
A legendary shield. Nice. The Great Vault. New mission unlocked.
You got the water working again! That's awesome! Water Slide City, baby! Ooh, slick, wet, shiny, glistening. Oh yeah, also, no one's dying of thirst, so that's pretty good too.
Rare shield. Two shields back to back. That's great, Vaughn. Alright. Just like 90% of legendary guns in this game. How about that? 90% of legendary guns in this game are crap. The Great Vault. Reinforcements? Check. Crazy Siren Lady's experimental technology? Double check. Annoying bad guys to shoot? Check-a-rooney. You're as ready to take the Calypsos down as you'll ever be, so get it done, you know, before the end of the world. Return to Sanctuary. Soon, but not yet. Oh, that's right. I was like, what was he going to do? He was going to do something. We're looking at the shields. Alright, so we just got this one from the side quest. Level 38, Hyperion Loop of ANSEL? No, maybe it's F, like 4? Oh, Loop of Angel. Aw. Higher capacity. Greater recharge delay. Slower recharge rate. Special effect, Loop of Angel. And it ties for the 20% shock resist. Executing phase shift. Reduces cooldown of action skill when shield is depleted. Interesting. Interesting. It's kind of the same effect, though, as the Hypercharge Recharger, which instantly begins recharging the shield when broken. Well, no, it doesn't. That just gets your shield back. The Loop of Angel gets your action skills back. Yep. If they aren't DLC, launchers, or cartel items, then they're crap. Loop of Angel. What's the legendary? Level 38, Pangolin Breakout Red Suit. Warning, containment failure. 100% irradiation resist. Wow. That's worth holding on to just for the 100% radiation resist alone. Lower capacity. Faster recharge delay. Better recharge rate. Red Suit Nova Roid. Deals 264 radiation damage per second to nearby enemies and grants immunity to radiation damage. Wow, you just have to be near them. Basically, you're always emitting a radioactive field. That's crazy. Triggers 1,851 damage nova when shield breaks. Plus 80% melee damage while shield is depleted. If you were just running like a straight melee build, this shield sounds pretty awesome. It gives you Roy damage. It's a nova shield. And anytime you're near someone, which you would be if you're meleeing them, they're going to take bonus radiation damage. And if there's groups of enemies, they could irradiate others and explode and all that stuff. If you're doing a melee build, this shield sounds OP. Red Suit is part of a flak build. It's a meme one, but it's still a build. I don't know if it's effective still, though. Yeah, I'm not going to use it, but I will save it. What about the Loop of Angel, though? Recharge delay isn't that worse. 4.8 seconds instead of 4 seconds. The recharge rate, though, that hurts. That's like almost half. But the capacity is a little bit better to make up for it. And when it does break, how much cooldown do we get, though? That's something else. Loop of Angel is gimmicky? Let's see. Alright. Loop of Angel. Loop of Angel is a unique shield in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Hyperion. It is obtained from the mission Childhood's End. Special effect: reduces action skill cooldown duration when depleted. The shield is named for Handsome Jack's daughter, Angel, who is a siren who could interface with machines. The flavor text is the phrase Angel said when accessing machines remotely. Executing phase shift. I remember that from Borderlands. It doesn't give me any more information than that, though. It doesn't say how much. You're better off using the Band of Sitarak or the Recharger or the Revolter. I'm going to test it. There it is. I want to sell some of this excess stuff, though. And then I'm going to walk out into the desert and let some people hit me after my action skills are fully depleted. Where are the vending machines at? There they are.
Another beautiful day in the military-industrial complex. Ah, you're a terrible negotiator.
Okay.
Business is always appreciated.
Alright, so first, I want to find an enemy, because some of my action skills feel like they can regenerate pretty quickly. So I want to make sure that... Okay, right there, that'll probably work. There we go. Okay. Now... From the Loot Lemon. Loop of Angel. Unique ability. While the Loop of Angel is depleted, you gain plus 100% cooldown rate. Nice. Bug note. The Angel's cooldown rate doesn't work for Flack's gravity snare and Zane's Mantis shoulder cannon. That is a bug, but that's okay because I don't use the shoulder cannon. Alright, and now let me go get hit. Get him. No, that wasn't worth it. What is that? I didn't know it talked. That's cool. They look shiny too. They look pretty. Yeah, that wasn't worth it. Yeah, it sucks. The entire time I was looking at my action skill cooldown rate, and when the shield popped, they didn't regenerate at all. I mean, they did, like I saw the leap, but it was a huge delay. I felt like it was almost like a 5-second delay. I don't think it was that long, just because it was the heat of battle. But I think it was like a good, like, 3-second delay. Like, no, it's no.
Thinking I can crack it now.
Now, if I didn't have any shield better than this, then yeah, I'd wear it. Like, if this had better capacity, recharge delay, and recharge rate than my previous shield, then yeah, I might as well wear it. But that is not the case. Not gonna sell it though. I think it is cool. It's a keepsake. I like my keepsakes. Let's sell this common shield we picked up though.
You could always use another gun.
Okay. How much time is left? 5.5 minutes? I'm not gonna wait here 5.5 minutes. Alright, next quest. Is our story quest, right? Nothing new opened up? I don't think anything new opened up. Kind of wonder what's over here. I'll let it go though. Sanctuary. Alright, let's go deposit our keepsake weapons, and then I guess we're either going to go talk to Tannis or talk to what's her name, Lilith. I feel like though, and I'm guessing this is what's going to happen, since Tannis needs the Iridium amplifier to make herself stronger to phase shift the guns, couldn't that also be used to recharge Lilith's powers? Because if the lore is that only a certain number of sirens can exist at any one point in time, and you absorb a siren's powers, but you don't kill the siren whose powers you absorbed, then I feel like that would just be a temporary drain, and that siren would eventually get their powers back. You don't know at this point anymore? Alright, what are we dropping in here? We're dropping in the Flood. The Flood when we had it was a very, very fun gun. Very accurate, single shot, very, very cool. Full auto, a lot of kick, but it really does shred. It is really awesome. Dropping that in there, dropping that in there, dropping that in there. What's our main? Our main gun is a TDR though. Damage 953. Better DPS with this gun, but I really like the fact that it shoots out turrets, and the fact that it just hits harder per bullet. Yeah. So more overall damage. All right. I think I also am going to skin the weapon. I mean, I kind of don't like skinning legendaries, because legendaries typically have a unique color scheme, and I like the pink and purple. I think it looks pretty. But it's like, I mean, when I go to reload the gun, and I throw them on the ground, like, I want them to look different. I don't want them to just look like pretty TDR guns, even though they really are pretty. We'll do that one. The burnished steel. Oh, I think...
on? Test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you?
You don't want to miss it!
The base game story is crap, and a bunch of hand-wavy magic. Also, the pacing is whack. Wait, let's get some free handgun ammo. Wait! Stop running! I want to pet you! Come back! Oh, I think that's... Oh well, whatever. I can't do it. Alright, talk to Lilith. Was it here? It was here. Like, me and a few others in a different person's chat came up with a different pacing for the game a while back. Oh, is she in there? No, she's not in there. Is Tannis in here? Tannis is not in here. You know what? I keep passing by this machine all the time. Let me see if there's a better something in here. Shield or... class mod. No. Nope. No better class mod. Alright.
I'll kill you! Oh, sorry, I was talking to someone else.
We're getting close to leveling up again.
You acquired my Iridium amplifier. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes? Do you have a query? Is this a poor attempt at flirtation, or have you gone blind? Okay, Tannis's Iridium amplifier is in place, and Vaughn's forces on the ground are at the ready. We're not going to get a better chance to move on the Calypsos.
Incoming transmission.
The Calypsos, got it. That should be interesting.
Hey, turd farmers! Check this out!
Take a look out the window! Troy's about to blow your spine out your ass!
Look out the window, turd farmers. That's the actual...
Whoa. God power, bitches!
Once I charge Elpis, the Great Vault will open.
I'll leech the monster inside and we become gods.
We'd invite you to our place for the grand opening, but, it's kind of a family thing.
See you at the end of the world.
I'm doomed! Unless... Is it too late to join the COV?
Get together, Claptrap.
Lilith, we must stop Troy from opening the Great Vault, but as long as he's infusing himself with iridium, he will be nearly invincible.
Then we'll cut off his supply. Vault Hunter, once Tannis takes out those turrets, you lead a ground assault.
I've been waiting for this.
And whoever has a death wish can take on Tyreen and Troy.
Zane, Death Wish Flint at your service.
Ava, you good to back up the Vault Hunter?
Yeah? You sure?
You were right. We gotta run towards the fire. Let's go, everyone. Vault Hunter, get geared up and say your goodbyes. This is it.
Ooh, is
Talk
it?
to me before you head down there, killer.
Is this the end of the game? It feels like it. Also, awesome. Pandora's Moon Elpis is the key to the Great Vault. Which makes sense. Well, I don't know if it makes sense, but it's cool anyway. Because that was the setting for Borderlands, the pre-sequel. And that actually has a ship that, I don't know if it takes you to the home world. I don't think it's the home world of the Iridians. But at least takes you to some kind of like weird Iridian space station. Where you can see like different items. And it seemed that... What was it? The main antagonist in Borderlands, the pre-sequel, was trying to blow up Elpis. They were trying to destroy the moon. To not let anyone gain access to the vault. And during the events of Borderlands, the pre-sequel, we thought the vault that they were trying to prevent us from gaining access to was the vault that the heroes or the Vault Hunters of Borderlands, the pre-sequel, eventually do gain access to. But maybe that wasn't the true goal of the antagonist of Borderlands, the pre-sequel. Maybe yes, there is a vault on Elpis, but Elpis itself is also the key to the Great Vault. And so, if the antagonist of the pre-sequel would have been successful and destroyed Elpis, then you wouldn't have the key to unlock the Great Vault. That's probably what she was trying to do. Now the storyline for the pre-sequel actually makes even more sense. That's awesome. Jamera says, basically it was this. You and Maya take on Troy and Tyreen at the Rampager Vault. You take one, Maya takes the other. You win the fight against Troy. Maya loses against Tyreen and gets ashed. I forget the rest of it, but that's more or less the start of the proposed pacing changes. I would go back and find the stream VOD where it was discussed, but it's been auto-taken down by Twitch. Huh. That's weird. Alright, talk to Lilith when we're ready, but for now, let's say goodbye to everyone. First up, Tannis. And hopefully they'll give us goodies along the way, too.
I always thought the Calypsos becoming gods was simply rhetoric. But if Tyreen leeches the monster in the Great Vault, well, what is God but the most powerful being in the universe?
Hey, Recruit, what are you doing working for Tannis? You're my bitch! Ying's best friend! Satan!
Strange times.
Would you like me to talk to you, Claptrap?
Tannis is a siren? What'll we find out next? Rick's a ballerina? Actually, I can totally see that. He's pretty graceful for a gargantuan meat slab of a man.
Say goodbye to Sir Hammerlock. Wait, where's Sir Hammerlock? I guess I don't have to talk to these people in order, though. Ooh. Someone's down here. Who's that? Oh, that's Ava. Say goodbye to Ava.
I wasn't sure what to do after Maya. Well, you know. But you just kept moving. You never let anything stop you, Vault Hunter. So let's take them down together. For Maya.
For Maya. Who's Maya again? No, I'm just kidding. Alright. Say goodbye to Claptrap.
Look, I'm basically an expert on saving the world, so here's a little advice for my favorite recruit. When you're staring down the ugly maw of death, just remember that there are plenty more Vault Hunters where you came from, so the Crimson Raiders will be just fine. That was my best pep talk yet!
Thanks, Claptrap. I appreciate that.
This is the big one, recruit. I know you're up to it. I'd help you out with all my murderous skills, but I've really got to keep an eye on the ship. You understand.
Of course.
For the record, I'm just as deadly as that agonizer thing you smashed. I just like to keep it under wraps so I don't scare the others. But don't cross me. You too, huh? Everybody wants a piece of old Claptrap.
Alright.
Looked like you were having some fun out there with Vaughn.
Yeah, we were. Alright, Sir Hammerlock, Ellie, and Marcus. Okay. Let's see where we wind up next. I feel like Hammerlock we're going to have to go... I don't think Hammerlock's here. I wouldn't think he's here. We'd have to go back to Eden 6. Let's go see Marcus next. Marcus gives you pistol ammo for free, so chuck a mag before talking to him. I think I'm full, though. Oh, when they spawn as Merv grenades, they spawn in the standard TDR skin. Okay, that's not a bad trade-off, because I really like the legendary skin, but I also want something to make it look icier, like the silver skin I have on there now. So it's kind of a good balance that I can have my silver gun to shoot, and then I can just like throw it when I reload, and I still get to see the legendary skins. Alright, Marcus.
Vault Hunter, when you save the world, no one's gonna say, oh, Marcus didn't do his part. So just this one time, here's some ammo on the house. Don't tell anyone about this, and don't die down there. You're my favorite customer.
Ah. Oh. Ooh. The duck. Fire that off to me real quick. Critical hits ricochet 2 bullets at the nearest enemy. 1296 damage. 63% accuracy, 56% handling, 1.5 second reload time, 10.5 rounds per second, mag size of 4, plus 10% critical hit damage, plus 103% weapon damage, plus 15% reload speed, plus 100 splash damage radius. Wow. That sounds good. And it's a Jacobs, it's not even a Torg. The duck. You don't remember what the duck does? I'm looking it up now. The duck is a legendary pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Jacobs. The duck is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source. Special effect: increased damage. Bullets stick to foes and explode after a short delay. Critical hits ricochet 2 bullets at the nearest enemy. The duck's bullets stick to targets in a manner similar to Torg weapons. This, coupled with the high raw damage output of Jacobs, makes it an all-around powerful pistol. It is also forgiving to poor accuracy, as the bullets will still explode and deal damage to nearby enemies even if the shot misses.
Gonna take one look at me and run the other way.
The duck's projectiles travel at normal bullet velocity, but have similar sticking properties to Torg's sticky rockets. Oh my gosh! The duck can score 2 critical hits with each shot, on the initial impact and when the projectile explodes. The first hit will trigger skills that rely on critical hits, but the second hit does not. The duck's damage is divided roughly 20% 80% between the hit and the explosion, respectively. Do you know what the duck is? The duck is a Borderlands 1 explosive rounds pistol. This is a basic handgun from Borderlands 1 that's explosive. Because Borderlands 1 is the only Borderlands that had guns that fired explosive rounds that traveled at normal bullet velocity. Then they nerfed the hell out of it in every other Borderlands game because that was just too OP. These are my favorite guns in all of Borderlands 1, were the explosive round. I'm taking it. I don't know if I'm going to use it right now, but I'm taking it. Now what about this? How does this compare to my current radiation gun? It's probably better. 528 with a spread of 8 compared to 397. Well, that sounds a lot more powerful. Not as accurate, but the difference isn't that big. Worse handling. It's not too much worse. Faster reload. Much slower fire rate. Smaller mag. Plus higher radiation damage. Not as high a chance for irradiating enemies, though. Plus 33% weapon damage, plus 46% reload speed, plus 122 splash damage radius. Consumes 8 ammo per shot? That's why it hits so hard. I mean, that's still really strong, though. Like, I mean, it does 520 with a spread of 8. So it's still firing 8, it's just firing 8 shots at once. Plus 60% melee damage, 4 times weapon zoom. Irradiated enemies, damage enemies around them. Projectiles explode shortly after impact. That sounds pretty awesome. Would you believe that the duck is kinda meh in the late game pistol meta? I would think so, yes. I believe that. The reason I believe that is because, like I said, the duck is just a callback, or actually you said callback, but the duck is just, like I said, a basic explosive round handgun from Borderlands 1. So if you find a gun that does beyond just that, then yeah, it's going to be better. But it's cool though that they have a callback to BL1. I'll take this too. Oop.
No questions asked, or I'll have you killed.
We'll make it out of this.
Yeah, but how long till it resets? Alright, I'll go over here. 6.5 minutes, okay. 653 versus what? 1,296. It hits harder and it explodes and it has splash damage. Though, I mean, I could compare the splash damage of this to the turrets, the MIRV projectiles of the Baby Maker. It's more accurate, worse handling, slower reload, much smaller mag size, faster fire rate. I'll try it. I'll see what happens. Also, let me get rid of that and keep that, and I want to put that here to look at it and give it a try.
I am the Lizard King.
Okay. Not bad travel time. I like it. Let's see. I was thinking of skinning it, but it looks pretty good as is. Yeah, I'll just leave it alone. It's fine that way. Let me take a look at this one. That looks fine too, as far as its skin goes. The barrel just blinked. Since Alien Barrel does that from time to time. Oh yeah, the little eyes on it. Oh, it's kind of hard to see this way, but yeah, if you scope in the gun. Alright, so we have ourselves a new radiation handgun. When we go down to fight, I guess we're going to be fighting against fleshy enemies. Oh wait, let's sell that Malawan gun real quick before I forget. There we go. Yeah, we're probably going to be fighting fleshy enemies, so let's put that there. I'm getting some really good guns towards the end of the game here. Some really good handguns. The Duck versus the Deluxe Baby Maker. I really like the additional turrets of the Deluxe Baby Maker. I think that's really cool. I like how they can probably draw aggro from me. And this probably also has much higher DPS. Just because, yeah, it's lower damage per bullet, 953, as opposed to 1296. But this has a mag size of 4. This has a mag size of 19. So it's like, you know, I'm going to be able to get more damage out of here way faster than I would with this. So, I don't know. The nice thing with that gun, though, even though it's a bit of a... Actually, it's not exactly... This doesn't exactly work the same way as it did in Borderlands 1. Because in Borderlands 1, there's no delay with the explosion. As soon as you hit something, it explodes. So it's kind of close. The Baby Maker is overall better, since you're throwing extra copies of itself onto the field. Yeah. I feel like this would be good for a fun gun. Like, if I were going to run around and do more side quests, I would have fun using this. But I feel like the Baby Maker is probably the better gun overall. Even though I don't want it to be. I want this to be the better gun. But you're right, I think Baby Maker is better. Just because it can draw aggro. It's higher DPS. When you spawn the copies of the gun and they act like little things and they run around, they draw aggro from you. And while you're reloading your gun, which shouldn't take that long, but while you're doing it, the enemy's still taking damage because the little turrets are running around shooting. So you're constantly dealing damage even when reloading with the gun. Whereas with this handgun, yes, it deals high damage. You do have to wait. There is a slight delay with the explosions. If there was no delay, if the explosion happened instantly, this gun would... I'd probably use this gun. Just because if a group of enemies is running at you and you fire a bullet and it instantly explodes, it's going to create that AoE. It's going to stagger everyone, and you can just use that to constantly push back hordes of enemies. That's awesome. With this, it's a short delay, but it's not... It's a little too long for me. I wish this were a true callback to Borderlands 1, but it's close, but it's not quite there. But I am going to keep it. I'm not going to sell it. Put that away, and that's it. Alright. Now where are we going? Ellie, Moxie, and Hammerlock. Oh, I gotta go back. Wait, wrong way. Moxie's up here. You know, I feel kind of bad about Moxie in this game. Like, we spent very, very little time interacting with Moxie. She had her moments. She had, like, one big side quest. Oh, I didn't know he was here. We had, like, one big side quest. And then she also played a bit of a role in the main game, but it was a very, very tiny role, and that was it. I want to say Moxie played a bigger role in Borderlands 1 and in Borderlands 2, in both DLC and over the main course of the game, and she definitely played a bigger role during the pre-sequel. So I feel like Moxie was just an underused character in Borderlands 3, at least so far. I mean, hopefully she'll have a really awesome standout DLC, but I don't know, we'll see. And right now I'm trying to think of how to get to Moxie's. Moxie is... I always thought that Moxie was across from the infirmary. Is she across from Marcus? She's across from Marcus. Okay. Duck is very much a for funsies type of gun. Yeah.
Hey, Sugar. Off to shut those Calypso twerps up for good, are ya? Well, I feel better knowing the fate of the world rests in your capable hands. Before you leave, you might want to give my slots one last go. I've got a feeling it's your lucky day.
Oh. Use one of Moxie's slots. Which one shall it be? Cash Trap? Tink's Hijinks? Vault Line? Loot Boxer? I feel like each of these... I've like probably been in this place a total of like 3 times during the course of the entire game, because you never really have any reason to come here. Again, which is sad. But so I don't really know what these machines are about. I get a feeling though... Oh, she has her own little still here. That's neat. I get a feeling though that each of these awards something different. Cash Trap, I'm guessing that's just money. Vault Line, I'm guessing that's just Iridium bricks, or at least the big prize is Iridium bricks. Loot Boxer, I'm guessing that's guns. Tink's Hijinks?
I'm freaking sick of this.
I don't know. Maybe Tink's Hijinks could be like anything. I'm trying to think of what I want more. Cash would be nice because I could expand my SDU, but this has already cost 10 grand to play. How much am I going to win from this tops? What, 25 grand? So I'm going to get like, what, maybe 15 extra grand? That's not worth it. Iridium bricks? It costs 10 to play. Maybe I'll win 100 bricks. That gets me, what, an extra 90 bricks of Iridium? I have over 1,000 bricks of Iridium now. Yeah, I have 1,116. They don't do anything. I do like the idea of going for the anointed guns, but that's not something I've really done yet, and I don't really like any of the cosmetics that that Crazy Earl has. So guns, loot's always good, but I feel I have some pretty good guns. I mean, I could use a better what's it called? A better class mod, but there's no guarantee I'll get a better class mod. And then I'm guessing, like I said, this is just anything, so go for Iridium. One of the vault rewards needs lots of Iridium. Besides, Iridium is super common. Alright. Vault Line it is. was that? I just used one of Moxie's slot machines. I lost.
It's all so freaking futile.
Unless, is there an arrow here that tells me which one to play? Oh, there is. I didn't notice that. The diamond's on this one, the loot boxer. $10,421.
Well, well, well. I'd wish you good luck, but it doesn't seem like you need any more.
Focus on the plan.
Submachine gun. Can I do it again? Will I win again? No. I guess you only rigged the slot machine once.
So freaking futile.
Alright. Thanks, Moxie.
Nothing like a cocktail and a wink to raise morale.
Mm-hmm.
You sure know how to make a girl feel special.
Ah, trophy earned. Tips appreciated.
Don't see why everyone's so surprised about Tanis. You'd think I was the only one who talked her clothes off.
I wonder if one day, if Moxie's going to become a siren. That would be pretty cool. Who knows? Maybe she is a siren and we just don't know. Made most of that first 10k back with that one? Probably. Alright, who's next? We still have Ellie and Hammerlock. Oh, wrong way. I'm just gonna go sell the gun at Marcus real quick.
Firearms in every flavor at Marcus Munitions.
$7,227. Am I holding an extra gun? Nope. No, okay. Which shotgun is better? Lower damage, better accuracy, better handling, slower reload, much faster fire rate, much bigger mag, less shock damage per second, less chance of electrocution, more melee damage. No, I prefer the Torg. Alright. Let's go say goodbye to... Let's do Ellie next. I wonder if we're going to say goodbye to Crazy Earl. Probably not. I feel bad for Earl. He's just a very minor side character. I mean, he's also a recluse, though, so he likes being left alone.
Alright, now you can climb stairs, which makes you nominally better than me and only that way.
Sure, whatever. But seriously, stairs are vastly inferior to ramps.
Oh, that's exactly what I've been saying all along. You so get me.
I'd say I hate to watch you go, Vault Hunter, but me and you both know that ain't true. Protect that fine ass when you're down there. I'll be rooting for you. glad to see my sculpted little Vaughn ain't lost his edge.
There's her pet. Oh, now it's kind of pointless to pet him, though. They'll just give me more free handgun ammo, but I don't need it. They're the spiked tires we found. Alright, what's next? Zero and Hammerlock. Well, Zero's close. Yeah, Zero actually played a larger role in Borderlands 3 than Moxie.
It has come to this. The battle to end the war. Crush them, Vault Hunter. I love a good fight. Maliwan started this war. Atlas will end it.
Alright. Hammerlock left. And he's this way. Nice, nice wording on your sign there, Zero. The winky face. And upstairs. And we're going to see Hammerlock. He's this way.
Vault Hunter! So we've reached the proverbial end of the road, it seems. I have the utmost faith in your ability to throw your enemies screaming into the void. You typically do. But just to make sure, Wainwright and I want you to have this.
Oh, handgun. Iron-willed Bowie Ranger, Jacobs. I'll sell it. Thank you, Hammerlock.
Ah, yes. Conversation. Delightful.
Goodbye. Alright, that's everyone. Let's, go back downstairs. Sell this gun at Marcus's. And then go talk to Lilith. Hammerlock can give mashers as his gift for this upcoming fight. That's cool. Wait. Oh, that's right. Here's where we sell the gun.
I see you recognize a great deal when you see one. Tell your friends and your enemies.
Can I buy anything else here? 2.18 million. We are way off from buying the next upgrade. What else do we got?
Vault hunters need to carry a lot of stuff. Carry more with an SDU.
We can't even afford a backpack upgrade. Or a bank upgrade. That's kind of tempting. We can hold up to 9 right now.
Buy this thing and hold more stuff.
I'm just going to save up the 2.18 million for the pistol.
Good doing business with you.
If I ever happen to scrape together that much cash again.
Keep moving.
All right. I'm ready, Lilith. At first I thought when he shot out that beam that he was going to get the moon and just like swing it into the sanctuary ship. I was like, that would have been crazy.
All set, killer?
I was born ready. And handsome. Full head of hair.
It's time to beat some COV ass and take down the Calypsos. Head to Roland's Rest. Vaughn and Tanis will be ready for you.
It's on. Time to ice those Calypsos and save Pandora. Then we gon' party Balak style.
Go to the Devil's Razor. Nothing else is opened up, right? There's no side quest anywhere else. I kind of would have liked to go back to Promethea and say goodbye to that other person, the person who helped us in the beginning. She was a really cool side character. I hope we get to see her again. Athenas, probably no one here. No. Eden 6, I didn't really like Eden 6. It's not a bad place, but it reminds me too much of the Hammerlock DLC from Borderlands 2. The big game hunt. The slaughter shaft on Pandora might have opened up. It did open up. I went there, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do this. I don't really want to do like the slaughtered pit thing here. Maybe I'll go back and do it one day. I don't know. But I did like there was a fast travel point inside. That was really nice. So if I want to go back, I could just instant travel there. It's not like a lot of the other slaughter shafts in Borderlands 2 where you had to like fast travel nearby and then run inside, or fast travel and then run like a long distance just to get back there. You can just immediately go right back in, so that's nice. But it's just one large repeatable quest, so you're not missing much. Alright, back to the Devil's Razor. And where are we going? Oh, she said Roland's Rest, that's right. Alright. Ooh. Oh. I will say, out of all the Borderlands games, I like the weapon design in Borderlands 3 the most. I think they did a really good job at making a lot of the guns look very distinctive, very creative. And also, I will say it's weird because we don't have any real clue what these alien weapons are, unless that's part of like DLC. We're never given any information where, like, how these alien guns were developed. But I like how also how some gun types look very, very different from what they actually are. Like, for example, if you were to ask me what gun type this is, now I can see it's a sniper rifle, but if you were just to show me this gun and ask me just by looking at it, what is it, I would guess it's an assault rifle. And it's like that for quite a few other guns I've come across in this game, where I'll look at it. See, I would say this is an assault rifle as well, but it's a submachine gun. Where I'll see a gun, and I'll assume it's one thing, and it's not. Like, this also looks like an assault rifle. It's a shotgun. And look at that. To me, this looks like a handgun. It looks like maybe it straps to your arm, and there's like a big mag that hangs around maybe over here where your elbow is. No, that's a rocket launcher. And that's cool to me because since I only use certain weapon types and certain characters, even if a weapon looks cool, I may never use it. But because it may look like something else, I can still feel like I'm using a different type of gun when I'm really not. But besides that, just the designs look really cool. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, the weapon design was good on this game, especially the sound of the guns, yeah. Alright, one last check here for a better class mod. Nope. Alright. And no. Alright, let's go do this. Do I have full ammo? I do, okay. Talk to Vaughn. Which you can see all that sound design stuff from the main menu.
You acquired my Iridian amplifier. Well done.
Oh, they set it up.
It's the Bald Hunter! Honey, hunter, yeah.
See, I bet Lilith could stand here if they had enough Iridium. And power her back up. I'd like to see that. Alright, Vaughn. Oh, there's someone here operating it. Oh, that's cool.
Don't you worry about me. I got a belly full of skag meat.
Excessive farts detected. Caution. Yeah.
You acquired my Iridian amplifier. Well done.
Vault Hunter, it is time. Once you take down those turrets, we'll storm the stronghold together.
Well, time to be a hero. Whenever I imagined saving the world, it was always by curing a bioplague I'd accidentally unleashed.
Man, that thing looks dangerous. So what, like it gives you superpowers or something? Kinda wanna lick it.
I am ready. I hope. Oh my.
Whoa, this pro-net is charging! Go, 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 go! Siren Light!
I feel powerful.
She's flying!
Vault Hunter, I'll meet you up ahead. If I'm to moonlight as a hero, I should use the vernacular, yes? It is go time!
Ride, bro, ride!
I will say I do like the increased focus.
Drive, Vault Hunter. Drive like you're heading for a cliff with a loved one, but to my position.
I do really like the increased focus on Tannis, because Tannis is my favorite character in the series. Alright, let's get a vehicle. Oh, we got 2 mission vehicles driving down there. That's cool. Okay. I'm going to take the tank. I call it the tank. We never did unlock the other gun. I'm keeping the tire bombs. Keeping the meat grinder. Yeah, we finally unlocked the barbed wheels. That's cool, but no, I'm going to keep the hover wheels. You can strafe with the hover wheels. I like that. And we're going to keep the fuel barrels. Change of color? Oh yeah, Vaughn's. Alright. Made it look a little iced up. Okay. Oh, that's the dentist side quest. I think it was the dentist side quest. What is that? Oh, that's... never mind. Ow! Ow!
You're here. Clear the area, Vault Hunter. I'll need to focus while I whisper sweet electrical nothings to those turrets.
Yeah, look at that. 2 vehicles pelting me and I only took half damage. That's why this is the tank. I don't know if I can clear the area. Oh, she may go this way. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I unleashed the corrosiveness. Alright, let's go. Go. Get them, my pretties. Yes. Get her. Good job. Yes. Nice. Very nice. Uh-oh. Get him.
These are garbage.
Ho ho. Ah! No, come back out. Come back out. Show me that grin. There you go. Ho, ho, ho. One more time. Come on. One more time. Come on. There we go. Yes, it was. An explosive moment. I'm full on handgun ammo? Oh, that's right. I only use sniper rifle ammo. There we go. Oh! That was scary. She's just like standing right there.
Executing phase shift? Let the controlled chaos commence! I've taken over all the turrets and promised them amnesty. Please welcome the newest members of the Crimson Raiders.
Ooh. I like it. Good job, Tannis.
I acquired my powers from a siren named Angel. The process was complicated.
I want to hear about the process. Are we full on sniper ammo again? I feel like we should be. We didn't really use that many shots. What's up here? Ooh, it has an arrow pointing up. Ooh, we can go on top of the roof. Ah, good. We are full on sniper rifle ammo. What's up here, though? What? There we go. Drive to Cathedral of the Twin Gods. Soon. Very soon. Huh. I hope it's worth coming all the way up here. Another ladder. My, oh my. Ah! A red weapon chest. Legendary. Nice. Alright. I always like to go from the lowest rarity to the highest. What is this? Origin Asbestos Last Stand Artifact. Temporary invulnerability when health drops below half. Nice. Plus 19% incendiary resist. 5-second duration, 1 minute cooldown. Dull Decaying Disciplined Wyvern Sniper Rifle. Radiation? Nah. Alright. Legendary artifact. What do we got? Iridium Knife Drain Loaded Dice. Oh, it's a melee, though. Minus 75% max health. Plus 75% melee lifesteal. Cryo resist. Plus 375 max health. No. Again, if I were going for a melee build, I think something like this. If I could find something like this that had enough plus max health to kind of offset the percentage, which it probably, you need a lot of bonus max health to offset minus 75% max health. But if you could, maybe that wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. If you just run around like Krieg meleeing everything and you're constantly getting back health just from smacking something, and it's a lot of health, that might make up for it. Knife Train artifacts suck for melee? That's a shame. Are they good for anything? Nope. I guess the only thing they're decent at then is selling for money. Which I hope when we get into the Temple of the Twin Gods, there's a vending machine in there that we can use. Only good ones are Cut Purse and Snowdrifts. Oh, that's funny. I got close and he came out. Oh, my buddy vehicles are here too. Got him. That is epic and kind of evil, actually. That I can just come around and just hang out here and just watch the enemies spawn and then watch the turrets turn around and just shoot them all up. That's pretty funny. I like that. Is there anything worthwhile over here to loot before I leave? Long grind tonight. Must be having fun. I am. Indeed, I am. Yeah, not that long. Not anymore. I mean, we're like at 6.5 hours almost. But I do want to make a point, I kind of said before, of streaming longer from now on. So long as, you know, I'm up to it. So long as I have the energy and I'm healthy enough to do so. And, yeah, I'd say that I am right now. So we're going to keep on at it. It feels, I don't know. I want to say that we're getting really close to beating the game. I just went on a part of a main quest where I said goodbye to everyone because we're going to go up against the final bosses. But I don't know. I don't know. There's just... something tells me that this isn't going to be true end game because there's still too much left that hasn't been explained. Like, there's all those... what is it called? I wonder if I can hijack my own vehicles. No, I'll leave them alone. There's those iridium bricks or plates that have writing on them that we still can't read, and they're scattered all over the place. Like, what's that about? Maybe the alien guns, that's DLC. Maybe we'll read about them and understand it that way, but I would think that, I don't know. There's also parts, like huge parts of maps on all the planets that we have yet to explore. Because we haven't had a reason to go that way. No story mission has made us go into those parts. No side quests have made us go into those parts of the maps. Like, we can freely explore if we want to, maybe, but there's no reason to go there. And I feel like that's not something Gearbox would really do. I feel like they wouldn't just make an area and then give you no reason to go in that direction ever. Maybe those areas could be utilized in DLC side quests, but I don't know. You going to work now? Alright, creepy. I hope you have a good shift. Again. Cathedral of the Twin Gods. Ooh, looks like a crazy place. Also, why would Lilith let Maya's apprentice tag along? She's just a kid. And she has no siren powers, even though she was being kind of groomed to take on the siren powers. Even if that happened, which we haven't seen yet, even if she somehow got them, they haven't manifested yet. So I don't understand why that's a thing. Are those...
And you know, the Crimson Raiders too. Go team!
He shaved.
Jacobs rides with you as well, Vault Hunter. Let's show them zealots the might of the Crimson Raiders.
Let's do this shiz! B-Team, Operation Wild Ride is a go, 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 go!
Good. Vending machines.
Buy yourself a mod for the work with class. That's my final offer. Oh, well, alright then. Says Miz, if you ain't buying, you're dying.
Anything in here? That canister looks sus. Not, well, looks like I'd use that for a side quest. 3 toilets? I hope there's something to do here, like side quests or stuff that it actually opens up. That's actually, hold on. Are there any side quests here? Probably not. No, there's not. Oh, this is just another driving map. I do like these. These are kind of nice. The maps where you just drive, you don't really have to do much of anything. Maybe something might be up here, though, but... looks like we drive until maybe we meet up these other vehicles over here. And then we have to fight our way in. And I'm guessing we drop down here, and that's the boss area. Alright. Let's go do it. Bridge up there. Ah!
The moon. Not enough of a fire for you, Ava? We got this! Keep going, Vault Hunter! Do what you do, you freaking maestro of mayhem, or whatever!
That works. Maestro of Mayhem. I like that. Oh, they froze my vehicle! How dare you? Oh, that's right. I can just hold this down, can't I? I have I'm on
my way.
I was gonna say I have infinite boost. I do have to be careful how I use it, though.
I've never seen such power. If we don't stop Troy soon, he's gonna tear Pandora apart.
That was a huge chunk of the map we just rode through. So now all the stuff we just drove through, I could see wanting to go back and explore. I'm not going to do it, but I think that would be cool. Fast travel point, very nice. Very welcome. Follow Ava. No. Cathedral of the Twin Gods. Cool, cool.
Yo, Vault Hunter!
Hmm?
Tina gave me these. You do the honors.
Oh, it's another explosive pizza. Huh.
What's up, door? You got nothing! Thanks, Tina!
I got you, Ava! You my flavor!
Crushing it!
Need a reload!
Full moon party! Woohoo! I can feel that god fire pumping through my veins! I'm burning brighter than a supernova!
Attention, Iridium tier followers! Put on your limited edition star glasses so you can gaze upon us without going blind! Gods, bitches! It's happening!
Don't say I didn't warn you. Bullets for you, and bullets for you. Everybody gets bullets.
Oh wait, what element is this? Oh, it's fire. Kill the elderly. Get him! Well done. Yes. Oh! The wall crumbles! That is so nice. Last time I saw something was that was Battlefield.
Do this thing!
A looter psycho, what? Improved rerouter shield. I'll see what that does in a moment. I've never seen him before. Where? Oh. It's like, what's shooting me? Yes.
Where's my spawn? Yo, Vault Hunter. Entrance is up ahead. I'll meet you there.
Jimmer says rerouter is a garbage amp shield, basically. Oh. I never really liked amp shields in any of the games. With the exception of I think at one point in the original Borderlands I had an amp shield, but I think I had, like, for a while I had two different shields. I would use an amp shield whenever I was sniping with Mordecai, but whenever I went into battle I swapped out to a different shield. And I think I also used an amp shield. No, it wasn't an amp shield. It was that other kind of shield. The shield where you get ammo. I used that in the pre-sequel on Wilhelm. The absorb shield on Wilhelm. So yeah, I guess I only ever used it partially on Mordecai in Borderlands 1. And Borderlands 1 didn't have amp shields. It didn't? I must be misremembering then. Huh. Hmm? Oh, hello. Hello there. Fight to the courtyard of the dawn, alright. This gun feels very strong. Ooh. Why is it pushing me? Where did Ava go? I keep getting shot at by turrets. I need to get my corrosive hit. Oh, improved rerouter. When fully charged, the next shot drains half your shields, deal 120% bonus amp damage, and return it as health, plus 25% max capacity. That's not bad, actually. Draining half your shields, that kind of sucks. Returning it as health, that's not too bad. Nah. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. There we go. Okay. Fly! Fly! Get him! Yes.
Show me what you got, little bud.
Good job. Yes. Yes. You're better off with the Revolter Shield for bonus damage effects. Get him, Zane.
Yo, fam! Kill the Vault Hunters for me, would you please? We're sort of busy at the moment.
Stop coddling them, Tyreen. Listen, filthy, demented mouth breathers. I'm charging an entire goddamn moon. So why the hell are the Vault thieves still alive? Kill them now, or I'll rip you apart and piss
Good motivational speech there. My little turret buddies. Oh. Hello there. Oh, you look strong. Get him, Zane. Yeah! Eat him up, Zane. Get him. Yeah! Good job! Yes, you'll be buried beneath it. I don't need to absolve. I don't need, or not absolve. I don't need to absorb iridium to become a god. I already am a god. But I still had to duck under the middle door there. It was a godly duck. Ooh. Now what's up here? What? Oh. Why is this area here? Oh, claptrap part up there. No. 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 More stuff to sell. Oh, wait. Something back here? Nope. Where? Oh, there he is.
Aw, the psychos must have adopted that dead claptrap as one of their own. That's... I was gonna say touching, but honestly kinda creepy. Oh, an adorable heart accessory! No idea what that does, but you can't argue with accessories.
Ooh, look at all that iridium. I want to loot the iridium. Can I loot the iridium? I can't loot the iridium. Aww. Get him, Zane.
The Great Vault! It's beautiful!
Uh-oh. Oh, that's us. Ah, it's too late. I guess they're already dead. Meteor mail. No car for you.
Drown the vault thieves in your own blood if you have to. I don't care. Just get it done. Take my friggin' fury. Reloading.
Yes. Get them, my pretty. Destroy them all. What is that? It's a tire. Eat my hologram first. Get him! Go get him. Oh, I feel so OP. I love the feeling, the OP-ness. Oh, hello there. Can I use the turret? Oh, I could have used the turret! Man! What? Oh, it uses a different button combo. That would have been cool! Oh well. Also, gun chest. Oh, audio log. Rise of Mouthpiece. The twins find their priest.
Back! Get back, you filthy animals! Troy, there's too many of them!
You heard the God Queen! Get back or I'll kill you all myself!
Troy, did you see how they all responded to this guy? You there! You believe in me, don't you?
Yes, God Queen! I will serve at your command!
Oh, that is just fantastic. Hey, Troy, did you hear that? This might just work out after all. You there, big guy. Make an example of... that one. Rip him apart.
As you wish, my God Queen!
You, sir, have got a bright future in this organization. I hereby name you my... holy mouthpiece. Yeah.
I will not fail you! Now, fall in line, you maggots!
Ooh, he's good.
Ah. How do I get in there? Oh, I'm full ammo again. Nice. Oh, wait. I think I know. Well, I'm gonna guess. Whoa! Oh, never mind. That was, that's not what I expected. Still works, though. Go! Get him! Look at that, it just chewed right through his shield. Or right through his armor, anyway. Oh, the turret is so OP! Ha! Iced! It feels so good to not have to use any ammo.
Arise, my soul!
Ah, it feels good. Open the sanctum door! Hmm. I'm coming. Oh, that's what the turrets were for. Go.
Back someone down.
Oh, I can't aim that far down. Ew! His upper half just exploded. In like a belly of acid. That was gross. Aw, full inventory. Not only was that not what the turrets were for, but you also wasted your drone. Ah, well.
You worthless nothings! Kill the vault thieves! Now!
Listen to my brother, lovelies. The great vault beckons. Our moment of transcendence is at hand. Keep the heretics at bay while we prepare for our divine transformation.
Oh. Better not jump. This would have been a pretty good room to kill me in. Oh, I got excited. I thought this might actually be better than what I have, but it only has +1 to Donnybrook. I like the plus 34 health regen though, but nah. Is he standing underneath a fountain of liquefied iridium? Hmm. I feel like we're at the end of the map. We are at the end of the map. Though we missed huge chunks of the driving part. Like, that part. It's fine. Alright. Let me... take another little break here to sneeze. And, we'll finish it. Alright. Let's continue. Altar of the Twins. Rachel the Anointed. Is that a double-bladed lightsaber? Nice! I was just hoping to get iridium. I didn't think that I'd get a legendary out of this. Preemptive Glorious Texpert legendary class mod. I know I have one of these... Whoa. I forgot they exploded after a while. I know I have one of these, but I didn't use it. Plus 34 health regen. Plus 385 shield capacity. Kill skill. Plus 35% chance on kill to recharge Sentinel cooldown and duration. That's not a bad kill skill. What other bonuses does it get me, though? Let's see. Well, they're on the green skill tree. So we have a clock, a shield, and an hourglass. Clock, shield, hourglass. There's the hourglass. Ready for action. Zane gains improved shield recharge rate and shield recharge delay. That's good. The clock. Really expensive jacket. Elemental status effects applied to Zane have reduced duration. Status effect duration minus 50%. It's somewhat nice. And the last one was this one. Rise to the occasion. Zane gains health regeneration. The lower his shield is, the higher the bonus. Oh, so that gets better. I'm going to have to see how much extra I get from there. This isn't bad on the whole. It's just better shields, better health regen, and less extended damage from elemental effects. Nope. Oh, no, that was right. That was right. I'd be getting rid of +3 to Donnybrook. Wait, how much does it have? That has +1 to the health ability. So I'm going to lose health regen. I forget what the hourglass does. I forgot already. I think that recharges my shields faster. But I also lose 2 to Permunitus, and that gets me extended clips for my guns, and I really like that. What does the green thing do again? Zane gains improved shield recharge delay and shield recharge rate. It's not bad. I think if I were focusing more on pure defense, I'd probably wind up using it, but I really like the class mod I have now that's more like a balance between offense and defense. I like the larger mag. And I like the better health regen. So how are the turrets supposed to be used? Was I supposed to initially run through all the enemies and then like make a beeline for the turret and then turn around and unload on everyone? Raise processing tank pressure. Luke, the Anointed. Oops.
Good one.
So well suited.
Nathan the Anointed.
Amazing.
That was interesting. He was starting to get bigger. I wonder what would happen if he had time. To fully evolve like a Pokemon. Alright. This is kind of old. I just saw we had a cryo shotgun drop. Is that better? Where is it? I thought it was... There it is. No? Oh, it's lower level. Why is it a lower level? 33? More cryo efficiency, though. That's a shame. Ah, well.
Gonna chop some posers! I'll show you the power of the twin gun!
Good job. I understand it's not in her powers, but it would have been really, really scary if you were walking through a whole bunch of these enemies and all of a sudden they became alive and started attacking you. That would be super creepy. Because the entire game you kind of get used to the idea that when you see them that you can't really do anything to them. They're already dead. But if they just animated and started coming to life, that would freak the player the heck out. Especially since you can't destroy them with guns. At least I don't think you can. You need either like an explosive weapon or your melee attack. Your upgraded melee attack. Ew, kicked him in the poop. I guess they're down there. Oh, that's the Great Vault right there. I see. That's pretty cool. So he's charging the moon, which is the key to the Great Vault itself. And the Great Vault is right there on Pandora. That is really cool. You need the moon to open the Pandoran Great Vault. That is really, really cool. That's gotta be a real crazy light show for those people living on Elpis right now.
Nice face for her! I'll take the roots too!
Such an OP handgun. But what's up here? Was there no reason to come up here? That seems kind of weird. Unless maybe you're just trying to run from the enemies and you want to stand up here and fight. That makes sense.
Hell yeah, that'll do it! charging Elpis. I got your back, Vault Hunter. Kill that maniac. For Maya.
Yeah, go team! Ain't that something?
That was some good boom. Now stop Troy. Put an end to this.
Oh! Oh, that was so evil. Hold on. I'm gonna go sell some stuff in. I just wanted to jump over there to smash the iridium stuff, but when I jumped up, I hit the pipes and almost threw me down the hole. Let's go empty our inventory. And restock on ammo. Oh! Galvanized red card. All studs. Sliding into enemies drains all shields, that's bad, and deals up to 1203 bonus damage based on current shield strength, plus 25% max capacity. When damaged, has a 15% chance to drop a fortified charge that grants 10% damage reduction. Nah. Deadly Defense Big Boom Blaster. For all your big boom blasting needs. Has a 60% chance to drop a booster that restores 60% shields, a grenade, and heavy ammo. Dang. I don't really use heavy ammo, though. 15% chance to reflect projectiles while shielded. While full, shots drain 30% shields for plus 20% weapon damage. Interesting. That's a pretty cool shield. I'm not going to buy it, but it's pretty cool. I feel like there has to be more to this. Because there's two bosses. There's Tyreen and there's Troy. And maybe I'll fight Troy now, but there's no way I could win a boss fight against both at the same time. I mean, this is the first time... Is this the first time in the series history that you fight a Siren? I want to say it is. In Borderlands 1, you did have a Siren as an enemy, but you didn't fight her. The Destroyer killed her. Borderlands 2? No. Pre-sequel? No. Tales? No. Yeah, this is the first Borderlands game where you fight against a Siren. Whee! Oh, it's its own separate zone. Well, before we go anywhere... Ooh. Ooh.
As the saying goes, sometimes you crush the jaw, and sometimes you get crushed.
Crush Jaw. It's a 0 area. Oh boy. Level 41? Oh, that's right, I'm level 41. Uh-oh. Oh, that's close. Gotcha. Get him. Yes. There you go. That'll come to you. Go get him, my... Yes! One left. Very good. Oh, are there more? I think there's more. Oh, keep going. Ah! Well done, everyone. Well done. I had no idea who was going to be in here. I thought this was a goodie room. I thought there was just like extra loot and guns back here if you decided to come back here and explore. Oh! It goes even deeper. Wow. We're going to hold off on that. Click it! There we go. Or select it, anyway. That was a shocker. Big props to the developers for putting this area here. That was really cool. Like, the game wants you to just kind of follow the main story and just go on and move to the next area. But if you choose not to do that and you explore a little bit more, you get into this cool bonus fight and there's a lot of extra stuff here to do, or it feels like there's a lot of extra stuff. Oh, that's right. Hold on. I leveled up. Yes, we get to max it. Borrow time. Yay! Zane gains increased action skill duration for every active action skill. Action skill duration plus 30% per active action skill. Very nice. Next time I level up, I'm putting that point into Old You. Press L2 or R2 during Fight for Your Life if Digiclone is active to destroy the clone and immediately gain a second wind with full health. Next rank, maxed health restored, 100% of max health. The greatest trick the Dever ever pulled was convincing the world he was actually a hologram. And not only did you get in that cool fight, you got to loot a whole bunch of stuff here. It looks like there's even more stuff we get to loot. Is this Troy's bedroom? Kind of looks like Troy's bedroom. Join Children of the Vault. Oh, I got excited that that was a legendary because of the yellow circle going around it. No. No. Brawler's Radiation Stone. Melee. No. Cool area, though. Hmm. Now, at this point, I'm a little worried. And the reason I'm worried is because we can't get out now. We're kind of trapped down here. And I'm hoping that once we hit the Great Vault, there's some vending machines over there so we can sell all the stuff we picked up. Let's do it! Now, because this is Borderlands, I'm pretty sure that they were able to charge Elpis just enough to allow it the ability to open the Great Vault. So we get to see the monster and say... Actually, if that's true, that means we have 3 bosses to fight. Unless Troy's not able to open it. And we defeat Troy, we defeat Tyreen, and then maybe we have to go on some side quest to get the rest of the iridium we need, and then the vault is open for us, and that's like a raid boss we have to fight. That's understandable. Like, that would be cool. Oh, this is kind of stinky poopy. There's no vending machines on the map. Well, maybe they're over here before we drop down. That could be it. And I just don't see them because I haven't gone that far yet. Area discovered. Dig site. It'd be nice if there was a fast travel point here too. Are there any challenges here? There are not. Okay.
How? Tannis, the Vault Hunter cut off his iridium supply. Where's Troy getting that kind of power?
I have a theory, but you aren't going to like it, Lilith.
Tyreen. He's using Tyreen. He's leeching his own sister to keep charging Elpis. Vault Hunter, you have to take out Troy. It's the only way.
Oh, he's draining his own sister of her power to continue to charge the moon. So then Tyreen's not like a real threat right now because she's probably falling into a weakened state. It's just Troy. Oh, that's like ridiculously sweet times 2. I was really just hoping for some vending machines, or a fast travel point so we could leave here to go to some vending machines and then come back. They gave us both. That's beautiful. So that means whenever you want, you can just fast travel back here and fight Troy again at the Great Vault. Very nice. Alright, we got full ammo. Here we go. Alright, so what's going to be my strat? We're going to use our main handgun. If he has shields, we'll toggle to the shotgun. If he has hard armor, we also have this ready. And then we'll just bounce back and forth between using our clone and our turret to draw aggro and deal damage. Alright, here we go. This does look really cool. Let me take a picture of this. There we go. What are those things up there? Oh, they're rack. Frail rack. Oh, I like that. Frail rack. So if you get downed during the boss fight, you can try to aim up and take one of those out to revive yourself. That's nice.
Been waiting for this, Vault Thief.
Troy. Oh, no subtitle. Just says Troy. Uh-oh. Troy Calypso. The two-winged angel. Oh. Ah! Get him! Ow! Ow!
It's over!
It's not over till I say it's over. Get him!
We've already won!
Where'd he go? Oh, he was flying. You cheater! Immune? Meanie.
Keep going! Viewership's through the roof.
Oh, that's the source of his immunity, I guess.
Stop! You're gonna kill me!
What is that in the background? That is scary. Are you done now? You want to come back and play?
Almost there, Tyreen.
Oh, he lost his jacket. You know, he looks
Finished, Vault Thief.
he looks a little like Emo Dante from DMC Devil May Cry. I never realized that till just now.
I am unstoppable. Gonna crush you.
Get him.
The town red. With blood. In case I wasn't clear.
Don't get in my way.
I got like all my shields back from that. That was awesome.
Watch out, Vault Thief.
Troy, I can't handle this much longer.
Don't you dare quit on me now. It's too late, Vault Thief. You failed. Don't you see? You can't win.
What? Oh my gosh. Go, Zane, go. Get him.
This is charge. You lost.
Take that, you ganky knob.
Feel that God power.
What is that huge thing in the background?
Keep it together, Ty. We're so close. I can feel it. I'm getting tired of you.
Where? There you are.
You're gonna die here.
I hope not. Oh, that's... Oh! That was big. Get him, Zane!
We're freaking gods, man.
Not yet, you aren't.
It's too late, Vault Thief. You failed.
Ah.
This is incredible!
Time to die.
This can't be happening.
Yeah! Bye, Troy.
You were so close.
Are they dead?
Oh, I guess by touching him, she absorbed Maya's power that he stole.
Those powers never truly belonged to Troy. And now it seems they have found their rightful owner.
Maya had a plan all along. Those suit you, Ava.
But what about you?
It's over. That's what matters.
Yeah.
You weren't trying to touch him too? I would try to touch him.
Beautiful. Terrifying, but beautiful nonetheless.
She touched him, she got her powers back. Why don't you touch him, get your powers back?
Here, Ava. You take it. Well, where do you want to go?
Uh-oh.
What the hell? You did it, Troy. Now let's finish this together. Do you feel that? There's a god waking up beneath our feet. And we just took off its chains. Soon the destroyer will be free. Once I leech it, I'll be the only star left in the sky.
Oh, she absorbed the rest of Troy's power. Ah.
And we are live! Well, not them. They're super dead. Oh, you thought you were gonna win. Maybe next time, superfans. Or not. That's just something people say. Game over, bitches!
Oh, that's crazy. Borderlands 3. Ah. The bad guys win. Good game. To be continued in. For Borderlands 4. Ooh. I don't buy that. I thought so.
That actually worked.
You catch on quick. Good save.
What's happening?
The Great Vault is opening.
Pandora. Pandora is the Great Vault.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? What have you done? The universe is doomed!
Typhon de Leon.
Vault Hunter, check it out.
This isn't going to play out the way I think it's going to play out. I would have liked this to happen a different way. I was really hoping that, what's her name? That Lilith was going to get her powers back. And I was kind of hoping that, like, I was done. And, Lilith would get her powers back. Maya would inherit, or not Maya, Ava would inherit Maya's powers. Tannis is also a siren. And basically the player's job was done. He at least weakened Tyreen and Troy by at least taking out Troy. And then we got to sit back and watch a cool fight cutscene where the three sirens, the OGs, well, only one really OG, which is Lilith, plus the two newish sirens, take out or fight against Tyreen. And that would be a really good battle. I mean, yes, it would be 3 against 1, but at the same time, every time they try to melee her, she can reach out and grab them. Maybe she, even just from skin contact alone, by them punching her, she can absorb some of their power. And so it's like a much stronger person versus like three weaker ones. So it's almost like, or it would be almost like the Saiyan fight, or the Super Saiyan fight with Goku and Vegeta versus Brawly. Like, it would just be cool to watch. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. Legendary shotgun. Dastardly TK's Heat Wave. Oh, is this the wave thing? This is the wave thing. That's not that good. And it's not cryo. Ah, well. Borrow time. Good misfortune. Synchronicity. No. Oh, a new head. Bird collar already known. Aww. That wasn't that hard to fight, though. Which, I mean, that's not bad that it wasn't that hard to fight.
Strange times.
Kinda thought being a Vault Hunter would involve a lot more doing stuff, but this is cool too, I guess.
Mind if I practice my small talk?
Very nice water. Mysterious Echo Device. A direct live line to Typhon de Leon himself.
Zane here. Over.
Who? How did you get the... No, you know what? It doesn't matter. This is Typhon de Leon. Listen up. You see that crazy beam of light shooting through the sky? Pretty cool, right? Well, that means the Great Vault is opening. And if it does, say goodbye to Pandora. So get your case to the Negra de Feo now.
Over here, killer.
He knew about the Great Vault. Typhon de Leon.
You acquired my Iridium amplifier. Well done.
Gotta find some new tunes. You'd think there's only 2 bands in the whole universe.
Oh, wait, I see one more item over there. I want to snag that green one. I would have thought we'd be able to walk through these doors next. Because it looks like there's something over here. Like a hallway of some sort. Let me see the map again. Oh, no, I guess not. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. So I guess Typhon de Leon did it. He found the Iridium homeworld.
You acquired my Iridium amplifier. Well done.
Talk to Lilith.
Looked like you were having some fun out there with Vaughn.
I can't.
Gotta find some new
There we
tunes.
go.
You'd think there's only 2 bands in the whole universe.
You said Typhon de Leon. Impossible. He's been missing for decades, ever since he vowed to find the legendary planet of...
Necrotafeo. Maya used to tell me stories about it. What is going on?
Pandora's not a planet. It's the Great Vault. And Tyreen intends to leech the planet-sized monster within. The Destroyer. It's still alive. That's what Tyreen meant when she told me she'd finish what I started. There is still a vault here. Vault Hunter, you should go and see what is inside. I imagine we will need every advantage we can get.
Really? I didn't think that would be the case. So there's multiple vaults on Pandora? I mean, I guess when you think of it like that, that kind of makes sense. Like, Pandora itself is the Great Vault. So I guess you could kind of justify there being, like, mini vaults within the Great Vault. Which was the vault from Borderlands 1 and the vault from here. So I guess that kind of makes some sense. Vault of the Architects.
This isn't the Great Vault itself. The Calypsos were in possession of the Pandoran key for quite a while. They could have looted this vault ages ago, but they didn't. Perhaps what is inside is not power, but knowledge. Knowledge that they already had.
So no goodies then? Oh! Maybe it's an artifact to allow us to read those Iridian writings. But then what does that do? It just gives you like a post-game challenge? To collect lore bits? And that could be fun, I guess. Iridian Analyzer. Another ancient and mysterious Iridian device that unlocks the ability to decipher the Iridian language. And it probably won't give you brain damage either.
Incredible! That device appears to be capable of translating Iridian language. That's something that has eluded even the top researchers in the field for decades. And yes, I do mean me. This will need further study. Return to me, Vault Hunter.
Talk to Tennis. But there's other stuff here, right? I mean, we did get a lot of stuff from defeating Troy, but... I'll take more stuff if they want to give me more stuff. Ah, now it opened. Alright.
Very good. When you return to Sanctuary, please go to my lab first. I suspect that analyzer might be a missing piece in a puzzle I've been trying to solve.
Back to the ship, everyone. We have to find Necrotafeo.
And meet the Vault Hunter who started it all.
Yay, money, rare head, and a trophy. Apocalypso. And a rare skin. New mission discovered. The first Vault Hunter. Alright. Let's see here. I'm looking for the cosmetics. Insanity. We'll check that out. And signature style. All right. The Great Vaults dig site. Back to Sanctuary.
The destroyer's gonna be released! We're all gonna die! I knew I should have joined the Children of the Vault! Ah!
In addition to the end of the world, now the Iridian slab in my lab, or my lab's lab, has seemingly reactivated itself. Go investigate, Vault Hunter. The Iridians would have left nothing to chance. Perhaps they left us a final message.
Go to the lab. Oh, wait, wait, wait. I want to see the new head and the new skin. It's not called Insanity? There it is. Oh, it's him wearing a psycho mask. That's kind of cool. I like the fact that it's blue and white, though. That's probably just because of the skin I'm wearing. I don't know. Maybe it is time for us to change it up a little bit. I'm saving that one. Kind of like that one too. That one's not bad either. Let's check out the new skin. Signature style. Oh, it's like the Calypso Twins graffiti. You know, I really wasn't a fan of his black hair before. But it goes so well with the jacket and the design. I kind of like this. I like that look, actually. Let's keep that on for a while. That looks pretty cool. Wipeout's here. No wonder you're sleeping. Yeah. Like I said, though, I'm hoping to get it straightened out this Sunday. Get things back on track. We'll see. We've been going now for almost 8 hours. Where am I going? Let's go to Mark.
Test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it.
We're gonna go to Marcus first and sell some guns. How you doing, Wipeout? You just woke up? Ah. Well, good morning. This is a good time to wake up, 6:30. Nice. Your new medication knocks you out? Well. I'm sure you could use the rest.
Yeah.
Interesting helmet there.
I suspect this has something to do with the analyzer you picked up from the vault. See what happens if you use it.
Nah.
You who hears me, eons after my time, I have set these words down, even as my mind fractures under the weight of what I have done. Find my words and remember their truths in my place, for I am the one who put the Destroyer in its chains. I am the one who murdered the Iridians. I am Myriad.
Oh, wow. Iridian Analyzer. You found the Iridian Analyzer. The Analyzer can decipher the secrets within Iridian writings scattered across the galaxy. Also keep an eye out for lodestars, which contain coordinates to the fabled Iridian Proving Grounds. Ooh, very cool. Yeah, I recognized some of those stones earlier. They looked cool, but I didn't know what to do with them. And I don't remember where they are. But at least the writing tablets, those we came in contact with, those remained as symbols on the various maps.
Crimson Raiders to the bridge.
Go to the bridge. And I'm guessing I can replay this whenever I want.
Think I missed this class in school.
Or not. Ah, well. Ah. Your streams are certainly a lot shorter these days. Why is that? It's probably nice out right now. The cool morning air. Nice warm mat beneath your feet.
So Necrotafeo's real? I thought it was just a myth.
So did I. Typhon de Leon disappeared on his expedition to the Iridian homeworld decades ago. It seems he found it after all. Tyreen said the destroyer would be free soon. It'll rip the planet apart from the inside. If Typhon de Leon knows how to save Pandora, we have to find him. Never thought I'd say this, killer, but set a course for Necrotafeo.
So we know how to get there? I guess that's where he's contacting us from? Okay. Necrotafeo. Planet. Next to nothing is known of Necrotafeo, the fabled homeland of the Iridians. Long thought to occupy a theoretical determined sector of space, anomalous interference has kept it hidden from any attempt to locate it remotely, and none who have set out to find it themselves have returned. Oh, but these are all lit up now. Now, are these lit up glitches? Oh, wrong way, hold on. Or are there actual new quests over here now? Oh, there might be actual new quests now. Cathedral of the Twin Gods? No? No. The Great Vaults? No. Promethea? No, I think it's still glitching. I kind of want to go after the other tablets now. But let's go see what happens at the, Oop. Let's just go travel there to the new planet, to Necrotafeo. Here we go.
Okay, this might get weird, you guys. Hold on tight.
I love this effect.
Holy crap.
Necrotafeo.
So this is the Iridian homeworld. After all this time. No sense waiting around. Get down there, Vault Hunter. Find Typhon de Leon.
Drop pod's all set. You be careful down there.
What do you mean get down there? It's breaking apart.
One time Maya grounded me for 2 weeks after I stole a monk's glass eye. I think I still have it somewhere. Because you get severe back pain when you're sitting, and your meds make you tired a lot sooner, I see.
Hey, got any spare change?
Nope.
Well, you did right by Maya and killed that bastard troll. But this ain't the end of the adventure, amigo. I know I haven't always spoken kindly of Pandora, but it's still my home. We gotta save it.
Let's do it, Ellie.
Been wanting to get my flirt on. You'll do fine.
There's still stuff to discover? Zip wheels. Oh, that's right. I think some of these pieces come from Carnivora. There were some unique vehicles there that we didn't nab. Let's check over here. While Sentinel is active, gain 100% of damage as bonus cry. Ooh. What? Hold on. While Sentinel is active, gain 100% of damage as bonus cryo damage. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean so long as Sentinel is active, every time I shoot my guns, it doubles the damage, but the doubling that's done is cryo damage? Sounds like double damage? Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was like doubling... Oh, I think it means just doubling the damage of the sniper rifle, though. No, that sounds cool, but it's not something I would use. If I can send out my Sentinel, I'm not going to use the sniper. I'll just let the Sentinel do the work. So that's kind of a pointless effect for me. That's a submachine gun. Shield. On action skill end, gain 50% bonus incendiary damage with weapons for 10 seconds now. No. Submachine gun, handgun. On action skill end, deal 125% more weapon damage to bad named and boss enemies for a short time. That sounds pretty cool. But nah, too specific. Nah, nothing here. We'll come back again some other time. Alright, let's get down to the planet, see what's up.
Howdy.
Desolation's Edge. You beat Borderlands 3, right, Wipeout? Three is the one you haven't beat. I see. It has been a fun ride so far. I'll say that I really liked... Well... I kind of like starting on a Promethea, but since I knew that there were going to be more planets... from the news articles that I read about Borderlands 3 a long time ago, I was more excited to go elsewhere. And really, once I got to Promethea, I really, really enjoyed that. It's a heavily urbanized planet. Ooh. Necrotafeo. But all of the planets are really cool. Was that him? Typhon de Leon?
Vault Hunter, we're tracking Typhon de Leon's echo frequency and sending the coordinates to you.
This is all quite overwhelming. First, Pandora was a vault the entire time. Now we've located the Iridian homeworld. You're about to meet Typhon de Leon in the flesh. If you'll excuse me, I must take a power nap in my Saurian.
You never even played 3? Oh, you should. Alright, let's see how big this map is. Oh, it's kind of bigger than I thought it would be. 3 side quests. Transaction Pact. That sounds like something from Marcus. Discover the Trial of Supremacy. Ooh. That sounds like another slaughter room quest. Welcome to Slaughter Star 3000. That sounds like another slaughter room quest. I don't like this kind of quests. There's a big central area here. What is this one again? Transaction Pact. We'll check that one out. Anything special back this way? Aha, there is. Just ammo crates, though. Do I need ammo? I don't even know if I need ammo. I don't think I do. No, I guess not. So apparently a siren killed all of the Iridians. And sealed the destroyer within Pandora. Interesting. You know, looking at my streams, I seem to go 5 to 8 hours now instead of like 8 to 12. Echelon Reef. What's that?
Malawan's in the neighborhood, Lilith. Dead. It wasn't me. Yet.
How could Malawan have known about Necrotafeo? Stay sharp, killer.
Maybe Tyrene took over Malawan. Maybe the Mantas know. Mantas, do you know what's going on here? Oh, ow. I guess not. Get him, Zane.
And you're dead! Fancy that!
Oh, I'm sorry to see you there. My character feels so overpowered. Oh, I am low on ammo. Well, I'm not low, but it could be better. I could use some handgun ammo. I should have fueled up before leaving, Sanctuary. Where are we going? We're going backwards. Let's not go backwards. Oh, more ammo. I would reload my handgun, but it has a cool legendary perk where when you reload it, it's a Tedior, so you throw it. But as you throw it, it turns into a turret, and it actually splits into 4 separate turrets. And they walk around, and they shoot any enemy in the area, which is really neat. So, that's why I'm fighting the urge to automatically reload my gun. Really nice particle effects. Will they bite me? No. See, I would have had that be a one-hit KO if I would have walked in there, if I would have designed this. But if an enemy got close enough, that should one-hit KO them as well. So you could do like creative stuff like maybe push someone in there with a shotgun and watch him get eaten.
Looks like the local fauna didn't appreciate Malawan setting up camp. Clear him out, killer. We have to find a Leon.
Go get him. Manticore.
Get the new guy! Idiots. Trigger finger's getting tired over here.
I have so much stuff going on around me. I just walk into an area and just start calling out my bodyguards, whether it's my drone that flies around or my my digiclone and vending machines, and both my digiclone and my sentinel, which is my drone, have the ability to throw my grenade mod. Oh, hand vehicle space, nice. And my grenade mod is itself a drone, so it just flies around and it shoots anyone in the area. And then again, I have my handgun here that I can throw, and that turns into a drone. Well, not a drone. It turns into mobile turrets, and they walk around and shoot people. So I have all this stuff that can fight for me, and it's really neat. It's like Zane is an army of one. Though any character can do this. Well, minus the digiclone thing and the sentinel thing. That's weird. Clear the camp. We cleared the camp already. There's nothing here. Oh! I didn't see that one.
Hey, VH. Looks like Malawan tried to set up a catch ride before they got A. You might be able to reroute power from that force field.
Sounds like a good idea, Ellie. I didn't think we'd get to use vehicles here. It might not take us that long to navigate through here after all. There it is.
Woo! A catch a ride on the legendary planet of Necrotafeo. How about
Scooter would be proud.
Now get out of here. That ammo won't shoot itself. Everyone has their price. Happy to help.
Any better class mods? Nope. It's so hard for me to find a good class mod. But yeah, but I've been trying to stream more. Like I said, I figure if... I mean, I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. But I figured maybe I'd sort of slide the balance a bit more towards streaming more. Instead of just streaming more and then doing other things in the background. And it's important. I mean, if you're trying to stream as your big thing, then I forgot the vehicle. No footprints. Then I think that is important. Or at least as long as you're able to. Let's do... We're going to do the bike.
Kick the tires and kick some ass.
What's that up there? Oh, it's just ammo. Oh, wait. Nothing. Minor gun chest. Or at least stream as long as I'm able to. So long as I have the energy.
And I wake, viscous and refreshed. You know, Typhon de Leon was the reason I became an Iridian researcher. If anyone knows how to save the universe, it's him.
So long as I have the energy and the health to do so. Okay. I thought that might explode. That's an interesting balance. They have heavy armor, but they also shoot corrosive things. Corrosive projectiles. Whoa! They can burrow. Oh, that makes sense. That's why they're called mantas. They can shuffle through the sand. Alright, where's our first side quest at? It is down and around. Okay.
Out of the way! Oops, too late.
No. What is that? The Conqueror.
How the Calypsos knew about the destroyer being imprisoned inside Pandora. That was their goal all along. Should Tyreen leech the destroyer? Well, you are what you eat.
It's the Energon Cube. The Iridians were Transformers. That's what slag is. It's Energon. Really nice cloud effects, by the way. Oh, I passed it. What was down there, though? What was down that little narrow... Oh, never mind. That's a huge section of the map is what's down that little narrow path. Slag is a Dinobot. Is Slag really a Dinobot? He's a Triceratops, or you're being serious? Help! I'm in a trash can. Transaction packed. From the Claps list. Debug an early access game that somehow ended up on the lost planet of Necrotafeo.
Oh, hey! I almost forgot about this class list mission. I was supposed to find someone to help debug this game called Destroyer of Worlds. I'm detecting a long-lost copy of the game on Necrotafeo. Find it and shove it in your Echo device. It'll probably be fine.
Alright. Pick up Echo cartridge. Let's see where that's at. It's not far. Just drive over there, hop out of the bike, go pick it up. Alright, back and to the right. Wait. I'm going the wrong way. I forgot to change my side quest. There we go. Help Claptrap debug an early access augmented reality game on your Echo device. It's augmented reality, that's cool. And don't let Mickey Tricks pull any, well, underhanded shenanigans. Pick up Echo cartridge. Alright. Oh, it's closer than I thought it would be.
Hey there, hero. Ready to play Destroyer of Worlds?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like you could talk to that guy to get started.
Talk to the hologram. Alright.
Thank you for your help in testing our private early access augmented reality game, Destroyer of Worlds. I'm Mickey Tricks, the marketing exploitation director. In our game, the great evil known as Rachnagar is trying to infiltrate our world through these riot portal things. Anyway, blah, 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 story. Find the first portal hotspot to start playing.
Alright. Engine of Decay. Oh.
Crap, this game is barely playable. Oh, hey, hero! Come chat with me to get started on your adventure.
Oh, I have full ammo. Oh, that's right. I bought full ammo from the machine.
Okay, real quick, more story stuff. This is the sorceress, Lana Shani. She can close the portals with her powerful magic with a K, but you'll need to escort her to ensure her safety. Whoops! There she goes! Better get started!
Protect me!
This I give this side quest an A+.
Scary trackdows are trying to kill Lana. Help her! Those enemies are just placeholders, by the way. They'll be much bigger and scarier eventually. But isn't this game already so great?
Oh. Revive ally.
They got me! I require aid!
This side quest gets an A+. Just because of how she walks.
Stop them, hero!
What is that?
Here's the really exciting part. For a minor fee,
a wing shoe walking speed upgrade for Lana. Aren't you just super stoked to buy something from the in-game store? Shoot your selection now!
Microtransactions? Buy upgrade, okay.
Thank you for your purchase.
They're attacking! Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
Not more where that came from.
Protect me!
Executing kill shot. I'm done.
I'm fading from existence.
Oh.
The horror. The horror.
I'm mightily wounded. I need help. They're attacking. Hey, listen, I'm under attack. Stop them, hero.
I'm coming. He has much better aim than I do.
Come on, come on!
He's way faster than I am.
You just cost Malawan a lot of money.
You just cost Malawan a lot of money. Ooh, what's over there, though?
They're attacking. Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
Are you?
Our fears have been realized. Ragnagorv is trying to break into our world. Help me close this foul Ryek portal.
Destroy portal.
That's one portal closed. Great work, hero. Stop them, hero.
She front flipped.
Protect me.
That was impressive.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
Get her. Well, not her. Get them.
Get to see this all the time.
No. They're attacking.
Oh, did they say... Oh. I thought maybe it was...
Listen, I'm under attack.
I thought maybe it was getting mad at me when I,
Hero, I'm dying.
when I shot the environment.
Happy to help.
Protect me. Stop them, hero.
There's a second portal.
Uh-oh. Looks like Lana's slowing down again. But don't worry, we're here to help. And you can buy another wing shoe movement speed upgrade right now. How convenient, right?
That is convenient. Sure.
Thank you for your purchase.
Oh, it's only $1. It's not bad.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack. Protect me.
Firing pattern found. Initializing.
Stop them, hero.
Superior firepower unleashed.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack. They got me. I require aid. I'm fading from existence. Assist me.
You'll be fine.
Save me, hero. I'm dying.
Looks like you're in a bit of a state.
They got me. I require aid. They're attacking.
Return all scalps to Mal for bonus compensation.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
Shard destroyed.
I'm mightily wounded. I need help.
There's more?
They're attacking!
Who's attacking?
Competitor identified.
Stop them, hero!
Feel the weight of
Prototype.
superiority.
Protect me! Hey, listen, I'm under attack! They're attacking!
Hmm.
Stop them, hero!
Looks like that wing shoe upgrade wears off pretty quick.
Mhm.
Bummer. But don't worry, you can always buy another one, like right now.
Okay. Protect Lana again and keep forking over money.
Thank you for your purchase.
Protect me!
Whoops! Looks like a little pathing bug there. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll fix itself here in a second. There we go. Onward to adventure.
Protect me!
Oops.
Stop them, hero!
I guess that was to give you time to open the loot chests.
They're attacking!
I see, I see. Hold on. I'm getting there.
Stop them, hero!
That man is dangerous! Get him!
Identify original file. Delete.
Save me, hero!
There you go.
Dying! Protect me!
What is that? A specter?
They're attacking!
Hmm.
Stop them, hero!
I've never seen an enemy with a blue health bar. What is that over there?
Listen, I'm under attack!
Yeah, but I want to see what this is. What is that?
Protect me!
Did that one have a bounty? No!
They're attacking!
Alright, hold on. I'm coming.
Stop them, hero! Hey, listen, I'm under attack!
Oh, that's cool. She stops moving if you're not next to her.
They're attacking!
Wait. Did she bug out?
Protect me!
Did she?
Stop them, hero!
Did the game just encounter a bug?
I'm under attack!
Or is this what's actually supposed to be happening? Because she's not moving at all.
They're attacking!
Maybe if I find more enemies in the area and kill them, she'll become unstuck?
Protect me! Stop them, hero! Hey, listen, I'm under attack!
You are not under attack.
Protect me!
The Herald.
They're attacking!
Herald's dead now.
Stop them, hero!
I feel like the game just bugged out on this side quest.
They're attacking! Protect me!
She's got to break that one. That might be the last one, maybe?
Hey, listen, I'm under attack!
I'm coming. You're not under attack, though.
Me. Stop them, hero!
I think it legitimately crashed. Or messed up.
Stop them, hero!
But there's nothing here.
Protect me! Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
Letting you know you've been playing too long. No. You can never play too long. I don't know what to do now, though. I think she bugged out. I think she's supposed to walk that way. But I ran away from her. And then I think because I ran away, she stopped moving.
Stop them, hero! Hey, listen, I'm under attack. Protect me!
I'm not sure how to fix this. Unless maybe I fast travel away, and then I come back. Ooh, I have a good idea. I have a good idea. I don't know if this is going to work, though. I hope it does. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. I'm going to lure him. No, 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 no. There you go. I'm going to lure him over here and try to get him to kill her. Because if he does kill her, then I can revive her and maybe that'll get her to walk again. There we go. There we go. Come on. Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Stop them, hero!
Though I don't know if she can be hurt by him because he's a real enemy as opposed to like a VR enemy. Or an AR enemy.
They're attacking! Stop them, hero!
I don't think you can hurt her.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
No, I don't think you can hurt her. That's kind of cruddy.
Protect me!
Anyone have any recommendations if you know?
Listen, I'm under attack.
Is she bugged? Do I have to leave this place and come back?
Stop them, hero! They're attacking! Protect me!
That was it, because this is where we started the mini game.
Stop them, hero!
So she goes that way, she takes out 2 portals, comes back, and then that's the end of the game.
Hey, listen,
Aww. That stinks. This was the last one. And I already killed all the enemies. All she has to do is just walk over here. Unless this is like the point of their game that it's so broken you can't even finish a side quest. That would be pretty funny.
They're attacking!
Transaction pack. Let me look this up on the wiki and see what it says. I'm pretty sure the game glitched and I have to leave and then come back. But maybe I'm wrong. Transaction pact. Okay. Transaction Pact is a side mission in Borderlands 3. It is available upon reaching Desolation's Edge on Necrotafeo. Oh my gosh. Huh. Interesting. The final area of the mission is also a spawn point for a large amount of Guardians. They will not spawn while the mission is active, but will after completion. It is recommended to leave the area immediately after turning in the mission if the player does not wish to fight them or is under-leveled. They spawned for me when I entered, so that means the level doesn't even think the side quest is going on. I've been fighting normal enemies this whole time in addition to the AR enemies. Let's see if it says anything about the mission being buggy. I don't see anything about it. Huh. It just says protector.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
I feel like this has to be a bug.
Stop them, hero. They're attacking.
I'm gonna leave and come back. Actually, hold on. I was gonna leave the planet and then come back, but that might reset the enemies. What happens if I just quit game? And then I just load back in. Will I have to repeat the entire side quest? Or will I only have to repeat the part of the side quest that I left off at? Let's find out. Okay. Well, we're no longer in the AR part of the game. That's kind of cool, though. We walk back into it and everything becomes, like, scan liney and AR blue-coded. It looks like she's still where I left her. Enemies are respawning. But let's see if she's moving now. Hopefully she is. Hopefully the area completely reloaded. All the enemies are respawned.
Better leave before you get hurt.
Protect me!
Oh yeah, she's moving again. Awesome.
Whoops! Looks like a little pathing bug there. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll fix itself here in a second.
So we didn't have to go back and repeat the entire side quest.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack.
There we go. Onward to adventure.
They're attacking!
Competitor gets a bonus.
Protect me!
Got any more for the meat grinder?
Hey, listen, I'm under attack! Stop them, hero! Hey, listen, I'm under attack! Protect me!
What?
Competitor spotted.
They're attacking!
That's what she didn't do last time.
Engaging competition.
Protect me! Stop them, hero!
A new chapter in the saga. Your parents shall be ashamed of you.
Hey, listen, I'm under attack!
Out and about.
Hero! Hostage 9! We must so... Oh, yeah!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I meant to tell my bot to go kill it. I mean, since you're here, hold on. Okay.
The world is a bit safer now, thanks to you, hero.
Talk to Mickey.
Thank you for trying one of our many exciting missions from Destroyer of Worlds. But there is more content to explore. Now head to the next portal hotspot to continue the game.
This is a long game. Here come dat boy. Pretty environments.
Boy, this game is really in bad shape. Oh, hey! Ready for another exciting adventure? Let's check.
Twilight Arcade. Alright.
Uh-oh. It looks like a new portal is opening. But Lana's powers are dwindling. You'll have to fetch some Lactosh crystals to help her regain her powers.
Alright.
Please, hero. I need those crystals.
I like how the plot is somewhat similar to Borderlands itself. Enemies are coming out of portals that we have to close. And then she's not strong enough to use her powers to close it, so we have to find crystals to power her up. It's basically a very simplified version of the Borderlands story. That's cute. So I have to jump up there? How do I get up there? Ah, okay. Lactosh crystal.
Whoops. That's not supposed to happen. The objective is bugging out too. Wow, that is a lot of crystals to fetch. Oh well, better get to it.
Yeah, they're all energy sources. 100. Oh my goodness. Alright.
Oh hey, we got a solution for our little bug problem. Would you like to purchase a brand new Ascendant Energy pack of 90 Lactosh crystals to speed up your progress? So convenient. Shoot your selection now.
Oh, that sounds great.
Thank you for your purchase.
Yay, now we're to 94. Now we just need 6 more. What a deal.
Yes, hero. That's it. Now bring me those Lactose crystals so I might regain my strength. I can feel the energy surging through me. They'll help me close this riot portal. Ah, these lands are cleansed of Ragnagald's scourge. For now.
Thank you for playing another thrilling Destroyer of Worlds mission. But Ragnagald is still trying to invade our world. It's time for one last showdown and one more microtransaction opportunity. Find the last portal hotspot.
All right. Well, we need that last microtransaction. Oh.
Okay, just one more borked-ass mission to get through here. Hey, hero! Let me know when you're ready for the ultimate battle with Ragnagald.
Hey, hold on.
The Iridians were neither gods nor demons. They were simply a people whose abilities outpaced their needs. So, in their curiosity, broke down walls that should have stayed up. They were, perhaps, fated to be erased at their own behest, like the forest that grows so that it may burn.
This is it. The big one. Despite your best efforts, Ragnagab is trying to break through this portal into our world and blah, blah, blah. Stop him with bullets! Don't worry about the enemy model. That's a placeholder. We'll get something totally rad in there soon. Trust me!
Defeat Ragnagab, destroyer of worlds. What was that? Can he not attack? One boss final, really final. What is he doing with that? Oh, it's like he's shooting out mines. Huh. Get him, Zane. He's not considered an enemy? My melee's hit for a lot of damage.
But it's okay. We just added an armor shatter perk to the in-game store, which will break his natural armor. Because we're just super helpful like that. Care to buy it? Of course you do.
Where is it? I need it. Oh, there it is. Give us money to get this over with.
Thank you for your purchase.
Now we must close this final portal. Help me, hero.
State transition.
Dead.
Aw.
You've done it! Ragnagab is destroyed, and we've got a few more microtransaction bucks in our pocket. Now, please speak to me to receive your game test assignment. Thank you for playing. Destroyer of Worlds will be available for public early access any day now. And with all the money we've made from these super convenient microtransactions, we will definitely finish the game. Promise!
Uh-oh.
Begging for a burial. Deathbringer is also my middle name.
Maybe this is what the Iridians look like. Could be. One moment. I guess you can only listen to them once. Though, I think when you go into the audio... Oh, wrong way. Echo logs. Typhon logs. There we go. Oh, and you can read them too. You don't have to... That's cool. I like that. I wonder if it displays them in the order in which you collect them, or if it displays them in the order in which it tells, like, a story. We covered a good portion of the map here. You know what, though? I think we're going to go back to Sanctuary. Was there a new side quest on Sanctuary? It looked like there was. We'll see once we get up there. But I think what we might do, we've been going now for just over 9 hours, is we might go ahead and call it. Let me turn this down a bit. There we go. We might go ahead and call it. And then next Friday we'll be back. Excuse me. And I think we will do a bit of searching next Friday. We'll go to the planets that we've visited before. Not to complete the challenges, but to discover lore bits, to translate the other Iridian writings. And then once all that's done, which I don't think there's too many per world. I think there's like maybe 2 or 3 per planet. Or maybe like 2 or 3 per zone. I'm not really sure. But after that, then we'll continue on with the main story. Let me look at the map here. Nope. No new side quests have unlocked here. Okay. Let's sell some stuff at Marcus's.
Is this thing on? Test, test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you?
You don't want to miss it!
Legendary Torg Shredded Scourge Rocket Launcher. Or am I? Plus 200 splash damage radius. Consumes 4 ammo per shot. 1.5 times weapon zoom. What does this do? A Scourge. Scourge is a legendary rocket launcher in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Torg. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source. Special weapon effect. Fires a single large projectile with a number of additional smaller projectiles in front of it that start swirling around the original as it travels. Smaller projectiles will trace the nearest enemy target. All projectiles explode one at a time after a certain distance. Interesting. The Scourge's projectile behavior makes it a perfect weapon for Zane. If the initial rocket passes through his barrier, all of the child rockets will retain the damage amp. Oh, that's cool. Moreover, his playing dirty skill can spawn double the amount of child projectiles and cause massive damage. Switching to an Unforgiven after the shot is made will result in even more damage, as some rockets will hit from above and score a critical hit. The pistol's massive buff to critical damage is applied to the rockets. Zane's Premunitus, or Moses the Iron Bank passives, as well as artifacts that grant increased mag size, allows the Scourge's mechanics to be exploited. If the launcher will have 5 rockets in the magazine and 4 are consumed with every shot, it is still possible to make 2 shots from the Scourge before having to reload the weapon. Interesting.
Check back later for more fantastic news. You'll be back.
I don't remember the last time I had a piece of fruit.
We did it. We have over $1 million. $1 million bucks. Alright. So we made some good progress today. We gained 2 levels. Let's go back to her. It's a bit quieter there, I think. Okay. So we gained 2 levels. We defeated Troy Calypso. We got a cool looking new skin and face mask, which I feel like is pretty fun. We're going to probably rock this all of next stream. We also got a new main handgun. It's not cryo. It's non-elemental. But, I mean, it is pretty cool. It deals really good damage, and it creates, like, little Merv turret guns that jump at enemies and explode, so that's really neat. I think for gear, that's all we got. Oh, no. We also got a new radiation handgun. It's way stronger than the radiation gun we had before. So, very nice. And we also maxed out our borrowed time skill. So now all of our action skills last at least 30% longer. So, very, very cool. And if I call out both action skills at the same time, then basically both action skills last 60% longer. That is nuts. That is a lot of help in battle, especially if I'm fighting against a boss. For both of them to last 60% longer is absolutely insane. I'm looking forward to continuing to level up and pouring the next 3 points into adrenaline so that our action skills cool down faster. Looks like we have 2 points in there right now. It's at 14%. 3 points gets us plus 21%. That's an increase of 7% points, assuming it stays the same. That'll be 21, then add another 14. What is that? 21, 31, 35. 35% cooldown. That's not bad. So yeah, we knocked out a lot of side quests. We got some stuff done. So fun. Also, not Maya. What's her name? Maya's apprentice. I just think of her as Maya's apprentice. Is a siren now. She inherited Maya's powers. So very neat. Yep. We're gonna call it here. I don't think there's anyone streaming right now. I mean, there could be. Let me see. There is. We have our friend Wipeout here. He is streaming the Final Fantasy VII Remake. He was here just a bit ago. Let's go ahead and throw him a raid. And I want to say thank you to everyone who came by today. Thank you to Segway for the raid, and thank you for Jamera for directing Segway's raid here, or at least suggesting me. Thank you also to Miss Brookie Kazooie for the raid. Thank you for everyone who came in here to keep me company during stream. Thank you to Wipeout. Thank you to Indy. Thank you to Creepy. Thank you to Jamera. Thank you to Fusion.
That dashing fook over there was making eyes at your sister!
I didn't mean to do that. It was balancing on my leg, and I guess it tilted too far up. Thank you to Tasachi. Thank you to Fusion. And thank you to everyone else who was here keeping me company. Thank you to General Organa as well. I hope you all have a good day. I'm going to have a good night. I'm going to have myself something to eat. I'm going to make sure that these controllers are plugged in properly so that they both get to recharge. And the next time I'll be streaming will be later today. It'll probably be later tonight, considering it's already like almost 8 o'clock in the morning for me, and I still need to get some sleep. So yeah, tonight will be Spooky Saturdays, and we're going to start a new game. I think we're going to try to one-shot it. It's called Layers of Fear. We play as a painter suffering some sanity issues, and he's trying to create his masterpiece, but because he's insane, it seems like as he's wandering through his house, things keep changing and rearranging, and he's seeing some kind of dark, macabre stuff. So I'm curious to see how that's going to turn out. It was suggested by our viewer Lorelei, and if you want to suggest any games, feel free to do so. Hop into the Discord. There is a channel there called Stream Recommendations. Leave one there. So maybe I'll see you later on today for Layers of Fear, or next Friday for more Borderlands 3, or the next few moments in the stream of Wipeout for some Final Fantasy VII Remaster. Actually, remake. Have a good day, everyone. Take care. Thanks again. Bye. Looking good, Zane Boyle. Looking good.